Chapter 1631. Humiliate Lin Ling? I see them. Those people over there are Lin Ling. In the distant sky, many powerhouses could vaguely see the silhouettes of Lin Ling and the others. None of them dared to kill Lin Ling alone. But with so many of them, they weren't afraid. Even Lin Ling's eyes flickered when he saw the terrifying number of people. Hee, how lively! Lin Ling smiled faintly and continued to lead the group forward. They were getting closer and closer to the border of Xianhuangdao. In the distance, the Avalon of 5 elements was right in front of them. As long as they could break through there, they would be free to fly. Lin Ling, do you only know how to run? At this time, a loud shout came from afar. Everyone looked over and realized that it was the Emperor Peerless of the Yi clan. Emperor Peerless is also here. This means that the experts of the Fire race and the Yi race will be here soon. We have so many experts here, plus the experts of the Shi clan. How can Lin Ling not die? Charge! Everyone's fighting spirit was high, but at this moment, they were not in a hurry to kill Lin Ling. Instead, they formed a mighty human formation and walked step by step towards Lin Ling. Obviously, they were forcing him. Right now, Lin Ling didn't have the strength to fight back. However, if they just killed him, it would be too easy for the other party. Therefore, everyone wanted to pressure Lin Ling and slowly suppress Lin Ling. The sky, the earth, and even the wind were extremely oppressive. There were people everywhere. It was as if all the martial artists of Xianhuangdao had moved out. Their footsteps actually formed a terrifying storm vortex. Emperor Peerless was in the middle of the crowd. He was very excited. To him, losing to Lin Ling last time was a humiliation in his life. So today, he wanted to wash away that humiliation. Lin Ling was very pitiful. In the end, he died under the pressure of everyone. This was not a bad way to die. Aren't you going to kneel down? At the front of the crowd, the 5 heavenly kings let out cold and indifferent voices. Their voices were accompanied by pressure as they spread to the front. Aren't you going to kneel down? Everyone followed and shouted, pressuring Lin Ling. They were showing the pride of Xianhuangdao. Lin Ling shouldn't have fought back against the Fire race for the sake of dignity. After offending them, he actually didn't return to Xianpeng province. It's a pity that a prodigy of a generation has fallen here. However, many people among the 3 mysterious in the mortal realm are paying attention to this matter. Therefore, the Xianhuang domain must not let Lin Ling leave alive. Young's too arrogance. Some of the onlookers were sighing, some were gloating, and each had their own thoughts. In the distant sky, Lin Ling and the other 3 were advancing slowly like dragons trapped in a cage. Even the white cloud heavenly emperor felt that his life and death were at stake at this moment. Is the real battle here? I didn't expect that the last battle of the 9 spirits of heaven would be against the entire region. The 9 spirits of heaven sighed softly, but his eyes were full of fighting spirit. You don't have to fight to the death. I can tell you that all the teleportation portals in Xianhuangdao have been sealed. Unless the 7 emperors come in person, no one can save you. If I were you, I would kowtow and apologize, then commit suicide. At least that's a more dignified death. A majestic voice sounded. It was Tianzong Jinwang. After this voice, many people roared with laughter. Lin Ling didn't seem to hear the mockery behind him. He looked at the Avalon of 5 elements and finally laughed. That ancient iron wall should be the Avalon of Earth. Lin Ling, what should we do? Even if we escape, it'll be difficult. The 9 spirits of heaven whispered to Lin Ling. In this situation, Lin Ling had become their leader. Why should we escape? There's only a bunch of dogs behind us. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Ling stopped and smiled at the people behind him. Xianhuangdao, what a shame. It's fine if you bully us with numbers, but you're so proud and self-satisfied. Is there no one else in Xianhuangdao? This Lin Ling is still so arrogant even when he's about to die. Many people's eyes flickered. After all, if they were in Lin Ling's shoes, they would have been terrified. Lin Ling was definitely going to die in this situation. However, not only was Lin Ling not afraid, his words were full of sarcasm. This kind of courage was rare. Moreover, with so many of you oppressing me, do you think I'll be afraid? Lin Ling spat out again. Since he started learning martial arts, he had faced all kinds of difficulties. How could he not know what the other party was thinking? They were humiliating him and wanted him to regret it. Unfortunately, they had found the wrong person. Lin Ling dared not to fear the fire tribe. Even if he died, he wouldn't lower his spine. The faces of the experts in the distance turned cold. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. However, they weren't in a hurry. Lin Ling would be afraid. Lin Ling, don't try to provoke me. I, Xin Huangdeyu, have sent so many people because I'm afraid you'll run away. However, if I really want to defeat you, I alone am enough. Tianzong Jinwang strode forward. He was wearing golden armor and looked majestic. He walked towards Lin Ling just like that. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, you're Xin Huangdeyu's enemy. I'm not qualified to kill you. However, I should still be able to teach you a lesson. At least, I'll let you know that the martial artists of Xianping province shouldn't be arrogant in Xin Huangdeyu. This is because they are provoking everyone. For trash like Lin Ling who kills people like flies and ignores the heroes of the world, Tianzong Jinwang, let Lin Ling know how powerful you are. The crowd shouted, causing the surrounding voices to become even louder. Lin Ling was accusing them of bullying him with numbers. Then, Tianzong Jinwang would be the one to defeat Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I've heard that your soul force is very powerful. Today, I'm here to learn from you. Do you dare to fight? The Tiansong Gold King's face was filled with pride as he roared again. Lin Ling almost killed me last time. This time, I can borrow Tianzong Jinwang's hand to see Lin Ling's strength. Emperor Peerless was looking forward to it. If Lin Ling used his soul force this time, then he wouldn't have to be afraid of him. Let's see how my talent is. Lin Ling, look over here. Tianzong Jinwang's pupils constricted, forming a powerful beam of light that shot towards Lin Ling. Tianzong Jinwang, don't kill Lin Ling by mistake. An expert laughed loudly. He was toying with Lin Ling like a cat toying with a mouse. Lin Ling, be careful. Although his talent isn't as high as yours, his eyes are extremely powerful. They can see through your body. As long as you're seen through, your body will be destroyed. The 9 spirits of heaven frowned and reminded. The opponent's talent belonged to the extreme type, and it was very mysterious. The combination of soul force and talent. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Before the golden beam of light arrived, he had already sensed something. So what if you know? My talent is beyond the realm of ordinary martial arts. It's not something a junior like you can understand. Tianzong Jinwang said disdainfully. Defeating Lin Ling in front of everyone in Xianhuangdiu was a good honor. Chapter 1632. Who was humiliating who? His eyes actually possess the aura of a divine tier talent. It seems like his eyes have the potential to reach the divine tier. At this moment, a thought flashed through Lin Ling's mind. His eye of time could see through the origin of the other party's eyes. He knew that Tianzong Jinwang's talent was on the same level as the godly demon tyrant body. His potential was extraordinary. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was not afraid of anyone when it came to eyes. Eye of time. A powerful soul force gushed out, forming an invisible soul wave. At this moment, time froze. The clouds stopped drifting, and the wind stopped blowing. No one noticed that time had been frozen. Everyone maintained a mocking expression on their faces. The only one who noticed it was Tianzong Jinwang. How is this possible? At this moment, Tianzong Jinwang's eyes met with Lin Ling's. He realized that the world had disappeared, and only a pair of cold eyes were staring at him. A feeling of isolation and helplessness rose in him. It was as if he had met his natural enemy, and a voice kept ringing in his mind. In terms of soul power, he was no match for Lin Ling. In terms of the potential of his eyes, he was even more inferior to Lin Ling. He couldn't move. He realized that the power of his eyes had been completely frozen. In reality, he didn't know that in terms of martial arts, he wouldn't lose so quickly. But in terms of talent and soul force, how could he compare to Lin Ling? Space distortion. Lin Ling shouted coldly and took a big step forward. He appeared in front of Tianzong Jinwang and threw a punch. Bang! The power of 12 universes erupted, and the void exploded. The heavenly concealed golden flame was destroyed by a single fist. At the same time, time gradually returned to normal. When everyone looked at Lin Ling, their jaws dropped. Blood rained down from the sky. Only Lin Ling stood there alone. Tianzong Jinwang seemed to be dead. There was no fight and he died just like that? It was completely different from what they had imagined. They wanted to see Tianzong Jinwang humiliate Lin Ling. Lin Ling calmly turned around and walked away step by step. But at this moment, no one dared to move. They were all intimidated by Lin Ling. They wanted to humiliate Lin Ling, but they were clearly not qualified. Even Emperor Peerless could not understand how Tianzong Jinwang had died. Could it have been his soul power? It was just that he hadn't sensed any soul fluctuations before. He had no idea that in that short moment, time had been frozen by Lin Ling. Freezing time, this was Lin Ling's greatest trump card. What? Not putting on an act anymore? Lin Ling's voice floated over at the same time, mocking the people in the distance. Those people slowly walked towards Lin Ling, wanting to put pressure on Lin Ling, but now, who dared to move? There's no need to be afraid of him. Previously, it was only his soul power that attacked. Now that his strongest trump card is gone, he's just an ordinary fourth-stage saint. While everyone was shocked, a cold voice sounded, as if to give everyone a strong sense of confidence. In the distance, a large number of experts had arrived. It was the emperor of the Fire Clan and the ancestor of the Yi Clan. In addition, there were many titled heavenly emperors. At this moment, they were all here to watch the show. Lin Ling, we meet again so soon. The emperor of the Fire Clan was like a volcano with extremely high temperature. He floated in the sky, his long hair fluttering wildly. The dense majesty of fire made it difficult for people to breathe. He was naturally clear about Lin Ling's strength. Only his soul power was terrifying. Although his potential in other areas was not bad, they were not very strong at the moment. His biggest weakness was his low cultivation level. This is Lin Ling? Those heavenly emperors who had come because of his reputation looked forward with great interest, wanting to see what the legendary figure looked like. That's right, we meet again. Lin Ling was still not afraid. He walked forward slowly as if he did not know that death was at hand. As an enemy, the cultivators of Xianhuangdeyu could not help but admire Lin Ling's courage because Lin Ling would not be able to survive at this moment. But he was still not afraid. You called so many dogs here just to make me regret, but it seems like those dogs of yours are useless. Lin Ling finally stopped. A wine pot appeared in his hand. After drinking a mouthful, he smiled faintly. He was still as carefree as ever. I know you want to provoke us so that we won't use the human wave tactic to kill you. But do you think that there's no one in Xianhuangdeyu? Even if we know about your schemes, it's still not difficult to kill you. The emperor of the Fire Clan sneered. He was very excited at this moment because he could finally vent his anger. Are you farting over there? If you don't use the human wave tactic, where did those dogs beside you come from? Maybe you think that you'll definitely win, so you hypocritically said that you don't need the human wave tactic and can kill me one-on-one. If you only have 2 or 3 dogs beside you, I guarantee that you won't dare to say that. Lin Ling laughed mockingly. His strong counterattack made the crowd's face turn ugly. Lin Ling had called them dogs. The emperor of the Fire Clan narrowed his eyes. It was undeniable that Lin Ling was indeed very smart. After all, Lin Ling had nowhere to run now. That was why he said that he was not afraid of Lin Ling one-on-one. But if Lin Ling still had a way out, he would not dare to say that. Because Lin Ling was too cunning. If there were not enough people, he might be able to escape at any time. Oof, no need for people. I'll kill you. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Emperor Peerless walked out. His gaze swept behind the emperor of the Fire Clan. There stood a woman with a face full of resentment. It was Crimson Cloud Heavenly Emperor. He knew that Crimson Cloud Heavenly Emperor was here to see how Lin Ling would die. Then he would settle everything. Moreover, there were a large number of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses nearby. He had to wash away the humiliation. Emperor Peerless, do you still have any face? Looking at Emperor Peerless coming out, Lin Ling's expression was still calm, The first time you fought with me, you returned with a draw. The second time you fought with me, you were almost killed by me. Now, you still have the nerve to come for a third battle? You should throw away this title of Heavenly Emperor as soon as possible. Why make a fool of yourself? Ha! The moment Lin Ling's words came out, those Heavenly Emperor powerhouses who were watching a good show could not help but laugh. Clearly, Emperor Peerless had lost again and again. If it were them, they would also be embarrassed to continue fighting. Moreover, in this battle, Emperor Peerless clearly had an unfair advantage. Emperor Peerless had long experienced Lin Ling's venomous tongue. Being said at this moment, he flew into a rage out of humiliation, but he could not refute. The winner is king, the loser is a bandit. People only remember the winner. Emperor Peerless could not care so much anymore. If he did not kill Lin Ling at this moment, how was he going to walk in the mortal world? It was just that he had just taken a step when Lin Ling's indifferent voice came from the front. Remind you, you almost died last time. Bang! Emperor Peerless' heart trembled. The footsteps that he took forward forcefully stopped. Indeed, he almost died last time. That taste of impending death, he still remembered it very clearly until now. Xiao Wushuang, don't be frightened by Lin Ling's words. He's just an arrow at the end of its flight. Over at the E-Race's side, an old man said indifferently, the glory that you lost, you must personally take it back today. Yes, ancestor. I will definitely not lose face for the E-Race. Emperor Peerless took a deep breath and finally stepped forward. How could he be scared away by Lin Ling? He was not afraid of Lin Ling. And the crowd was incomparably expectant. Emperor Peerless seemed to be able to take back that glory in this battle. However, right at this moment, Lin Ling's voice floated over again, Blade of Nirvana. Chapter 1633. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. Oh no! Emperor Peerless shouted in panic. He knew how terrifying that small knife that could pierce through one's soul was. Hence, when Lin Ling shouted, he subconsciously trembled in fear. Could it be that Tianzong Jinwang did not exhaust Lin Ling's soul power? Or was this all Lin Ling's plan? He was baiting him into battle and then using the opportunity to kill him? In a short moment, many thoughts flashed through Emperor Peerless' mind. Then, without any hesitation, he frantically retreated in an attempt to avoid the soul power that could not be defended against. However, under heaven and earth, the wind was blowing, the clouds were floating, and the sun was still shining in the distance. Everything was very calm, and no soul power attack appeared. Obviously, Lin Ling did not make a move at all. He was just talking. The crowd was stunned. Looking at the unparalleled celestial emperor who kept retreating with a pale face, they felt extremely embarrassed at this moment. Because Emperor Peerless was scared away. Moreover, he was scared away by Lin Ling's words. Shame! The ancestor of the E-Race clenched his fist tightly. Emperor Peerless lost to Lin Ling. Clearly, he had an inner demon, like a frightened bird. Me! At this moment, Emperor Peerless gradually came to his senses. Seeing the looks around him, he was immediately furious. He had been played. Embarrassing. Even he felt extremely embarrassed. Why did he have to be afraid? Lin Ling had only said a few words, and he had already fled. His title as the Celestial Emperor was an undeserved reputation. Whether you admit it or not, you are already afraid of me. This battle, I have won again. In the distance, Lin Ling smiled indifferently. In fact, he had used time freeze previously, so his soul power had already been exhausted. Previously, he was indeed scaring Emperor Peerless. I haven't lost yet. Emperor Peerless shook his head continuously. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. Was he going to lose to Lin Ling for the third time? Sigh. Emperor Peerless is a new genius of Champion University, but he can't compete with Lin Ling, said the Celestial Emperors, shaking their heads. They all thought that Emperor Peerless had lost. The first battle, carelessness. In the second battle, he was completely crushed. In the third match, he was scared off by a single sentence. Emperor Peerless hasn't lost yet? If it was a real battle of life and death, if he didn't have the support of the Emperor Peerless, with his mentality, he would have died countless times already. Wushuang, come back. Don't embarrass yourself. The old man from the E-race said coldly. His words were filled with disappointment. If Emperor Peerless went to fight again, he would still not be able to escape the fate of being reduced to a laughingstock. However, Emperor Peerless gritted his teeth and retreated. Today, he had once again lost face. Piss off. The Emperor of the Fire Clan and the ancestor of the E-race are qualified to be my opponents, said Lin Ling, taking a sip of alcohol. He looked like an emperor who controlled the world. He was calm, composed, and proud of the whole world. That guy, why isn't he afraid? White Cloud Heavenly Emperor and the others looked at Lin Ling, and the admiration in their hearts grew even stronger. Apart from Lin Ling, who else could have fought against a group of heroes alone? Lin Ling, you're young, but you're very shrewd. You know how to use psychological tactics. Besides, you're smart and brave. You don't lack the spirit of a cultivator. You're qualified to be our opponent, said the Emperor of the Fire Clan, taking a deep breath. He admitted that Lin Ling was terrifying. If he hadn't broken off relations with Lin Ling, he wouldn't have wanted to miss out on a young man like Lin Ling. Unfortunately, a broken mirror would never be restored. Since he couldn't have it, he had to destroy it. Do you think you can escape from here? Asked the ancestor of the E-race. The crowd instantly quieted down and sneered at Lin Ling. They already knew the answer, but they wanted to see how Lin Ling would answer. Those titled Heavenly Emperors also smiled. If it were them, facing the ancient experts of the Fire Clan and the E-race, as well as countless cultivators, they wouldn't be able to escape. This also meant that Lin Ling had lost this battle from the beginning. I said that the heavens and earth are mine. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. Also, let me remind you, if you want to kill me, many people will die. Lin Ling smiled and said something that shocked countless people. Silence. The world became even more silent. Lin Ling seemed to be saying that not only could he leave, but those who dared to kill him would also die. What right do you have? Just because you're a 4th level saint? Dream on. What a joke, we can't kill you. Do you think we're all ants? Fire Clan Emperor, please give the order. We'll all move out and kill the 4 of them. The crowd was furious. Lin Ling was about to die and he still dared to look down on them. The Fire Clan Emperor and the E-race Elder looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. Now, I'm leaving. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to notice the crowd's anger. He waved his hand and called for Bai Yuntiendi and the others to leave. Moreover, his speed wasn't fast. It was as if he was walking in his own garden. This was Lin Ling's confidence in leaving this place? Everyone was dumbfounded. They had seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen such an arrogant person. Lin Ling wanted to leave, but before he left, he reminded everyone that he was leaving. And the so-called leaving was indeed leaving, not escaping at all. What an interesting junior. Those titled Celestial Emperors also laughed out loud. Freak, he was simply a freak. You think you can leave? Kill. The Fire Clan Emperor felt that Lin Ling was simply crazy. He finally gave the order to kill. It was time for this joke to end. Treat us as if we don't exist. Die. The entire Xianhuang Deyu's martial artists moved out. One-on-one, there weren't many who could defeat Lin Ling, but there were hundreds of millions. No matter how strong Lin Ling was, he would still die. We'll see how he dies. The Fire Clan Emperor coldly snorted. Lin Ling wanted to leave? He wanted to see how Lin Ling was going to leave. In the sky, killing intent surged, forming a tribulation cloud that rushed towards Lin Ling. Bai Yuntiendi and the others trembled. What a terrifying killing intent. This battle, they couldn't win at all. They suddenly looked at Lin Ling, only to find that Lin Ling's pace was still unhurried. He drank his wine and calmly moved forward. At this moment, they were speechless. There's no helper ahead. Sigh. The 9 spirits of heaven stared ahead and then smiled bitterly. There was no one there except for the ancient city wall. Could it be that the 4 of them could stop the army? You'd better speed up and take a look at Xianhuang Deyu, because we won't be coming back here for a while. Sigh. However, what made the 9 spirits of heaven even more speechless was that Lin Ling actually had a trace of nostalgia for Xianhuang Deyu. If they weren't familiar with Lin Ling, they would have thought that Lin Ling was scared out of his wits. At this moment, Lin Ling wasn't crazy. His face was calm. He finally arrived at the ancient city wall. His hand gently touched the wall, and a long-lost sense of familiarity appeared in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 1634. One against the world. The Avalon of 5 elements was built by the Realm Master over countless years. It was built with his own hands to protect the entire mortal world. Therefore, Lin Ling felt nostalgic when he saw the Avalon of 5 elements again. In his eye of time, the Avalon of 5 elements was like a friend. He could guess those ancient formation patterns even with his eyes closed. And the Avalon of 5 elements in Shenhuang Diyu was the Avalon of Earth element. What is he doing? Is he stupid? I don't know. He's standing below the city wall. Maybe he knows that there's no hope of escaping, so he's reminiscing about the times when he was alive. Look at him. He's actually reminiscing about the past. What an idiot. Those warriors who pounced on Lin Ling started to mock him. The current Lin Ling was too stupid. He was actually touching the ancient wall and looking at it as if he was looking at his lover. It was no wonder that they were mocking him. However, they didn't know what the ancient wall represented. Those who knew were the Emperor of the Fire Clan and other powerful warriors. However, they didn't care about Lin Ling's actions. Subconsciously, they all thought that the ancient wall had nothing to do with Lin Ling. Because the Avalon of 5 elements was difficult to control, unless he was a powerful warrior with the title of Xian Di, Lin Ling wasn't qualified to touch the secrets of the mortal world. Unfortunately, they didn't know that their thoughts were just wishful thinking. They were about to be disappointed. In Lin Ling's case, everything that was impossible became possible. Rumble. At this moment, the ancient wall surged. War drums sounded and flags flew in the air. Illusions of countless warriors appeared and fought against the world. What? The Emperor of the Fire Clan's expression changed drastically. Was there a change in the Avalon of 5 elements? Not good. Attack immediately. The elder of the Yi clan also shouted. He and the Emperor of the Fire Clan became more and more uneasy. Although they felt that everything was impossible, reality told them that something was about to happen. Their hearts were pounding. Even they couldn't control the Avalon of 5 elements. How could Lin Ling make it resonate with them? What's going on? The crowd was puzzled. What was wrong with the Emperor of the Fire Clan? Why did they look so flustered? Show your pride, Avalon of 5 elements, immeasurable celestial stone. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling spoke softly. It was as if he was holding an army of thousands of men and horses. At this moment, he pointed his sword forward. Boom! The ancient city walls finally awakened. As if the heavens and earth were falling apart, the terrifying power of the law of earth swept out. The city walls rose into the sky, separating heaven and earth. Moreover, huge brown rolling stones began to appear within the city walls. Those rolling stones bloomed with a merciless light and surged towards the people behind. What? The faces of the people who were charging toward Lin Ling all changed. Who would dare to laugh at him now? Rumble. However, the countless rolling stones were still rushing forward. Not only were they massive, but they were also extremely fast, destroying everything in their path. Saint Realm Masters who were hit by these rolling stones were reduced to a rain of blood. In a single breath, dozens of experts had fallen. Everyone was in a complete panic and fled one after another. However, it was too late to escape now. The Avalon of 5 elements was able to guard the mortal realm. How could they withstand its power? Rumble. Countless rolling stones were used from the city walls. They were everywhere in the sky and on the ground. Moreover, they were not afraid of source energy. It was simply an invincible rolling stone array. In just an instant, blood flowed like a river on the ground. More than half of the people who went to kill Lin Ling died immediately. Everything was just as Lin Ling said. Those who dared to kill him were waiting to die. Retreat. Even the Emperor of the Fire Clan and the other experts were afraid and frantically retreated. Rumble. The scene in front could be called hell. The rolling stones rolled over everything. The cultivators who were watching from afar sucked in a breath of cold air. They were lucky that they did not make a move before, otherwise, they would have been dead by now. However, they were also fleeing now. Some people looked at the young man below the city walls and couldn't help but tremble. That was a true emperor who could fight against the world alone. As for Xinyuan Jiuhun and the rest, they were stunned as their hearts pounded. Lin Ling had actually hidden such a trump card. Originally, they were definitely going to lose this battle, but who would have known that Lin Ling alone would turn the situation around and sweep through the world, winning the most beautiful battle? Moreover, his opponent wasn't just a single person, but the entire great region. Let's go! Lin Ling stared ahead. He was also surprised by the power of the Avalon of 5 elements. Then he smiled faintly. The 9 spirits of heaven nodded subconsciously. At this moment, Lin Ling's words were like the sky to them. After this battle, your name Lin Ling will be famous in the mortal realm. Bai Yun Tiandi said in shock and left with Lin Ling. She looked behind her and suddenly remembered Lin Ling's words. She had to pay attention to Xianhuang Deyu. After leaving this time, she would not be able to return for a period of time at least. And now Lin Ling's words were indeed accurate. After a long time, Lin Ling and the rest disappeared. In front of the Avalon of 5 elements, the huge rolling stones gradually dissipated and finally turned into soil that scattered on the ground. Obviously, those stones were formed by the law of earth. Looking ahead, there were only a few people left. The countless experts from before had now turned into piles of soil. Heaven and earth were silent. Those who were still alive felt a chill in their hearts. They had offended Lin Ling and had been completely wiped out. Lin Ling. In the distance, the 2 Shi clan experts' faces were ashen. They had lost. With all the experts in the world besieging Lin Ling should have died without a doubt. However, who knew that they had failed? Moreover, Lin Ling had successfully left Xianhuang Deyu and created the first miracle in the mortal realm. They could imagine that after today, the news that Lin Ling had defeated the entire Xianhuang Deyu would be sensational in the mortal realm. How can he be so powerful? Princess Wuxia's expression was complicated. She suddenly felt that Lin Ling and she were people from 2 different worlds. She was on the ground, and Lin Ling was freely flying in the sky. Was this the youth she had looked down on from the beginning? What a ferocious fellow! The experts with the title of Celestial Emperor trembled. Not only had Lin Ling won, but he had won beautifully and dealt a heavy blow to the enemy. How did he know the secret of the Avalon of 5 elements, and how did he control it? After he left, the sky is high. We can only look for the next opportunity. Let's go! The 2 Shi clan experts left one after another. They suddenly remembered Lin Ling's words. Heaven and earth allowed him to travel. If he wanted to leave, who could stop him? Now Lin Ling was a man of his words. No matter how many people there were, they could not kill him. It was no wonder that Lin Ling was not afraid in the face of the threat of the Fire Clan Emperor. It turned out that he had kept such a trump card. However, they had wronged Lin Ling because Lin Ling had not thought of using the Avalon of 5 elements to repel the enemy. He had only thought of it when Bai Yun Tiandi inadvertently mentioned it. At this moment, after Lin Ling and the others left, they disappeared without a trace and appeared on the vast red earth. This place was like the Gobi Desert. Sunlight shone from afar, making them feel relaxed. Along the way, Xinyuan Jiuhun and Little Flame were extremely excited, and they chatted incessantly. They were naturally talking about Lin Ling's battle. This is the result of everyone's hard work. Chapter 1635. Stone God, we didn't do anything. Bai Yun Tiandi rolled his eyes at Lin Ling. This guy was really considerate of their feelings. The fact that you're standing by my side means that you're supporting me. Without you, I wouldn't dare to face hundreds of millions of experts. Lin Ling still didn't take all the credit, but Bai Yun Tiandi didn't believe that sentence. Because according to her understanding of Lin Ling, this guy was a fearless master. Even if they weren't here, Lin Ling wouldn't be afraid. You can control the sky of fire, and you can even control the sky of earth. Lin Ling, you seem to be omnipotent. After the 9 spirits of heaven became excited, an expression of admiration appeared on his face. The origin of the 9 spirits of heaven was mysterious, But compared to Lin Ling, he felt that Lin Ling was even more mysterious than him. Not only is he omnipotent, but he is also vicious and merciless. Most of the people who chased after us are now dead. Baiyun Tiandi curled his lips and said. His words made the 9 spirits of heaven tremble. Fortunately, he was friends with Lin Ling. If they were enemies, the consequences would be unimaginable. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Now that there are no longer any pursuers, let's have a good rest. We've been tired enough during this period of time. Lin Ling was completely speechless at these guys. He waved his hand and led them to find a place to rest. At this moment, Xianhuang Deyu was in an abyss of suffering. Rumors were spreading everywhere and gradually spread to Shenyuan and Xianpeng province. All the martial artists of Xianhuang Deyu and the 2 Shi clans were dispatched, but they still couldn't catch Lin Ling? This Lin Ling is too crazy. That's nothing. I heard that not only did they fail to capture Lin Ling, many of Xianhuang Deyu's people died. Lin Ling didn't run away, he defeated Xianhuang Deyu. Amazing, amazing! The whole mortal realm was in an uproar. The warriors of the great Xinyuan domain were shocked when they received the news, while the people of Xianpeng province were excited and proud. Their Dongzun had made Xianpeng province proud. Xianyuan, Xianpeng, and Xianhuang were stirred up by Lin Ling alone. It was a quiet night. The night of the Red Earth was not dark at all. On the contrary, there was a faint light. There were ancient rocks all around. They were strange and uncanny, causing people to sigh at the power of nature. Martial artists went against the heavens in order to control the world. But sometimes, thinking about it, this world was not controlled by humans. Humans were ultimately too insignificant compared to the heavens and earth. Lin Ling rested his head on his hands and looked up at the stars in the sky. All sorts of thoughts rose up in his mind, but then he smiled. He didn't have the time to care about the secrets of the world. If he had the time, he wanted to increase his own boundary. His current strength was not bad, but compared to the giants of the mortal realm, it was still not enough. If I can step into the 5th layer Saint Realm, my fire attribute martial arts will be even more powerful. Moreover, if the Tyrant Song Sword can be repaired, my strength will rise again. Unfortunately, the Saint Realm is too difficult to break through. The resources required are too great. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. There were too many things he needed to do now. Little friend, do you have time to meet me? Right at this moment, an ancient voice resounded in Lin Ling's ears, and it caused his expression to change. After he sat up, he noticed that there was no one in the surroundings. Moreover, Shenyuan Jiaohun and the others were either cultivating or sleeping, so they didn't seem to have heard the voice. Who are you? Lin Ling asked in his heart. He knew that the other party was communicating with him through soul force. They all call me Stone God. If you are interested, you can go east. After half an hour, you will be able to see me. Moreover, coming here will only bring you benefits, no harm. The voice sounded kind and friendly. It didn't seem to have any malicious intent. Lin Ling pondered, but he felt that the other party didn't have any malicious intent. Moreover, he also wanted to know why the other party was looking for him. He didn't inform Xiao Yan and the others and left alone. His journey was uneventful. After half an hour, a huge mountain range appeared in front of him. This mountain range covered an area of 1,000 li. It was as if it had existed for tens of thousands of years. Lin Ling stopped in front of the mountain range. Using his soul force, he cautiously scanned the surroundings. After a while, he said, "Senior, I'm here." Ha! Ha! You must be Lin Ling amazing, fighting against Shenhuang Dayu alone. More importantly, your cultivation is only at the 4th layer Saint Realm. This is definitely the first time in the mortal realm. Ha! The ancient voice drifted out, causing Lin Ling to frown. He ignored the other party's praise and said indifferently, "Senior, I'm already here. Do you still want to hide?" Ha! What a cautious little guy. However, I'm not hiding. I'm right in front of you. Ah! The voice laughed. The words caused Lin Ling's pupils to dilate. Subconsciously, he looked at the mountain in front of him and said in disbelief, "Could it be?" Yes. Yes, I am the stone deity. Ah! The voice seemed to have guessed Lin Ling's thoughts and confirmed. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. In front of him was the mountain. This meant that this senior was the mountain. However, when he looked carefully, it wasn't a mountain but a rock. It was just that the rock was so big that Lin Ling mistook it for a mountain at first. No wonder you're called the stone deity. Ah! Lin Ling was secretly surprised. He went straight to the point and said, "Then I wonder why Senior is looking for me? Ha! There's something I need your help with. Only you can help me with. That is to go to a certain place and get me a stone origin core. As for why I need that treasure, it's because I'm a worldly divine stone. However, after so many years, I'm turning into a fossil. I need a stone origin core to maintain my original form." Ha! Why should I help you? It's simple. You want to take away the fire spirit princess. I can help you. Yes. The stone deity spoke very straightforwardly and went straight to the point. You can help me? Yes. Lin Ling frowned. To be honest, if he wanted to take away the fire spirit princess, he really needed some help. After all, it was very difficult for him to do that with his current strength. Don't worry, I dare to guarantee that I can do it because I'm one of the 3 great Shi clans in Xianhuangdiyu, the ancestor of the Stone Clan. The stone deity continued, if I show up, the Fire Clan Emperor will definitely give me face. Most importantly, you have someone's aura on you. Although I've never seen that person before, I'm very familiar with him. I also know that the Fire Clan ancestor is very afraid of that person. Therefore, with both of them combined, I should be able to help you. Yes. The ancestor of the Stone Clan? Lin Ling was shocked. This was a character from 10,000 years ago. He was even qualified to be Lin Ling's grandfather's grandfather. Then Lin Ling frowned. That person's aura? Could it be the Realm Lord? Chapter 1636. Devil Cloud Cave. Hearing this, Lin Ling's complexion changed. He suddenly thought of the Dark Dragon Emperor in the Chaotic Demon Sea. It seemed that he had to be careful. He suddenly asked, since you know that I have that person's eyes, will you harm me? Ha, you are really too cautious. You can rest assured that I will not risk my life to attack you, because the price is very high. Moreover, I also want you to help my Stone Clan and protect them. Although you are still very weak now, you will definitely return to the throne in the future. This is also the reason why I help you. The reason why I asked you to go to a certain place is because that place is also the place where that man first cultivated, so you should be very familiar with that place. Moreover, the cultivation resources you need now, maybe you can find them there. Stone God continued to speak, making Lin Ling ponder. Finally, he nodded. He had an intuition that Stone God did not deceive him. Here is a memory stone, you can use this stone to find that place. After entering that place, it will depend on you. Moreover, my Stone Clan will also help you. Seeing you is like seeing our ancestors. When you come back, I will take you to the Fire Clan. Good. Lin Ling took the memory stone. He saw that the stone was red, and there were complicated patterns engraved on it. It should be the totem of the Stone Clan. Good luck. Thank you. Lin Ling waved his hand and left. The ancient stone mountain looked at Lin Ling and muttered to itself, it seems that he has not awakened yet. When he knows who he is one day, he will return to the throne. Now that he is weak, I helped him. I hope that in the future, he will remember my Stone Clan and protect them. Then, the ancient stone mountain fell into a deep sleep again. When Lin Ling returned, the 9 spirits of heaven and the others had already woken up. They were surprised that Lin Ling had disappeared. Lin Ling did not hide anything and roughly told them what had happened. Hearing that, the 9 spirits of heaven and the others were a little excited, because they were also lacking cultivation resources. Where is the stone pointing? Bai Yun Tiandi asked as he took the stone from Lin Ling's hand. After pouring his spirit energy into it, the stone immediately produced smoke, forming an ancient map in the sky. Staring at the map, Bai Yun Tiandi could not help but exclaim, it's actually the infernal domain. Everyone's expression changed slightly. They never thought that the place with the treasure would be in the demon territory. However, everyone's destination was the demon domain, so they could travel together. Although Lin Ling and the others had escaped from Xianhuangdeyu, they knew that the fire race would not let them go easily. Therefore, it was safer to enter the demon realm. The infernal domain was not far from here. As they advanced, the temperature gradually increased. At a glance, the red soil disappeared, and a golden desert appeared in front of them. Scorching winds and ancient sands spread across the world. From time to time, a sandstorm would roar in the distance. With the help of the climate of this place, earth and wind attribute martial artists could increase their strength by 10%. And the closest city to the demon domain's teleportation array was a city called Ocean Sand City. This place was filled with all sorts of people, and there were many murderers and criminals who committed countless crimes. Most of them were hiding here. If they were wanted by the highest deacon palace in the human world, they could instantly enter the demon domain and escape their pursuit. What a crazy place! There are many titled heavenly emperors here. Lin Ling, currently, you and the 9 spirits of heaven have the strength of a titled heavenly emperor. However, titled heavenly emperors are also divided into strong and weak. Silver, gold and diamond ranks. I belong to the gold rank heavenly emperor. As the few of them chatted along the way, Bai Yun Tiandi explained. Bai Yun Tiandi and Wu Sheng were in the first-degree realm. They belonged to the gold rank. This meant that Emperor Peerless belonged to the silver rank. No wonder the difference between them was so great. And Lin Ling's strength should belong to the silver rank heavenly emperor. As for why there was a division of realms, the reason was that there was a huge difference in strength between titled heavenly emperors. Even if they were in the same realm, the difference was like heaven and earth. Take Lin Ling for example. Because of his high-grade immortal body and powerful soul force, he could defeat 8th-layer saint experts. This was the difference. In addition, there was a time limit for becoming a disciple of the human realm. If one could not become a titled heavenly emperor within 5 years, then one would have to seize the disciple status. However, after becoming a titled heavenly emperor, there was no time limit. Therefore, many of the titled heavenly emperors were older and stronger than the younger generation. This led to a situation where the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Lin Ling, when you reach the 6th-layer saint realm, perhaps you will be invincible in the saint realm. Unless you meet a heavenly emperor. Bai Yun Tiandi said. Lin Ling's talent was not weak, and his saint rune martial arts were also very strong. According to her knowledge, silver rank heavenly emperor's saint rune martial arts were the same as Lin Ling's saint rune martial arts, which were at the great accomplishment realm. And gold rank heavenly emperor's saint rune martial arts were at the peak of transcendent realm. The few of them chatted as they walked. They wore cloaks and straw hats to cover their appearances. However, there were still some blind fellows who came knocking on their door. One had to know that in this place, killing was a common occurrence. The weak had no right to speak. Lin Ling and the others naturally followed the local customs and killed those people. The transmission array gradually came into view. Compared to the transmission array in Ghost Realm, the one in Demon Realm was much bigger and more chaotic. There were many cultivators entering the transmission array. Obviously, the danger in Demon Realm was greater, but there were also more opportunities. Rumble. When Lin Ling and the others entered, the first thing they saw was a dark sky. Demon Chi was rippling in the sky. At any time, cultivators would be swept away by the Demon Chi and disappear. Demon Cloud Cave, I heard that someone has found the ancient ruins. Many experts are rushing over. The ancient ruins, I'm afraid there are many treasures. Most importantly, this is the periphery. There aren't many powerful demons. From the undulating mountain range, voices could be heard from time to time. The 9 spirits of heaven's faces turned ugly. The Demon Cloud Cave was their goal. They didn't expect this secret place to be discovered by others. Damn it, they were faster than us. Bai Yun Tiandi said with dissatisfaction. Don't worry. Although they found the Demon Cloud Cave, it doesn't mean they can find treasures. Lin Ling comforted with a smile. The others nodded and then headed toward the Demon Cloud Cave. The Demon Cloud Cave had been discovered, so Lin Ling and the others arrived there without much effort. There was a crazy battle there. Many corpses were left on the ground, and the treasures on them had been taken away. Most importantly, Lin Ling and the others saw that there were many titled heavenly emperors among the dead. The demon cloud cave was very big, like an abandoned ancient mine. There were many cultivators walking around, but they didn't dare to get close to the demon cloud cave. 9 spirits of heaven, you abandoned child of your family, get over here. At this time, several figures appeared on a black rock in front of them. These people's strength was extremely terrifying. There were several gold-level heavenly emperors, and their strength had reached the peak of the Saint Realm. It's the Xinyuan family. Someone in the distance exclaimed. The Xinyuan family was an ancient family in the ancient Immortal Plateau. They were also one of the deacons of earthly paradise. It was said that the people of this family were the descendants of God, and no one dared to provoke them. Chapter 1637. He's the leader. Didn't you hear that? Those experts called the 9 spirits of heaven abandoned. This means that the 9 spirits of heaven have been abandoned by their families. That's a good show. I wonder if the 9 spirits of heaven will go there on their knees. The crowd began to discuss. At this moment, beside Lin Ling, the 9 spirits of heaven's expression changed. His eyes were cold, but he remained silent. Obviously, he was afraid of the Xinyuan family, and their relationship was extremely bad. Lin Ling did not look at those people. His eyes were still looking ahead. He realized that the reason why no one dared to enter the demonic cloud cave was because there were terrifying demonic creatures in the demonic cloud cave. They were apes with demonic energy rippling all over their bodies. They were extremely strong and could release origin source strength with just a raise of their hands. No wonder so many people had died in front. So that's why. Those demonic apes are very powerful, but their intelligence doesn't seem to be very high. Lin Ling was still watching with his eyes of time. He gradually saw a flaw. Those demonic apes did not seem to rely on aura to detect their enemies, but on their sense of smell. This meant that as long as one could hide from the demonic ape's sense of smell, they could enter the demonic cloud cave. Then, Lin Ling stared at the corpses of the demonic apes in front of him. Although the demonic apes were terrifying, the titled Celestial Emperor's counterattacks were also very powerful. Therefore, they had perished together with the demonic apes. Aren't you going to get over here? So you're with Bai Yun Tiendi. No wonder you're so confident. But do you think Bai Yun Tiendi can protect you alone? Bai Yun Tiendi, we respect your strength, but this is a matter of the Xinyuan family. You'd better not interfere. Those from the Xinyuan family said indifferently. Their leader, a handsome young man with long green hair, spoke coldly. He was Xinyuan Jiuxing, a gold-level titled Celestial Emperor. Their words were obviously a heavy threat. They wanted Bai Yun Tiendi to leave by himself. The white-robed Celestial Emperor is not a fool. She will not offend Xinyuan Jiuxing for the sake of the 9 spirits of heaven. I'm afraid she will leave soon. It was not difficult for many people to guess Bai Yun Tiendi's decision, and there were many gold-ranked titled heavenly emperors who were gloating, because if it were them, they would not offend the Xinyuan family for an ant. At this moment, Bai Yun Tiendi's brows were tightly knitted. Obviously, she didn't want to offend the other party, but she couldn't abandon the 9 spirits of heaven. This made her very difficult. The 9 spirits of heaven didn't want to make things difficult for Bai Yun Tiendi, so he smiled and said, Bai Yun Tiendi, you should leave. This is my business. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to choose. If you don't leave, don't blame us for killing you. In the distance, Xinyuan Jiuxing smiled coldly. His words were extremely domineering. They had more people on their side, so killing Bai Yun Tiendi wouldn't be difficult. Although the 9 spirits of heaven were members of the Xinyuan family, for some reason, the 9 spirits of heaven were abandoned by the family. In addition, the 9 spirits of heaven had offended many people in the past, so the younger generation of the Xinyuan family wanted to teach them a lesson. 1, 2. Xinyuan Jiuxing counted. The surrounding people were even more expectant. Although they were all heavenly emperors, strength still represented everything. The 9 spirits of heaven were extremely loyal and didn't want to implicate Lin Ling and the others, so Bai Yun Tiendi remained silent. Let's go, Bai Yun Tiendi, Lin Ling, you too. 3. At this time, Xinyuan Jiuxing's cold voice sounded as if he had opened the door to killing. It seems like you've chosen to help the 9 spirits of heaven. Xinyuan Jiuxing nodded and raised his right hand. 9 stars aligned and an ancient Xinyuan aura filled the air. He's dead. Bai Yuntiandi is so scared that he doesn't even dare to say a word. Many people shook their heads, but they felt that it was normal. Who would dare to speak when facing a member of the Xinyuan family? Get the fuck out of here. However, at this time, a cold voice sounded. It was like a thunderclap, shocking everyone. Get the fuck out? Someone asked Xinyuan Jiuxing to get the fuck out? The crowd looked at the person who had spoken and found that it was a young man in the 4th heaven of the Saint Realm. Although this young man had been there all along, they had ignored him because his cultivation was too low. However, no one had expected that the young man would speak when Bai Yuntiandi hadn't said a word. Who gave him the right to speak? Xinyuan Jiuxing was also very surprised. He stared at the young man and said, "When you said get the fuck out, are you talking about me, Xinyuan Jiuxing?" The young man was none other than Lin Ling. Although Bai Yuntiandi didn't say anything because he was afraid of the other party, the leader of the 4 was Lin Ling. The 9 spirits of heaven had gone through life and death together. In Lin Ling's heart, they were already brothers. How could Lin Ling swallow his anger when his brothers were insulted? So your name is Xinyuan Jiuxing. Very well, Xinyuan Jiuxing, get the fuck out of here. Lin Ling's mouth twitched as he spat out another sentence. He didn't know the grudge between the 9 spirits of heaven and the latter, but as brothers, he wouldn't back down. Boom. Many people's hearts exploded. This time, he had called out their names. Good. Bai Yuntiandi, you are the strongest. You don't dare to speak, so you let a junior speak? Xinyuan Jiuxing was so angry that he laughed. He thought that it was Bai Yuntiandi's idea. I'm sorry. Among the 4 of us, he is the leader. This time, Bai Yuntiandi spoke without any hesitation. He's the leader? Everyone was surprised again. They carefully looked at Lin Ling. If they didn't know that Bai Yuntiandi was arrogant and wouldn't lie, they would even think that they were dreaming. Most importantly, they noticed that after the young man spoke, Bai Yuntiandi didn't seem to be afraid of Xinyuan Jiuxing anymore. What kind of person was this? His cultivation level wasn't high, but his words were like a stabilizing needle. Even a gold-level titled Celestial Emperor listened to his orders. This was too fake. They didn't know that Bai Yuntiandi had witnessed Lin Ling's miracle. At this moment, she was completely convinced by Lin Ling. In addition, seeing that Lin Ling was so fearless, she knew that Lin Ling definitely had a way to deal with Xinyuan Jiuxing. Xinyuan Jiuxing was also shocked. This was the first time he looked at Lin Ling. However, he found that Lin Ling didn't have anything special about him. Do you know the price of telling me to fuck off? Xinyuan Jiuxing said coldly. His eyes were full of murderous intent. There's no need to put on an act in front of me. If you dare to touch my brother, I only have one word for you, fuck off. Lin Ling was still unafraid. His frivolous and domineering attitude caused more people to suck in a breath of cold air. They didn't know where Lin Ling's confidence came from. At this time, Lin Ling spoke again. None of you know how to enter the Devil Cloud Cave, but I have a way. However, there are ugly flies buzzing around. Before they are dealt with, I won't announce the method to enter the Devil Cloud Cave. Silence. The moment Lin Ling's words came out, the crowd fell into silence. They had long wanted to enter the Devil Cloud Cave, but there was a terrifying devil ape outside, so they couldn't do anything about it. But now, the young man said that he had a way to enter. How could they miss such an opportunity? Are you lying to us? An expert said indifferently. This person was very old with white hair, but his strength wasn't much weaker than Xinyuan Jiuxing. If you have a way, I can promise you. Another expert said. Chapter 1638. Brothers, even at the cost of their lives. Since I dared to say it, I naturally won't lie to you. Of course, words are not proof. I will verify it myself, but before that, you trash have to get out of my sight. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He had been so confident before because he had thought of a way to deal with it. Regardless of the other party's background and strength, if they dared to touch Lin Ling's brother, Lin Ling would still dare to challenge them. Lin Ling, thank you. The 9 spirits of heaven looked at Lin Ling with gratitude. Their eyes were red. Lin Ling waved his hand and looked at the crowd indifferently. The crowd fell silent as they analyzed Lin Ling's words. No matter how they looked at it, they could still participate in the bet because Lin Ling wanted to verify it himself. Since Lin Ling had failed and was torn apart by the devil ape, how could they not dare to take the bet? Xianyuan Jiuxing, get out of my sight. An expert shouted angrily. You're courting death. Xianyuan Jiuxing's face turned ferocious. He was a descendant of God, who gave him the guts. Get out of my sight. However, the crowd shouted angrily. They wanted Xianyuan Jiuxing to get out of their sight. If you don't get out of my sight, don't blame us for bullying you with numbers. An old man said coldly. No matter how strong Xianyuan Jiuxing was, he would still die if he offended the crowd. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to choose. If you don't leave, don't blame us for killing you. At this time, Lin Ling's voice drifted out. Xianyuan Jiuxing's eyes narrowed. He had said those words before, but Lin Ling had returned them to him. Most importantly, Lin Ling was only a 4th-layer saint. This was the first time in his life that Xianyuan Jiuxing dared to threaten him with such strength. Do you think you can kill me? Xianyuan Jiuxing gritted his teeth. 1. Lin Ling ignored him and counted out the number. 2. Xianyuan Jiuxing's heart skipped a beat every time he counted out the number. He could feel that the murderous aura of the crowd was getting thicker and thicker as if they were being summoned by Lin Ling. 3. Lin Ling finally spat out a word coldly. Kill. The crowd's murderous aura surged. Only by driving Xianyuan Jiuxing away would they be able to enter the demonic cloud cave. Xiu xiu xiu. One after another, masters rushed out. All of them were at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage, and there were even 1 or 2 10 directions martial emperors. Crazy. A mere 4th-level Saint Realm ant had actually summoned a martial emperor expert. Leave. Xianyuan Jiuxing roared. What else could he do? You're lucky that you're fast enough. Xiu 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 of xiu xiu of xiu xiu, assist. Such words undoubtedly caused Xianyuan Jiuxing to feel like spitting blood, and he wished for nothing more than to make a move and annihilate that ant. Of course, he could only think about it. After all, the people in the surroundings wouldn't agree to it. Gradually, Xianyuan Jiuxing and the others left. Xianyuan Jiuhun looked at Lin Ling gratefully. Previously, when the Xianyuan family had arrived, he had thought that he would definitely be taught a lesson. At that time, he didn't want to involve Lin Ling, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would stand up for him? Lin Ling had called him brother, and in the end, Xianyuan Jiuxing, who he feared, had fled. Xiu 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 was willing to sacrifice himself for him. The 9 spirits of heaven remembered this favor and willingly regarded Lin Ling as their boss. He had been bullied his whole life, but now he had a boss to help him. Big brother is the best. Little Flame laughed. He had long regarded Lin Ling as his big brother. Now, Lin Ling had fulfilled the responsibility of a leader. I was just lucky. Lin Ling shook his head. He was indeed lucky. If he hadn't found a way to enter the demonic cloud cave, Xianyuan Jiuhun would have been taught a lesson. However, he was also secretly shocked. Xianyuan Jiuhun's origin was very powerful. Those people from the Xianyuan family were obviously extremely terrifying existences in the mortal world. Your Excellency, can we start now? The surrounding warriors came back and looked at Lin Ling. They had no friendship with Lin Ling. They would not hesitate to kill Lin Ling. However, in this world, there were no eternal friends or eternal enemies. There were only eternal interests. Yes. Lin Ling nodded and walked to the front of the demon cloud cave step by step. Then, he came to the front of a dead demon ape. He tore open its black fur and smeared a large amount of blood and flesh on his body. This. Bai Yuntiandi's eyes twitched. What is Lin Ling doing? It's too disgusting. The crowd also widened their eyes. Smearing a corpse's flesh on one's body was indeed a bit difficult for noble warriors to do. This guy is ruthless. An old man shook his head helplessly. However, he was also curious about what Lin Ling was doing. However, Lin Ling was extremely patient. He smeared the demon ape's flesh all over his body, leaving no holes. Only then did he let out a light breath and strode forward. Previously, he had seen with his eye of time that the demon ape's nostrils twitched slightly before attacking the warriors. It seemed that they were searching for the enemy through their sense of smell. He's going to enter the demon cloud cave just like that? If he fails, he will die. With his courage, even if he fails, I was willing to help him before. Many warriors voiced their opinions. That young man was simply a madman. Swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, demonic chi billowed out. On the ground, terrifying demon apes crawled out. Their bodies were completely black, and only their eyes were blood red. That aura made people tremble with fear. The warriors became nervous. They stared at Lin Ling, wanting to see the result. However, Lin Ling was fearless and took a step forward. The surrounding demon apes roared, erupting with a ferocious aura that could tear apart heaven and earth. However, Lin Ling took another step forward. What surprised everyone was that the demon apes seemed to be blind. After roaring, they only sniffed around. Even when Lin Ling walked past them, they did not seem to notice. Same kind. The demon apes regarded Lin Ling as their own kind. Amazing! Seeing Lin Ling walk past the demon apes, the warriors became excited. They could enter the demonic cloud cave. Then, they looked at Lin Ling with deep gratitude. No matter what, Lin Ling had risked his life to open the key to the demonic cloud cave for them. At this moment, Lin Ling was excited. This method had succeeded. The reason why he had announced this method was that no one knew what dangers lay within the demonic cloud cave. Therefore, the more people that entered, the safer it would be. Moreover, even if more people entered, Lin Ling believed that the Real treasure would belong to him. This was because the demonic cloud cave was the first place that person cultivated. Big Brother succeeded. Let's learn from him and smear the demon ape's flesh and enter. Little Flame chuckled. Everyone was surprised by Lin Ling's courage and attentiveness. Only he felt that it was normal because his big brother was omnipotent. No, I don't want to. Bai Yun Tiandi kept shaking her head. She was a woman and had mysophobia. Did she want to smear dirty things on her body? The 9 spirits of heaven smiled bitterly. It seemed that in order to become stronger, one had to pay a lot. Chapter 1639. Treasures left behind by the former world lord. The demon cloud cave was like an abandoned mine. On the hard rock walls, there were large and small holes. They were like demons with their mouths wide open, luring everyone in. Lin Ling's footsteps came to a halt. The Eye of Time appeared and he quietly observed. Finally, a sense of familiarity arose. It was as if he had been here a long, long time ago. He knew that this was the power of the Eye of Time. Because this was the place where that person first cultivated, the eyes he left behind for Lin Ling contained the secrets of this place. It also allowed Lin Ling to know where the treasures were hidden. So he was alone at the start, like an abandoned child of the heavens and earth. He was chased by countless powerhouses and finally fled here. He also preserved the cultivation treasures in case he needed them. But in the following days he grew even stronger. Thus, he didn't come back to take the treasures he left behind. Lin Ling finally saw that person's youthful appearance. At that time, the World Lord was only 15 or 16 years old. His features were childish and his lips were pursed. He had a stubborn and unyielding will. And this was also the place where the young World Lord rose to prominence. He didn't know why, but looking at this youth, Lin Ling felt like he was looking at himself. They had the same martial arts heart, the same persistence and tenacity, and their willpower slowly grew stronger. The difference was that this youth eventually became the #1 World Lord of the heavens and earth. As for Lin Ling, he was still fighting and hadn't reached the peak of the heavens and earth. I'll catch up to you. Lin Ling muttered to himself. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a confident smile. Lin Ling, what should we do next? The 9 spirits of heaven had been waiting for Lin Ling. When they entered this place, Lin Ling had stopped. This left them with no choice but to wait in place. They also saw that in the distance, there were martial artists who had entered even deeper. They had likely already obtained some good treasures. This made them very jealous. They only obtain some small benefits. The real treasures will belong to me. At the same time, Lin Ling laughed, causing the 9 spirits of heaven to be excited. They liked hearing Lin Ling's confident words. Follow me. Lin Ling didn't stay any longer. He led the group in another direction. Along the way, the 9 spirits of heaven almost fainted. Finally, they arrived at a valley. The surroundings were quiet. There were pitch-black caves on the walls. However, they could see that outside some of the caves, there were large amounts of corpses lying on the ground. Clearly, there were people who wanted to enter the caves, but they were killed by the dangers inside. The 9 spirits of heaven sucked in a breath of cold air. What was this mysterious cave hiding? Then, just as they were about to ask Lin Ling, they saw that Lin Ling had already stepped into one of the caves. This made them nervous. It's fine, come in. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice came from within the cave. Moreover, an arm stretched out from the darkness and waved at them. Big brother, you're too bold. However, he doesn't seem to have encountered any danger. His luck is pretty good. Little Flame and Bayuntiendi said to each other and hurried over. If there was no danger in that cave, there must be some great treasure. Sure enough, after they stepped into the cave, the treasures inside caused them to suck in a breath of cold air. Heavenly Milk Sacred Stone. Whirlpool Essence Brain. There's even a Mother of Iron. We're rich, we're rich. In just a moment, the group let out a crazy laugh. This was a treasure trove. Even the knowledgeable Bayuntiendi was incoherent at this moment, dancing with joy. It had to be known that ordinary treasures were nothing to a heavenly emperor-level powerhouse. Their cultivation effects were also poor. However, the treasures in this cave were of the utmost importance. They could be used to break through realms easily. Moreover, many of the treasures were rare materials for refining weapons. For example, the Mother of Iron. Although its name seemed ordinary, it was the mother of all iron ores. According to legend, it was born when the heavens and earth were split apart. In the mortal world, only one piece had ever appeared. As for the heavenly milk sacred stone, it was a stalactite hanging from the rock wall. At the tip of the stalactite, the milk dripping down was the half-saint's essence. Most importantly, this half-saint's essence was inexhaustible. Sure enough, we're rich. Lin Ling's heart was also jumping. Although he already knew that there were countless treasures in the cave, seeing it with his own eyes still made him excited. He had always lacked cultivation resources. Therefore, when facing strong enemies, he had to rely on other methods to deal with them. But now, he had the qualifications. He wanted to see how many powerhouses existed in the Heavenly Emperor's world. Collect them. 9 spirits of heaven, why are you being so careful? There are countless treasures here. What's the big deal if you destroy a few? The group began to get busy. Lin Ling saw that the 9 spirits of heaven was collecting some kind of heavenly rare herb while he was lying on the ground slowly digging. This made Lin Ling grumble. Haha, boss is right. I forgot that we're rich. The 9 spirits of heaven awkwardly scratched the back of their heads and laughed. While Lin Ling and the others were collecting treasures, Little Flame, who was guarding outside the cave, had a conflict with someone else. What do you want? Nothing, just looking around. You should know that the demonic cloud cave is not your home. You don't have the qualifications to monopolize this place. Besides, if you don't let us go in and take a look, do you have anything to gain? The voices from outside the cave made Lin Ling frown. He ordered the 9 spirits of heaven to continue collecting and strode out. Sneaking around, what kind of warrior are you? Get out of the way, I want to enter the cave and take a look. That's enough. The cave has always been here, but you didn't dare to enter. Now that we've entered, you're making trouble. The voices continued to come from outside the cave. Are you done with your nonsense? Let me tell you, I've had my eyes on this cave for a long time. It's just that you've beaten me to it. I haven't blamed you for snatching my cave. Now get out of my way, or don't blame me for being rude. Your Excellency, we just want to enter and take a look. We won't make trouble. You'd better get out of the way. There were many voices outside, each with their own opinions, but their goal was the same. They all wanted to enter the cave. Who dares to mess around? Lin Ling quickened his pace and appeared outside the cave. The appearance of the ancient divine emperor shocked the outside of the cave into silence. "It's you, Lin Ling?" After a while, a surprised voice came from the crowd outside the cave. Lin Ling looked over and saw that it was Minister Yu, the number one in the West Mountain of the 7 emperors of the world. This surprised Lin Ling. However, Minister Yu was even more surprised, and there was a cold smile on his face. It was as if he had been looking for Lin Ling for a long time and finally found Lin Ling. However, Minister Yu was even more surprised, and there was a cold smile on his face. It was as if he had been looking for Lin Ling for a long time and finally found Lin Ling. He smiled and said, "Lin Ling, it's rumored that you died in Xianhuangdiyu. I didn't expect you to be so lucky to appear here." Obviously, he didn't know that Lin Ling had fought Xianhuangdiyu alone, because he had already appeared in the demon area at that time. Lin Ling sneered and didn't say anything. He took a step forward and punched out with the ancient divine emperor's fist. Chapter 1640. Weaklings have no right to choose. Puff, 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 puff. With a punch, the space exploded. The ancient god emperor appeared, and it was even clearer now. He had bronze skin and solid muscles, appearing behind Lin Ling like a guardian god. Earth Tier 10th grade talent. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect this youth who suddenly appeared to be so strong. Minister Yu's expression changed drastically. Last time, he lost to Lin Ling under the 7 Emperors' Heaven. At that time, he felt that Lin Ling was only slightly stronger than him. But who knew that Lin Ling's strength increased again, and it actually gave him a strong sense of oppression, as if he was the sky above his head. Boom! With a punch, Minister Yu's origin energy was destroyed, and he was smashed to the ground, causing the earth to crack. With the power of 12 universes, plus the power to collapse space, the current Minister Yu was as weak as a dog when facing Lin Ling. But Lin Ling stepped on Minister Yu's body, and looked at the crowd indifferently. "Is there anyone else who wants to go in?" His voice was calm, but it carried a strong sense of viciousness, and was overbearing beyond compare. The reason why Lin Ling was so violent at the beginning and defeated Minister Yu ruthlessly was because he wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. The surrounding martial artists were silent. They were mostly disciples of the mortal realm, and there were a few heavenly emperor powerhouses among them. But at this moment, they were all extremely fearful. "Lin Ling, kill me if you have the ability." On the ground, Minister Yu's bones were broken, and he spat out blood as he roared. He still wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, but he was easily taught a lesson by Lin Ling. "All of you don't have to be afraid of him, he's only strong in appearance. Think about it, he's guarding the cave entrance so overbearingly, then there's naturally countless treasures in the cave. And he's just one person, and you have so many people, why are you afraid of him?" Minister Yu roared again, bewitching everyone. Lin Ling wanted to teach him a lesson, so how could he let Lin Ling have it easy? He wanted to see Lin Ling's regretful look, regret offending him. When the surrounding people heard that, they became restless. Indeed, they had more people. Who dares to mess around? Little Flame also roared furiously. In front of a treasure, these people would obviously take the risk. Therefore, he was already prepared to fight to the death. "If you're not afraid of death, then come at me." At this moment, Lin Ling's body trembled, and numerous figures appeared behind him. Those figures were none other than Lin Ling himself. One man turned into an army of 10,000, and all of them looked around coldly. Lin Ling wanted to see who had more people. Unless there was a gold-level heavenly emperor powerhouse here, otherwise he was not afraid of anyone. So fierce. A terrifying aura surged toward them. At a glance, they could see that the crowd was densely packed with venerable sovereigns. The crowd around them gaped and didn't dare to move. If it was just Lin Ling, they could still win by relying on the advantage of numbers. But was there even a single Lin Ling? "I'm not participating. He's already unleashed such terrifying strength when we just met. If we really fight, he might be able to unleash even more strength. Not worth it." Many people turned around and left. At the same time, they were curious about who that young man was and why he was so strong. "Bastard! Minister Yu immediately gritted his teeth. Previously, he had bewitched everyone to use the numbers tactic, but now Lin Ling had given him a slap in the face. Comparing numbers, Lin Ling turned into an army of 10,000. Lin Ling, kill me if you have the ability. Minister Yu also knew that the demon domain was not the same as the Seven Emperors' Heaven. If he met Lin Ling, he would definitely die. Therefore, he also threw caution to the wind. If he wanted to kill him, then kill him. He would not lower his head and beg for mercy. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He kept his doppelgangers and walked back. He squatted down and looked at Minister Yu. At the same time, he patted his face. In this world, strength represents everything. The strong can dominate anything, including the lives of the weak. Do you want to die? Unfortunately, in front of me, you can't die even if you want to. After saying that, Lin Ling punched out and shattered Minister Yu's dantian and meridians. Minister Yu let out a painful cry. His entire body was crippled. Lin Ling. Minister Yu's heart trembled. Lin Ling was humiliating him. In front of Lin Ling, he couldn't die even if he wanted to. He had no choice. Let's go, Little Flame. Lin Ling beckoned to Little Flame, leaving Minister Yu lying on the ground. He could use him to intimidate everyone. This method is ruthless enough. He can't even choose to die? The people in the distance narrowed their eyes. They didn't dare to touch that cave. After Lin Ling returned to the cave, Bai Yun Tiandi and Little Flame laughed. They weren't worried about Lin Ling because they knew that this guy wasn't a pushover. Lin Ling's eyes were fixed on the harvest on the ground. In the eye of time, this cave had the most treasures and the most expensive ones. He hoped to find the heart of rock origin. Did you find the heart of rock origin? Is it this treasure? Yes. Bai Yun Tiandi took out a gray stone. The stone was emitting smoke and looked very mysterious. This is a treasure that can greatly help Earth attribute martial artists. It can increase their martial arts comprehension and talent. The 9 spirits of heaven said. Unfortunately, he wasn't an Earth attribute martial artist, so the treasure was useless to him. How it's this? Yes. Lin Ling quickly stepped forward and took the heart of rock origin. He had promised to find this treasure for the stone god. Now that he had found it, he could ask the stone god to help him go to the fire tribe. After the stone god's task was completed, the several people immediately divided the treasures. Lin Ling, this cave was found by you. You can take the biggest share. Bai Yun Tiandi said to Lin Ling with a smile. She didn't expect that when her sister introduced Lin Ling to her in the past, not only would Lin Ling help her improve her talent, he would also give her a great harvest. She looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes, and a thought flashed in her mind. For the first time, she had a strange feeling. Then she blushed. I am a gold celestial emperor level expert, his senior sister. How can I be tempted by him? She didn't know why, but she liked to stay by Lin Ling's side. This made her feel extremely complicated. Unfortunately, the feelings between men and women were subtle, especially after experiencing life and death together. Feelings were even more uncontrollable. Lin Ling was handsome and had all kinds of mysterious methods. Any woman would be tempted by him. Bai Yun Tiandi was no exception. It was just that she didn't want to admit it. No need. Since we've gone through life and death together, we'll split the harvest equally. Lin Ling shook his head with a smile. In the Fire Clan, Bai Yun Tiandi and the others could leave by themselves, but they didn't. They accompanied Lin Ling to face the oppression of the Fire Clan, so Lin Ling wouldn't burn the bridge after crossing the river. This, Bai Yun Tiandi said awkwardly. Bai Yun Tiandi, I say, you don't have to be so pretentious. We're brothers, there's no need to be like this. Also, why is your face so red? The 9 spirits of heaven weren't polite. In front of the boss, if they were polite, how could they still be brothers? Ah! Bai Yun Tiandi exclaimed. Previously, she was thinking about a mess of things, which caused her face to unconsciously turn red. It was worth mentioning that she wasn't very beautiful, but her complexion was very good, giving people a clean feeling. Chapter 1641. On the road again, in addition to the cultivation items, Lin Ling also collected many fire attribute treasures. What was even more precious was that he found many materials for forging divine weapons. During this period, Lin Ling had been fighting with the flames with his fists because the tyrannical song sword was on the verge of shattering. Now, the tyrannical song sword could slowly be repaired. I wonder who the owner of the demonic cloud cave is. He actually collected so many treasures. Yes, our cave is only one of them. There are many treasures in other places. Bai Yuntiendi and the others all spoke. Their cave was obviously the one with the greatest harvest. Lin Ling smiled. He naturally knew who the owner was, but he didn't say it because there was no need to. Then Lin Ling suggested, "Next, I'm going to go to a place alone. I'll be separated from everyone for the time being." In the demonic cloud cave, there was a place Lin Ling had to go. One of the most important treasures of the realm lord was left there. That place was not very useful to Bai Yuntiendi and the others, so Lin Ling planned to separate for the time being. "Okay, we'll wait for you outside the demonic cloud cave." "Yes." The 9 spirits of heaven didn't ask for the reason and directly nodded. He guessed that Lin Ling had his own things to do. There are many treasures in the demon region. We'll also look for other treasures outside. Lin Ling, come find us after you leave the demonic cloud cave. Bai Yuntiendi said. They soon separated and Lin Ling went on alone. Now that he had cultivation resources, it wasn't difficult for him to raise his cultivation level. However, he had to get the most important treasure of the demonic cloud cave immediately. Otherwise, if it was taken by others, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Although he knew where the treasure was, it was possible for others to find it by accident. Along the way, more and more memories appeared in Lin Ling's eyes, making him more familiar with this place. Even so, he was still careful because so many years had passed, and no one knew what had changed here. It was right to be careful. After passing through several caves, Lin Ling blasted open the rock walls and found another path from the caves. After turning left and right, he finally appeared on top of a cliff. He walked along the cliff, and there was a small winding path at the edge of the cliff. The sky was the rock wall, and it was pitch black as if there was a terrifying danger. In such a place, Lin Ling naturally Lin Ling you as they moved forward, the thick smell of blood permeated the air. Lin Ling looked at the bottom of the cliff, where there were layers of ancient stairs leading upwards. However, at that moment, on the stairs, broken flesh and bones were scattered everywhere. Moreover, there were large numbers of black exotic beasts feasting in groups of 2s and 3s. It made one's scalp tingle. Obviously, there were people here, but they encountered the rats of the demon territory, so they were all wiped out. As he moved forward, Lin Ling saw several powerhouses desperately resisting. In front of them was a dense swarm of demon rats. These demon rats had extremely strong defenses and were not afraid of source energy attacks. They were extremely terrifying. Lin Ling saw a Peak Saint Realm Heavenly Emperor being bitten by a demon rat. He immediately lost the ability to fight. Obviously, these demon rats were poisonous. Even a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse would fall here. The demon territory was indeed terrifying. Lin Ling secretly felt lucky. If he had not walked on the cliff, with his current strength, it would have been difficult for him to escape death. In the end, Lin Ling watched the powerhouses die. He shook his head and continued on his way. The demon territory and the ghost territory were the same, but the ghost territory had the Yellow Springs Mountain, so it didn't look terrifying. However, if he entered the Reincarnation City, it would be different. There were many ghost clans in the Reincarnation City, and they were as strong as the demon territory. As he moved forward, he seemed to have reached the top of the mountain. There were black clouds and dense demon chi. He could faintly hear voices. Who are you? How did you get here? Now piss off or you'll die. Xianyuan Jiuxing, given the current situation, you will definitely die if I leave. This lightning demon celestial stone is currently being supported by the strength of both of us. If I am not around, can you block it alone? You're not bad, you're a gold cultivator, but how come I've never heard of you? When did you enter the Great Emperor's world? I'm Dugukong Lei from Champion University. Let's not talk about useless things. The most important thing is to get the treasure. There weren't many people at the top of the mountain, only 2. They weren't from the same group. Lin Ling's eyes twinkled. He had heard from them that he had seen them before. One of them was Xian Yuan Jiuxing, the other was Dugu Kong Lei. Back then, when Lin Ling had challenged the Xian list, Dugu Kong Lei was a strong celestial emperor. However, the two of them seemed to be in trouble. Lin Ling jumped down from the cliff and landed on the top of the mountain. He glanced around and saw that there was a gigantic black thunderbolt at the top of the mountain. It was falling down, but two people were blocking it. Those two people were Xian Yuan Jiuxing and Dugu Kong Lei. In the distance, there was a stone house. It looked peaceful, but it looked mysterious. The stone house was where the treasure was, but nobody could get close to it. Xian Yuan Jiuxing and Dugu Kong Lei were blocking the gigantic black thunderbolt. Senior Windchaser's treasure, my Xian Yuan family spent a lot of resources to finally find it. Dugu Kong, you should back down and hold on to the magic stones for me. As long as I get the treasure, I'll give you enough compensation. Xian Yuan Jiuxing, as far as I know, Master Zhui Feng's historical remains were announced by an old man from the great region of Xian Yuan. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, you didn't open the Demon Cloud Cave, so you're lying to yourself. Bastard, I'm telling you that treasure is mine. The two people were still talking, neither of them was willing to give way to the other. Hehe, you're fighting so fiercely, why don't you give it to me? At this moment, Lin Ling's figure appeared, walking forward with a smile. It's you. The two of them exclaimed at the same time. They naturally knew who Lin Ling was. How did you get here? You should know that the road here is full of danger. Several experts of my Xian Yuan clan died before I could reach the top of the mountain safely. Xian Yuan Jiuxing's eyes narrowed in shock. Dugu Konglei's expression also changed slightly. He could see that Lin Ling was only a fourth-layer saint. This kind of strength belonged to the lowest realm in the Devil Cloud Cave, but he had still come this far. Could it be that he knew some kind of shortcut? Get lost. I didn't kill you last time, but now you dare to appear again. Don't make me angry, or I'll kill you immediately. I can tell you, this Demon Cloud Cave belongs to my Xian Yuan clan. Xian Yuan Jiuxing didn't know how Lin Ling could get here. His face was full of killing intent. If it weren't for the magic stones above his head, he would have killed Lin Ling already. Hehe, Xian Yuan Jiuxing, you're really thick-skinned. I opened the Demon Cloud Cave, but now it's your home? Chapter 1642. Entering the stone house, get lost. Xian Yuan Jiuxing became even more furious. Was this guy trying to take advantage of the situation? Hehe, Xian Yuan Jiuxing, you can kill him, but the result will be mutual destruction. You can see that the ancient thing above us is not something I can block alone. Dugu Kong Lei said with a smile. His sword was blocking the demon stone in the sky, so if Xian Yuan Jiuxing went to kill Lin Ling, all three of them would die under the demon stone. Xian Yuan Jiuxing did not dare to move and stood there in a daze. Lin Ling continued to move forward, taking advantage of their fear, so he dared to approach the stone house. Lin Ling, be careful, that stone house was left behind by Senior Windchaser, it is not easy to get close to it. Dugu Kong Lei said with the intention of helping Lin Ling. Hehe, only a fourth-layer saint, to be able to reach here is already not bad. You actually want to obtain Senior Windchaser's treasures, you really don't know your own limits. Xian Yuan Jiuxing calmed down and did not get angry because he felt that Lin Ling would die in front of the stone house. Senior Windchaser? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The demonic cloud cave was left behind by the Realm Lord. How did it become Senior Windchaser? Then he guessed that no one knew that the so-called Senior Windchaser was the Realm Lord. The reason was simple, because this was the place where the Realm Lord broke through his bottleneck when he was young. At that time, he was not famous. But as Lin Ling moved forward, the tranquil stone house emitted a powerful pressure that prevented anyone from approaching, causing Lin Ling's steps to become heavy and his body to tremble. Ha, go, we will join hands to block the demon stone for you and watch you snatch the treasures. Xian Yuan Jiuxing sneered. His words carried the intention of ridiculing Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not pay attention to him and continued to move forward. Every step was as difficult as ascending the heavens, and the ancient power of the stone house seemed to want to tear his body apart. Fortunately, Lin Ling's body was extremely strong, otherwise he would have suffered. Moreover, the stone house had been submerged for 100 years and seemed to have its own consciousness. Seeing that it could not destroy Lin Ling, a terrifying willpower turned into an awl and attacked Lin Ling's soul. Unfortunately, compared to his body, Lin Ling's soul was more terrifying. Therefore, that willpower was unable to shake Lin Ling's soul. After an unknown period of time, the heavy burden on Lin Ling's body finally disappeared. His entire body was dripping with sweat. In this short period of time, he had actually fought several battles with powerhouses. But in front of him, the ancient stone house remained motionless. The door opened, revealing pitch-black darkness within. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he stepped in. "Bastard!" Seeing Lin Ling's action, Xinyuan Jiuxing finally let out an angry voice. He saw Lin Ling step into the stone house with his own eyes, and he could do nothing. Dugu Konglei's eyes flickered. He did not expect Lin Ling to succeed. He and Xinyuan Jiuxing had helped him. However, what surprised the two of them was that after Lin Ling entered, the stone house fell silent, and no strange scenes appeared. Looks like he's dead." Xinyuan Jiuxing's expression changed quickly, and he laughed gloatingly. He did not think that Lin Ling could obtain the ancient treasure. Dugu Konglei frowned. At this moment, after Lin Ling stepped into the stone house, it was as if he entered the water. An indescribable feeling hit him in the face, causing him to cry out in pain, and then he fainted. Time seemed to be frozen, and it was as if thousands of years had passed. When Lin Ling woke up, he found that there was a sudden change in him. Although the change was not big, it was still noticed by Lin Ling. His soul force unknowingly reached level 137, continuously increasing by 5 levels. Moreover, a memory that did not belong to him quietly appeared. The memories were fragmented and incomplete, but it allowed Lin Ling to be more familiar with the Sector Lord when he was young. The young man was hunted down and hid in the Devil Domain. He almost died many times, but in the end he obtained a treasure in the Devil Domain and narrowly escaped the disaster. The memory made Lin Ling mutter to himself. He had experienced a trip to the Ghost Domain and reincarnated once. It could be said that he had seen a lot, but compared to the young man's life, he still sighed at the other party's bumpy youth. At such a young age, he had experienced the vicissitudes of life and had fought thousands of battles. The Xinyuan family, I didn't expect it to exist 10,000 years ago. It had a conflict with the young realm lord. The young man was hunted down, and it was because of the Xinyuan family that he hid in the Devil Domain. Lin Ling muttered to himself again. The Xinyuan family was known as the descendant of God, and was one of the deacons of the heavenly earth. It seemed that their origin was indeed ancient. However, the realm lord eventually became the lord of heaven and earth. Why did he not obliterate the Xinyuan family? This made Lin Ling somewhat puzzled, but he guessed that there must be a hidden story. Perhaps the Xinyuan family was avenged by the realm lord, but the descendants hid their names. After the realm lord fell, they once again appeared in the world. In general, the Xinyuan family was also the enemy of the realm lord. When an expert rose to the top, there would definitely be many enemies in the process. Hence, the Xinyuan family might be one of them. Entering the Devil Domain, the people of the Devil race once again hunted down the realm lord. The process of the realm lord's youth is somewhat similar to mine. Lin Ling spoke again. Unfortunately, the memories disappeared here. Other than that, there were many memories of cultivation. However, they were extremely blurry, causing Lin Ling to shake his head. His gaze finally turned to the front, only to see that the surroundings had already returned to normal. In the stone house, there was a gray-colored egg. It was 1/2 meter tall and quietly laid there. At this moment, there were cracks on the eggshell, and there was moss on the surface, as though it was a dead object. This was the treasure that the young realm lord valued the most. That year he left it here. Unfortunately, because of fate, he didn't come back to take it. As for the reason, Lin Ling guessed that it should be that the young realm lord had obtained an even stronger treasure, so he gave up on this item. However, with the young realm lord's vision, he might have already looked down on this treasure, but Lin Ling could take it all. I wonder what treasure it is. Lin Ling was filled with anticipation as he slowly walked forward. "Your Majesty, this is a dragon egg." At this moment, Violet Elder, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke, causing Lin Ling's expression to change. "Dragon? A real dragon? Unfortunately, this dragon egg is already dead. Moreover, it was refined into a treasure by someone using cruel methods." Violet Elder said with some regret. Lin Ling nodded. He didn't know who did it, to actually use a dragon egg to refine it. However, he guessed that it shouldn't be done by the young Realm Lord because at that time, the young Realm Lord didn't have such strength. "Open it and take a look," Violet Elder said to Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to nod his head. He carefully walked forward, his palm caressing the uneven surface of the eggshell, slowly channeling his energy into it. Kacha! The eggshell shattered, and black scales appeared. It was actually a dragon claw. This. Lin Ling's expression drastically changed. He suddenly felt that the dragon in the eggshell was cruelly killed by someone, but the dragon claw was allowed to grow, all the way until today. Chapter 1643. The mysterious man makes a move. "Your Majesty, dragon claw, I understand." Elder Z suddenly shouted in surprise, which surprised Lin Ling. The dragon claw was obviously an inanimate object, so what was there to be excited about? An expert was lucky enough to obtain a dragon egg, but he didn't need a dragon claw, so he used an evil technique to forge the dragon claw for his own use. Elder Z explained, this kind of physical body cultivation method appeared in the star-picking nation in the past, and it was recorded by the great emperor of the star-picking nation. It's a method to instantly become stronger, also known as grafting. The difficulty lies in finding the best materials. If your Majesty refines this dragon claw, then your Majesty will have a dragon claw. Boom. Hearing this, Lin Ling's heart exploded. This meant that the dragon claw was a precious treasure. How do I refine it? Lin Ling asked hurriedly. He urgently needed to improve his strength. It will take a long time to refine the dragon claw, but your Majesty has the Purple Mansion, so time isn't a problem. Plus, you have a lot of cultivation resources, so you don't lack them. You just need to find a suitable place. Elder Z said excitedly. During this period, he had seen that Lin Ling was still weak when facing the giants of the mortal world and the experts of the Heaven and Earth Emperor's world. But now, he was qualified to become stronger. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded hurriedly and carefully collected the dragon claw. He didn't even let the eggshell go. Just as Lin Ling finished collecting the treasures, the stone house suddenly swayed and showed signs of breaking. At this moment, outside the stone house, Xianyuan Jiuxing and Dugu Konglei were still holding the demon stone, looking for a way to break it. At this moment, the stone house swayed, and even the demon stone above their heads swayed. What's going on? Is that guy still alive? Both of them were stunned for a moment, and they were shocked. Boom! Almost at the same time, the stone house shattered. A figure slowly appeared amidst the dust that filled the sky. He was dressed in a blue robe and was extremely handsome. However, he also carried an ancient aura. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? This guy really isn't dead yet. Xianyuan Jiuxing and Dugu Konglei's eyes widened, especially Xianyuan Jiuxing. He felt as if he had eaten a fly. Lin Ling was still alive, and the stone house had been destroyed. This meant that Lin Ling had obtained Senior Windchaser's treasure. Anger. Unprecedented anger. Not long ago, he was still thinking of a way to crack the spell and how to obtain the treasure. However, someone else had already beaten him to it. Most importantly, he was stupidly holding on to the magic stones outside. He was basically paving the way for Lin Ling. At the same time, the magic stone above their heads began to crack, as if it was about to collapse and disappear like the stone house. At this moment, Lin Ling was also surprised by the disappearance of the stone house. Then he saw the scene in front of him. His expression changed slightly. Currently, he lacked nothing but time, so he had to leave this place immediately. Thank you for holding on for so long. Goodbye. Lin Ling left behind these words and distorted space, disappearing before the two of them. If he didn't leave now, when would he? Lin Ling? Xianyuan Jiuxing roared hysterically. Almost at the same time, the huge magic stone above his head exploded. Ignoring the scene in front of him, He moved and chased after Lin Ling. As for Dugu Kongli, he frowned, but considering the horror of the demon cloud cave, he didn't dare to chase after him. Lin Ling, don't run. Xianyuan Jiuxing's cold voice sounded like thunder. How could he not be angry? During the whole process, he felt as if he had been played by Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling jumped onto the cliff and ran all the way. He also noticed Xianyuan Jiuxing behind him, but he still wanted to fight him. Your Majesty, this is not a suitable place. If we fight, the demon rats at the bottom of the cliff will rush up. Moreover, there is Dugu Kongla. Although he seems to be helping us, his heart is unpredictable. In front of treasures, no one knows whether he will be tempted or not. Elder Z hurriedly reminded Lin Ling Xianyuan Jiuxing had many trump cards, and all of them were powerful. If they really fought, Xianyuan Jiuxing might not be able to completely suppress Lin Ling. Most importantly, Lin Ling only needed a little more time. As long as he broke through, his strength would increase crazily. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded and ran again. Lin Ling, let me tell you, in the Demon City, I am not the only one from the Xianyuan family. My eldest brother and third brother are here. You can escape now, but you can't escape forever. If I don't let you leave this Demon City, you will never be able to leave. Behind him, Xianyuan Jiuxing was furious. Lin Ling had taken his treasure, but now he didn't want to fight. He had come in vain today. Sweet. At this moment, a large number of demon rats were surprised by Xianyuan Jiuxing's voice and climbed up the cliff. Bastard! Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. Xianyuan Jiuxing was shouting and yelling. He wanted to die together with Lin Ling. He couldn't help but speed up. If he was caught by Xianyuan Jiuxing and then surrounded by the demon rats, he would have to die here with hatred. However, to Lin Ling's surprise, the movement behind him gradually became smaller. The demon rats didn't chase after him, and even Xianyuan Jiuxing seemed to have disappeared. Although Lin Ling was puzzled, he didn't hesitate and ran forward again. Now, leaving the demon cloud cave was the right thing to do. Behind him, it was quiet. The terrifying demon rats fled as if they had met their natural enemy. In front of Xianyuan Jiuxing, a burly figure stood there, blocking Xianyuan Jiuxing's way. This person looked to be about 40 years old. His face was calm, and his skin was gray. He stood there quietly like a giant. His aura was very calm. If one didn't see him with their own eyes, they wouldn't have noticed him at all. However, the calmer he was, the more terrifying this person was. Senior, why are you stopping me? Xianyuan Jiuxing's face changed dramatically. There was a strong sense of fear in his heart. It came from his bones and internal organs. At this moment, he felt like he was being crushed by an ancient boulder. If he was careless, he would be crushed. Based on his current strength, he was at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage and was a gold-grade heavenly emperor. Even so, he still felt the immense pressure. This showed how terrifying this person was. It was highly likely that this person was a titled celestial emperor. In the mortal world, there were only a handful of titled celestial emperors. Moreover, these titled celestial emperors were all ancient existences. For example, the people from the Xianyuan clan, the Yu clan, the Dragon Gate's heavenly armor, the three great ancient clans, and so on. Xianyuan Jiuxing couldn't resist such a person. However, the person still didn't move. He just looked at Xianyuan Jiuxing indifferently. Senior, I'm from the Xianyuan family. I'm sure you've heard of the descendant of God. Xianyuan Jiuxing said again. There was a hint of respect and fear in his tone. You can't kill him. The person finally spoke. His voice was low, as if stones were rubbing against each other. Him? Who is he? Xianyuan Jiuxing's voice became even more terrified. In fact, he knew that the him mentioned by the mysterious person must be Lin Ling. However, he couldn't understand why such an ancient figure would appear when that guy had an ordinary background. In his mind, even if that young man was somewhat famous, he was still a beggar in front of the Xianyuan family. Senior, please spare my life. I know I was wrong. I'm from the Xianyuan family. Chapter 1644. Claw of the Raging Dragon. I know, but you shouldn't have provoked him. No one can provoke him. He's the lord above me. That person's lips moved slightly as he spat out a sentence. It was like a thunderclap that caused Xianyuan Jiuxing to raise his head. Such an ancient figure with unfathomable strength actually claimed to be the young man's subordinate? I'm the patriarch of the Shi clan. That person said one more sentence, turned around and left. Shi clan? Xianyuan Jiuxing's jaw dropped. The Shi clan was one of the 3 ancient clans in Shenhuangdiu. It was called the Shi clan because it was an ancient clan with a history of 10,000 years. It wasn't any worse than the Xianyuan clan. What Xianyuan Jiuxing couldn't figure out was that the person in front of him was the emperor of the Shi clan, an existence comparable to the emperor of the Fire clan. Such a person was Lin Ling's subordinate? Kakaka. At the same time, a mysterious aura filled the air. A lifelike stone statue appeared on the path beside the cliff. Upon closer inspection, it was Xianyuan Jiuxing. A gold level titled Heavenly Emperor had fallen here. No one had seen how he had died, but they could be sure that it was definitely caused by that person. That person walked into the cliff and disappeared. He only left behind a sentence. Is he the person the ancestor wants to protect? The path regained its tranquility. The only difference was that there was an additional statue. However, after a short while, Dugu Konglei couldn't hold back his curiosity and chased after Xianyuan Jiuxing. When he saw the scene in the path, he was stunned. Xianyuan Jiuxing is also dead? He couldn't help but be shocked. What happened? He had a feeling that Xianyuan Jiuxing's death was related to Lin Ling. Bang! On the other side, Lin Ling smashed the rocks in front of him with a punch. He went back along the path he came from and finally found a cave. He covered the entrance with rocks and sat down cross-legged. Soon after, Lin Ling entered the 5th level of the Violet Palace realm, the world of the living earth. At this moment, a large number of void mystical gourds had appeared. Moreover, there were heavenly milk sacred stones planted on the ground. At this moment, a small pond of half-sage true fluid had been condensed. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh at this. He was not lacking in cultivation resources. Your Majesty, let's make a breakthrough first before refining the dragon claw. Moreover, you can also study the Tyrant Song Sword and see what materials you lack to reach the level of a divine weapon. Elder Z said with a smile. His Majesty had gained a lot this time. Lin Ling chuckled and nodded. He didn't consume the half-saint's essence and dived into the pool. Rumble. Lin Ling was like a sponge as the half-saint's essence nourished his entire body. His fleshly body strength, soul power, and cultivation realm were all slowly increasing. Among them, the effect of his cultivation realm was the most obvious. A moment later, a massive boom rang out, as if the heavens and earth were being split asunder. The holy sea in Lin Ling's Dantian region expanded. Boom! Another explosion rang out as Lin Ling stepped into the 5th layer of Saint Realm. His strength had greatly increased. However, this kind of crazy increase in strength was not over yet. Lin Ling was still absorbing the energy like a sponge. Elder Purple was standing to the side. He was very excited. Lin Ling was a triple cultivator of essence, energy, and spirit. He had to balance the 3 realms. Previously, Lin Ling's physical strength and soul power were too strong, but his cultivation realm was too low. This caused Lin Ling to be unable to display a large part of his strength. After all, this was also the wooden bucket principle. A person's upper limit was their talent, while the lower limit was their cultivation realm. Now that Lin Ling had broken through, his strength had naturally doubled. Chi-chi-chi. The half-saint's essence was still nourishing his body. Gradually, Lin Ling's body began to transform once again. Rumbling sounds rang out like thunder. Lin Ling's cultivation realm rose once again. 6th layer of Saint Realm. Good, good, good. Your Majesty actually broke through 2 layers. Elder Z was even more excited. As expected, His Majesty had been stuck at a bottleneck for too long. As long as he had enough cultivation resources, his cultivation would naturally increase crazily. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. There was joy in his eyes. 2 layers in a row. He was excited, but at the same time, he felt that everything was normal. With enough half-saint's essence, if he could not increase his strength crazily, then there was no need for him to continue cultivating. At the 6th layer of the Saint Realm, my Saint Ocean's strength has increased tremendously. Now that I've reached the major completion stage, I can use the Saint Runes several times and its power has increased as well. As for the minor completion stage, I can use it several hundred times. Lin Ling thought to himself. Although he had the Void Mystic Gourd and could rapidly recover his spiritual energy, in a battle between martial artists, the situation would change in an instant. His opponent would not wait for Lin Ling to recover his spiritual energy. But now, this weakness no longer existed. Moreover, with his cultivation realm rising, his fleshly body and soul power had also become stronger. Right now, if he were to meet Emperor Peerless, he would be able to defeat him without using his trump card. Lin Ling stood up and looked at the dragon claw on the ground with excitement in his eyes. He wondered what kind of power the dragon claw would bring to him. Your Majesty, according to my humble opinion, the next forging of the tyrannical song sword can be done in the space domain and give up on the fire domain. As for the dragon claw, it can be developed in the fire domain. This way, Your Majesty's two domains can be balanced. Elder Z suggested. Lin Ling nodded. Elder Z was very experienced. Naturally, he had thought long and hard about the path of martial Dao that he had pointed out. Then what should we do with the dragon claw? Your Majesty, graft it and refine it with your blood. During the process, add a large amount of fire attribute treasures and turn it into the claw of the Fire Dragon King. All right. The Star-Picking Nation was an ancient country and had a lot of knowledge about grafting. Therefore, Elder Z quickly found a way. Lin Ling cut open his left arm and let his blood flow into the dragon claw. Sizzle! 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 The dragon claw seemed to have come alive. It was actually absorbing Lin Ling's blood crazily. Moreover, it was absorbing more and more blood. Your Majesty, this is a process of flesh and blood connection. You must hold on. Elder Z said. If one wanted to graft the dragon claw, they must have a feeling of flesh and blood connection. Therefore, the dragon claw had to absorb a large amount of blood. Fortunately, Lin Ling's body was strong. In the process of being continuously absorbed, he was also constantly recovering. After a long time, a familiar feeling rose in Lin Ling's heart. It was as if the dragon claw was his left hand. At this moment, Elder Z threw a large amount of fire attribute treasures at the dragon claw. The dragon claw seemed to have awakened and was also devouring those fire attribute treasures. During this trip to the demonic cloud cave, Lin Ling had obtained many fire attribute treasures, but he had thrown all of them into the dragon claw. Gradually, the dragon claw turned red and flames spread out. It was as if it was a dragon bathed in anger. After an unknown period of time, a burning sensation surged into Lin Ling's left arm. On his left wrist, a dragon tattoo appeared. His entire arm was red as if it was on fire. As water dripped down, the water droplets instantly evaporated. At this moment, smoke also spread out. However, a moment later, his left arm recovered to its original state. The grafting was successful just like that? Sensing the changes in his left arm, Lin Ling said with a frown. At the same time, he tried to give a low shout. Suddenly, his left arm felt as if it was about to be torn apart. Moreover, it was incomparably hot, causing Lin Ling's expression to change drastically. It was extremely painful. It seemed that he was not used to controlling the dragon claw for the first time. Lin Ling groaned in pain. He bent over and lowered his head. His right hand tightly grasped his left wrist. He did not notice that within the smoke, flames spread out, and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. Boom. Chapter 1645. Divine Weapon Palace. Lin Ling roared towards the sky, his long hair fluttering in the wind. His blue robe was like a blazing flame, and below his feet, the fire origin energy was burning the earth, forming a fire dragon king that spiraled in the air, as if a volcano was about to erupt. Soaring Dragon Universe. All of a sudden, a low voice came from Lin Ling's mouth. Lin Ling was still clenching his left hand, but the flames under his feet were even more violent. A towering pillar of fire shot up into the sky from his feet. That pillar of fire was a towering fire dragon, and it was almost 1,000 miles long. It turned the area around Linling into a forbidden zone of fire, and even the void exploded. Saint Rune Martial Art Peak Realm. In the distance, Elder Z's long hair was also burned by the flames, and his face changed dramatically. Boom, boom. At the same time, the entire growing earth shook violently, as if it was about to split open. From this, one could see how terrifying that towering pillar was. Worthy of being called Soaring Dragon Universe, soaring through the 9 heavens. Elder Z kept retreating, and his heart was filled with excitement. This Saint Rune martial art was extremely powerful, and it was probably close to the transcendent realm. Only a 6th layer saint, but he was able to erupt with a transcendent Saint Rune martial art. This was unprecedented in the mortal world. Of course, there were 2 reasons why it was so powerful. First, the effect of the dragon claw contained dragon's aura, and the dragon claw had devoured a large amount of fire attribute treasures. Second, it was the yellow spring's flame hidden within the flames. Rumble. The towering pillar was still burning, exuding a majestic aura. However, a figure slowly walked out from within. This person had a slender figure and a handsome face. The most shocking thing was that his left arm was in the shape of a dragon claw. Moreover, there were flames burning on it. It was a shocking sight. Apart from the pain of using this dragon claw, everything else is good. It's powerful and allows me to release Soaring Dragon Universe, and it also saves me a lot of Saint Ocean's energy. Even if I don't use Soaring Dragon Universe, the Dragon Claw allows me to release Saint Rune martial arts at the major success stage, and it also helps my physical strength. The person who had come was Linling. He spoke as he walked. At this moment, he didn't seem like a human, but more like an ancient fire dragon king. It was just like his martial art, Dragon Soars to the Universe, which allowed him to soar into the 9 heavens. Obviously, with the Dragon Claw, Linling's fire attribute martial art peak realm. At present, he had the yellow spring's flame. Although he did not control much of it, his fire attribute source strength was powerful. If he added it to his physical strength, there was no one in the Saint realm who could match him. Strong, an unprecedented sense of power arose spontaneously. Your Majesty, the comprehension of fire attribute martial arts is like 100 flowers blooming at the beginning, each with its own martial Tao, such as the instinct to control fire, etc., but in the later stages, they all converge, going through creation, transformation, virtual fire, and finally Yang Yen. Your Majesty's current comprehension is at the initial stage of Yang Yen, but it's the final stage of fire origin. If you take another step forward, you will reach the world's fire principle, a power that surpasses the fire origin. Old Z said, any martial art would be specialized in the end, and there would be various realms of comprehension, which also represented the comprehension of heaven and earth. Yang Yen was the supreme realm, and only by reaching this realm could one display Saint Rune martial arts. If one's comprehension of this realm was even stronger, one could even gain initial control of principal power. Linling was overjoyed. The fire martial Tao was his first martial Tao, and after countless tempering, it had reached a height beyond his imagination. What about after Yang Yen realm? Yes. Linling asked curiously, yearning for the power controlled by ancient cultivators. Fusion of void and reality. Old Z said word by word, causing Linling's heart to tremble fiercely. First void fire, then Yang Yen, forming the fusion of void and reality. Was this the principle of heaven and earth? Your Majesty, rice must be eaten one bite at a time. No one can become strong in a single step. Your Majesty has experienced countless hardships since you started learning martial arts. In the future, you will definitely be able to reach that realm. Your Majesty, there is no need to be anxious. Old Z said again. Linling nodded and looked into the distance. Right now, he was one step closer to the peak of heaven and earth. He didn't know when he would be able to catch up with the owner of the Eyes of Time. He was very grateful to the owner of the Eyes of Time because without the Eyes of Time, there would be no Linling today. Therefore, Linling would follow in the footsteps of that person and learn everything he had. Perhaps, this was also one of Linling's goals. With your Majesty's strength, There are few opponents in the Saint Realm. However, Your Majesty can take a look at the materials needed to upgrade the tyrannical song sword. Right now, you can enter the 6th layer of the Purple Palace realm, the Divine Weapon Palace. Old Z looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Hearing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but feel excited. Could the Purple Palace realm enter a new world? He couldn't help but sigh. If he didn't have the Purple Palace realm, he didn't know how much time he would have needed to cultivate. The Purple Palace realm was of great help to him. Lin Ling walked towards the 6th layer with Old Z. What surprised him was that the 6th layer was actually a world of night. The entire sky and earth were pitch black. Lin Ling felt as if he had arrived in the universe. When a divine weapon descends, it is not tolerated by heaven and earth. Therefore, the divine weapon tribulation must be terrifying. However, in the Purple Palace realm, because it is a world of its own, it can block the divine weapon tribulation from the outside world. Your Majesty, please take out the tyrannical song sword. The 4 symbols constellation, the 28 constellations, the 72 heavenly trigrams will calculate how to upgrade the tyrannical song sword to a divine weapon. This is also the place where star-picking nation forged their divine weapons in the past. The previous emperor used this divine weapon to reward his civil and military officials. Old Z's voice constantly drifted out. Lin Ling took out the tyrannical song sword and let it float in the sky. Endless ripples surged out and the stars in the sky bloomed, enveloping the tyrannical song sword. After an unknown period of time, heavenly books began to float down from the sky. Lin Ling caught them with his hand and roughly looked at them. He couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. The heavenly books recorded the direction that the tyrannical song sword could be developed. There were fire, strength, space, and so on. The introduction was very thorough. As expected of the Divine Weapon Palace, Lin Ling couldn't help but be excited. The might of a divine weapon was extremely rare to him. He had only met a limited number of people who had it. But now, the Divine Weapon Palace could actually forge the tyrannical song sword. This meant that Lin Ling could choose how to forge it. The Divine Weapon Palace would produce the corresponding heavenly book, and Lin Ling would be responsible for forging it. Let's develop it towards space. Space was also the void. Lin Ling was currently not weak in this field. For example, distorting space and collapsing space. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The heavenly books were densely packed like scrolls. After Lin Ling caught them, he checked them with his soul force. His face slightly changed. The number of runes needed to be carved into a divine weapon was more than 10 million. This was an astronomical number. Moreover, the materials needed were also very diverse. Many of them were simply unheard of. Heavenly meteorite divine iron, space stone, mother iron, void divine spider silk. Lin Ling read them one by one. Fortunately, his harvest this time was not bad. He had gathered many materials. Only a few rare materials needed to be collected slowly. After that, Lin Ling memorized the required heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He patted his clothes and planned to leave the Z Mansion. Chapter 1646. Devil's Domain, where the strong are as numerous as clouds. This stone god is really mysterious. Lin Ling mumbled. The other party seemed to know that he would definitely be able to find the stone origin heart after coming to the Devil Cloud Cave. However, this was indeed the case. Because the Devil Cloud Cave was left behind by the young world overlord, even if the stone deity was here, he might not be able to find the stone origin heart. However, things were different for Lin Ling. What surprised Lin Ling was that stone deity actually knew about this. Bang! Lin Ling blasted away the rocks outside the cave, and Lin Ling stepped out. At this moment, it was somewhat peaceful outside, as if all the treasures of the Devil Cloud Cave had been plundered. Lin Ling didn't stop. He took out his jade token and started to track down the figures of the 9 spirits of heaven. Before they separated, they had left tracking jade tokens with each other in case they lost track of each other. At this moment, outside the demonic cloud cave, it was getting more and more lively. On the ground, in the sky, and in the mountains, there were experts everywhere. It was as if all the experts of the mortal world had gathered here. What's going on? More and more strong cultivators are coming. Look, that's Jiao Xiongdao, a strong cultivator with the title of Celestial Emperor. He actually came too. This is nothing. Even swordsman one step is here. This person is a true swordsman. And the unhindered heavenly emperor of the seven emperors' heavens, the space-time heavenly emperor. Cries of astonishment could be heard from time to time. Many people smelled a hint of oppressive atmosphere. Those pinnacle heavenly emperor powerhouses of the mortal world all appeared at this moment, forming a rare heaven and earth emperor world. The reason is very simple. The seal on the devil's domain has weakened, and it has to be sealed once every 100 years. Now is the time to seal it, so the highest deacon palace of the mortal realm has issued in order to mobilize experts to seal the devil's domain. A voice drifted over from the distance, making many people nod. So it was like this. The demon domain and the human realm were very close to each other. They relied on the seal to form the boundary, but the seal was too weak. If it was not strengthened, then the powerful demon race would definitely invade the human realm, causing a great deal of suffering. Dugukong, the new celestial emperor, silver rank, 8th layer saint. I would like to test your depressing sword. Your Xinyuan Juyue? Why should I fight you? You have to fight even if you don't want to, because I heard that you seem to have seen my second brother. You should give me an explanation. With powerhouses gathered in the Fiend region, there was naturally no lack of conflict. Some powerful heavenly emperors were even sparring with each other. There's a silver-ranked heavenly emperor fighting. Many people stared at the great battle in the mountain range. Their emotions were stirred up, and some even looked up. When would they also become so powerful? Sword of Sorrow. In the sky, a dark aura filled the air. It transformed into a sword, and with a terrifying speed, it slashed towards a distant person. This was Dugukong Lei's sword. This person had entered the Tao through dark aura, and his sword technique was extremely powerful. The color of 9 moons. In the distance, moonlight descended, source force erupting, forming the power of a great success realm, resisting that sword. So powerful. Both of them are great completion St. Mark martial arts. Many people's pupils constricted. Even some of the titled heavenly emperors had looks of reverence in their eyes. The grand accomplishment stage of a Saint Rune martial art was very rare even among silver rank heavenly emperors. Moreover, there weren't many Saint Realm powerhouses who had reached this stage. The further a cultivator progressed, the more difficult it became for them to cultivate. They had to search for cultivation resources, upgrade their weapons, improve their talent, and so on. These areas took a lot of time, and coupled with the comprehension of martial arts, not everyone could reach the great completion St. Mark martial arts because there wasn't enough time. Xinyuan Jiaoyu, you're weaker than your second brother, Xinyuan Jiaoxing. You're still relying on the weapon in your hand. I think it's a semi-divine weapon. It can increase the power of your St. Mark martial arts by 1 realm. Unfortunately, it's a waste for such a treasure to be on you. Cut the crap. Where's my second brother? You have to tell me even if you don't want to. The battle in the sky became more and more intense, causing many people to squint their eyes. It turned out that the people from the Xinyuan family had also come. Look, there's also a great battle on the other side. It's a battle between centenarians. Another 2 heavenly emperors were fighting, but they were both older heavenly emperors. At that moment, the demon area had become a world of great emperors. The strongest cultivators of the human world had gathered there. The battle in the surroundings did not affect the 2 figures in the distant mountain range. I wouldn't have thought that the human world would send an order for us to seal the demon area. I wonder if it's dangerous or not. Who cares? I'm just wondering where my brother is now. Did he leave the demon cloud cave? The 2 of them were Little Flame and Xinyuan Jiaohun. Upon closer inspection, one could see that their auras had changed. Clearly, their strength had greatly increased with the help of the treasures in the Devil Cloud Cave. Baiyun Tiandi didn't use the treasures to practice cultivation. On the contrary, he went to look for the celestial emperors. He said it was the order of the 7 emperors. Said the 9 spirits of heaven. However, at that moment, a large group of people arrived. They were all disciples of Champion University. Some of them were even celestial emperors. They glanced around. One of them seemed to know the 9 spirits of heaven. He whispered a few words and they all came over. At that moment, a thick and terrifying qi filled the air. Xiao Yan and the 9 spirits of heaven narrowed their eyes. They weren't stupid, they could see that those people didn't come with good intentions. However, they were confused because they had never seen them before. Why aren't you running? Before he even got close, a cold voice was heard. It was a thin and weak man who was talking. Most importantly, there was a familiar person beside him. It was Minister Yu. At that moment, Minister Yu was pointing at them, as if he were telling those people who the 9 spirits of heaven were. After a short while, those people stopped Xianyuan Jiuhun and Xianyuan Jiuhun, causing the atmosphere to become even heavier. In the distance, demon qi was rolling in waves. A large number of people were stationed there. They looked down at the mountains, they knew something good was going to happen. The leader of that group is Tiandi. He's a famous strong cultivator in Champion University. He's from the Deacon Palace in the human world, said Minister Yu. Someone said with a faint smile. His words made the others squint their eyes. One must know that after reaching their level, they could do whatever they wanted in the mortal world. However, there was one place that they didn't dare to violate. That place was the highest Deacon Palace in the mortal world. Those who had connections to the Deacon Palace were all incredible people. They represented the 3 Xian cultivators of the human world. Those 2 guys are in trouble. Someone sneered. Now that they were going to seal the enchantment of the Devil Domain, the Supreme Deacon Palace of the mortal world had begun to pay attention to this place. Therefore, the massacre here had also been restrained. However, the Supreme Deacon Palace of the mortal world wouldn't care about killing some small characters. It's Xianyuan Jiuhun. I remember now. He's the guy who challenged the Xianhuang Big Region not long ago. No wonder he was stopped by some people. Someone said, because those people were from the Yi clan, one of the 3 Shi clans in the Xianhuang Big Region. I'm from the Yi clan, said the leader of the group. He had long green hair. Then he waved his hand and said, kill them. They're from the Yi clan. The 9 spirits of heaven's expressions changed. No wonder those people were targeting them. Chapter 1647. You're looking for me. 9 Qi Beast King. Xiao Yan knew that a great battle was inevitable. He turned into a gigantic ape and his qi rose to the skies. After absorbing so many treasures from the Demon Cloud Cave, he had become much stronger. It was the same for the Xianyuan 9 souls. The heavenly halberd appeared and turned into the 9 souls. The ancient generals appeared. Die. They didn't show any mercy because their opponents wouldn't show them any mercy. At the foot of the mountain, explosions continued. It was as if the sky and the earth were collapsing. The members of the Yi clan's facial expressions changed drastically. They hadn't thought the 9 spirits of heaven would be so strong. A few of them had already died. The 9 spirits of heaven have the strength of Tiandi, the celestial emperor, and their silver cultivators. They're not weak, said someone in the distance, frowning. They didn't want the younger generation to catch up with them. Don't worry, there are only 2 people from the 9 spirits of heaven. They can't stop those guys from Champion University, said someone else. The leader of the Yi clan, Tiandi the celestial emperor, had his hands clasped behind his back. He looked calm and serene, but he looked furious. He hadn't thought that 2 dying cultivators would kill a few members of the Yi clan. Shaoanlu, go and kill them. The heavenly emperor of the heavenly lake added, his eyes turning colder. Many people are watching us. We're representing the Xianhuang region. Don't embarrass us. Roger, Master. Behind him, a titled celestial emperor powerhouse walked out, a cruel smile on his face. His steps moved slightly, and a heart demon appeared. This was a rare talent of the 6th grade of the Earth Step. Moreover, there was a giant hammer in his hand that was releasing ripples. It seemed that this was also an extremely precious weapon. Many people shook their heads. They knew that strong cultivator, Tiandi the celestial emperor Tianlu. He was one of the 3 Shen cultivators in the world of humans. In the Yi clan, he was just below Xiao Wushuang and Xiao Tianqi. If Lin Ling were here, he would be strong enough to fight against me. You two are too weak. Boom. Xiao Tianle took a step forward. The holy body's heart demon formed the power of the earth element. It had almost reached the great completion of the origin power. Amazing! Many people narrowed their eyes. The members of the Yi clan were all earth elemental talents and were blessed by the heavens. This caused Xiao Tianle's strength to be slightly stronger than ordinary celestial emperors. The 9 spirits of heaven did not show much fear. He laughed boldly and held the heavenly halberd in his hand. He was not afraid of a battle. Talk too much. You don't have the qualifications to fight with my big brother. Little Flame, you block those trash. I'll deal with him. This 9 spirits of heaven just has the strength of a titled celestial emperor, but they are very arrogant. His big brother, Lin Ling? The guy who challenged Xianhuang Dayu alone? But he's not here right now. Could he be dead? The crowd began to discuss animatedly, looking forward to the upcoming show even more. Currently, the enchantment that sealed the devil domain was imminent. However, it did not prevent them from seeing how strong these heavenly emperors were. The battle between the 9 spirits of heaven and Xiao Tianle was earth-shattering. Both of them were in the 8th stage of the Saint Realm. Their Saint Rune martial arts were on par with each other. Their talents were also on par with each other. What a waste! He still hasn't killed them. In a mountain range, a large number of figures appeared. They were the people of the Fire Clan. The leader was Princess Wuxia. Apparently, she had also heard the news and came here. However, she did not make a move for the time being because she found that more and more people were gathering. There were even many gold-level titled celestial emperors. If she went out, she would definitely become a laughing stock. After all, Lin Ling had broken off the engagement. Who in the mortal world did not know about it? What made her angry was that Xiao Tianle did not kill the 9 spirits of heaven. Obviously, in a short time in the Devil Cloud Cave, the 9 spirits of heaven's strength had greatly increased. The 9 spirits of heaven are becoming fiercer and fiercer. The crowd stared at Xinyuan Jiuhun. They were even more surprised by the latter's strength. They had heard that Xinyuan Jiuhun was Lin Ling's little brother. If his little brother was so strong, then what about the rumored frivolous Lin Ling? Some people had heard of Lin Ling's name but had never seen him before. They were curious. Bastard, you can't even defeat one of the 9 spirits of heaven? At that moment, Tianqi's celestial emperor pulled a long face because the battle had been going on for too long. He felt humiliated. Master Tianqi, why don't you attack? If this continues, the Yi clan will lose even more face because more and more people are watching. Said Minister Yu smiling. He was just the first king of West Mountain. In front of a celestial emperor, he could only flatter him like a dog. Isn't that Minister Yu? Isn't he one of the 7 emperors of heaven's disciples? How come he's helping Champion University? How humiliating! Someone who knew Minister Yu said disdainfully. However, Minister Yu didn't care about that at the moment. If I attack, it'll be bullying. When Tianqi heard Minister Yu, he frowned. Actually, he wanted to kill Lin Ling because Lin Ling had defeated Xiao Wushuang. If he killed Lin Ling, he would be a hero in Xianhuang Dayu. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had disappeared, which disappointed him. Xianyuan Jiuhun is a weakling. If Tianqi attacks, nobody will think that you're bullying him. After all, Xianyuan Jiuhun is weaker than you, everybody knows that. Said Minister Yu smiling again, trying to persuade Tianqi to attack. Then, he looked at the 9 spirits of heaven and said, "Where is Lin Ling? If you don't tell me, don't blame me if I kill you. Speak." His voice was full of righteousness as if he was looking for Lin Ling. Then, he gave the celestial emperor of Heavenly Lake a look. What he meant was that if they attacked now, no one would say that they were bullying them with numbers. You're smart. The celestial emperor of the Heavenly Lake sneered. Minister Yu was very suitable to be a dog. He took a step forward and the Heavenly Lake descended. There were mountains and rivers. The original strength was terrifying. 9 spirits of heaven, if you don't tell me where Lin Ling is, you'll die here. I'm not joining hands with Xiao Tianlu to kill you, I want you to tell me where Lin Ling is. Boom boom boom. Tian Qi attacked even more ferociously as if he had found an excuse. At this moment, Xianyuan Jiuhun was evenly matched with Xiao Tianle. How could he stop the Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Lake? This caused him to frown. On the other side, Xiao Yan shouted anxiously, "Despicable!" It was a pity that his voice couldn't change anything. Another expert who has just become a Heavenly Emperor has fallen. The crowd shook their heads when they saw Tian Qi attack. The 9 spirits of heaven were obviously no match for Tian Qi, however. At that moment, a majestic aura arrived. A punch broke through the void and collided with Tian Qi's original strength. This punch came like a flash of lightning. Are you looking for me? As soon as the fist touched the original strength of Tian Qi, a cold shout was heard. Fast, incomparably fast, the space was distorted. Under countless gazes, Tian Qi's celestial emperor was hit by a punch. His body was sent flying and smashed into the mountains. Tian Qi was defeated in one move. What happened? Chapter 1648. Just one punch, it's Lin Ling. Princess Wuxia shouted from afar. She did not expect that Lin Ling would arrive at such a crucial moment and in such a shocking manner. This guy seems to be Lin Ling. He's the Lin Ling who challenged Xianhuang Deyu alone. Many people's eyes flickered. They came to the demon realm later and naturally knew about Xianhuang Deyu, but they did not expect that Lin Ling would be so young. The whole battlefield became silent as countless eyes stared at the figure that suddenly appeared. Many people were curious. It turned out that the guy who caused such a commotion in Xianhuang Deyu was this guy. However, no matter how they looked at him, he was just an ordinary 6th-layer saint. Big brother. The 9 spirits of heaven and Xiao Yan also stared at the figure in front of them excitedly. You guys really made it difficult for me to find you. Lin Ling's feet landed on the ground and he did not look at the people around him. Instead, he looked at Xiao Yan and Princess Wuxia and walked towards them with a smile. Previously, he had been looking for the 9 spirits of heaven. He did not expect that he would come at the right time. You're the Lin Ling who defeated Xiao Wushuang, broke off the engagement with the Hu clan and challenged Xianhuang Deyu? At this moment, Xiao Tianle, who was fighting with the 9 spirits of heaven, frowned as he looked at Lin Ling. This was the first time he saw this legendary figure. There seems to be more people in the demon realm. You guys are quite unlucky to meet these guys. However, Lin Ling did not pay attention to him and instead said to Xiao Yan and Princess Wuxia. Lin Ling obviously also noticed the changes in the demon realm. The world of heavenly emperors had descended and there were many strong cultivators. Xiao Tianle was stunned for a moment and blue veins appeared on his forehead. Lin Ling was actually ignoring him. Although Lin Ling had defeated Xiao Wushuang, he was not qualified to ignore him. Did Lin Ling think that he was an invincible silver heavenly emperor? Unfortunately, he did not know that Lin Ling was indeed one. I'm talking to you, can't you hear me? Xiao Tianle roared again. Bang! Lin Ling took a step forward and the ancient divine emperor descended. The strength of 12 universes erupted, breaking space, and directly bombarded Xiao Tianle's body. Boom! Under the countless gazes of the crowd, Xiao Tianle was blasted to explode into pieces. The entire process was quick and efficient. Xiao Tianle was killed in less than 3 breaths. Bang! The crowd's hearts exploded. No one looked down on Lin Ling because everyone knew that Lin Ling had defeated Emperor Peerless. However, Xiao Tianle was also a titled heavenly emperor. Although he was not as strong as Emperor Peerless, he was not easy to kill. However, Lin Ling killed him with one punch. Even the 9 spirits of heaven sucked in a breath of cold air. They noticed that Lin Ling's realm seemed to have increased. As expected of the boss, the 9 spirits of heaven smiled bitterly. During this period, his strength had also increased. Who knew that Lin Ling's improvement was even greater? He was proud of himself when he fought Xiao Tianle to a draw. However, Lin Ling killed him with one punch. This made his pride seem to have been splashed with cold water. But soon, he became excited again because that was his brother. How could he be his boss if he was not strong? Where's Baintiendi? Yes. Lin Ling came in front of the two with a smile on his handsome face. She received news from the 7 emperors of heaven. Now, she has gathered with the unhindered heavenly emperor and the others. I heard that they are going to seal the demon region barrier. The 9 spirits of heaven said. Lin Ling nodded. No wonder the experts of the demon region came together. So this was the reason. Little Flame, not bad. Your strength has increased. Lin Ling looked at Little Flame and said. Little Flame smiled and touched his bald head. How can I be compared to Big Brother? Wow! The experts around were all stunned. Lin Ling was too arrogant. After arriving, he ignored everyone and talked with the 3 brothers. Did he think that the people around him did not exist? Bang! At this time, the mountains in the distance exploded. A figure shot out like a meteor and finally hit the ground. It was the Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Lake. However, at this moment, his face was extremely ugly. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so strong that he was defeated in one move. You sneak attacked me. Roar! The Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Lake roared. He did not believe that Lin Ling was stronger than him. The most important thing was that Lin Ling defeated him in front of everyone. He had lost face. However, Lin Ling ignored his anger and continued to talk with the 2 brothers. You sneak attacked me. The Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Lake said again. The people around them were silent. When they saw that Lin Ling did not dare to speak, they subconsciously thought that Lin Ling had sneak attacked the Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Lake. Even Princess Wuxia thought so. Although Lin Ling had defeated Xiao Wushuang, everyone knew that he had relied on his soul force. Therefore, if Lin Ling wanted to defeat the Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Lake in one move, he would have to use his soul force. Therefore, the Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Lake was defeated by a sneak attack because Lin Ling did not use his soul force at that time. Enough! Shouted the Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Lake furiously. The more Lin Ling remained silent, the more convinced he was that Lin Ling had attacked him by surprise. Lin Ling, you're a disciple of the Celestial Emperor of the 7 Emperors, you're too audacious. You attacked a Celestial Emperor of the 7 Emperors by surprise. Do you want the Celestial Emperor of the 7 Emperors and Champion University to become enemies? Shouted Minister Yu furiously. With his strength, he couldn't see how strong Lin Ling was. He was convinced that Lin Ling couldn't compete with the Celestial Emperor of the 7 Emperors. Are you done talking? At this moment, Lin Ling finally turned around slowly. He seemed to be a little impatient. He took a step forward, and the void rippled like water. He punched out. I want to kill you. Nobody in the world can save you. Everyone heard the same sentence. Lin Ling was magnanimous, upright, and incomparably domineering. You're dreaming. The Celestial Emperor of Heavenly Lake hadn't thought that Lin Ling would attack him. He released his full strength and original strength rolled out. Boundless Fire Dragon King. However, at this moment, the flames around his body started to boil. Countless Fire Dragon Kings surrounded him, making it hard for him to move. The ancient illusion of the Heavenly Lake was trapped by the Fire Dragon Kings. It was like a heavenly prison. If they did not allow him to move, he could not move. Almost in the next moment, the ancient god Empyrean arrived and punched out. The Heavenly Lake's Celestial Emperor was unstoppable under countless gazes. Even his origin energy was destroyed by the punch. Finally, his body swayed a little before exploding. Another punch. The Celestial Emperor of Heavenly Lake, who was stronger than Xiao Tunlu, had also died. This time, it was a surprise attack? Nobody could refute that. Nobody could say anything. The atmosphere of the demon region was deathly silent because everybody had seen that Lin Ling had defeated the Celestial Emperor of Heavenly Lake. The most important thing was that he had told the Celestial Emperor of Heavenly Lake that he wanted to kill him. Nobody in the world could save him. If that was a surprise attack, then every battle was a surprise attack. Of course, the most astonishing thing was that Lin Ling had become so strong. Chapter 1649. Demon of the Heart Dukonglei's strength was already half a step into the ranks of gold-rank heavenly emperors, and Lin Ling was only a bit weaker than him. In that case, among the silver-rank heavenly emperors, Lin Ling was ranked at the top. In other words, if Lin Ling went to the Xian ranking list, he would definitely rank high. Xiao Yan, the 9 spirits of heaven, kill those people from the evil clan, said Lin Ling, ignoring the people around. His enemies had come to kill them, so Lin Ling wasn't going to be merciful. Yes, father. Xiao Yan and Dugu Konglei were extremely confident. They were fearless. In the distance, people's expressions changed. They hadn't thought that Lin Ling would be so insane. He dared kill people from Champion University in front of them. The Great Deacon Palace was paying attention to them, but Lin Ling still dared kill people. You're Lin Ling, right? You're from the 7 Emperors, Celestial Emperors. You should know that the Celestial Emperors are supposed to protect the human world. You killed people from Champion University in public. That's against the rules of the human world, said a Celestial Emperor at that moment. That person was old and didn't belong to the group of peerless geniuses, but he had a lot of prestige in Champion University. When they killed my brothers, why didn't you say that? Said Lin Ling, raising his head and smiling icily. Said the old man. He couldn't refute that. After all, Xiao Yan and Dugu Konglei were from the evil clan. Therefore, when Xiao Yan and Dugu Konglei were killed, they didn't care. Even though that's true, but... The old man wanted to say something, but Lin Ling shouted icily, "Piss off!" In this world, strength was everything. Lin Ling did not care about the rules of the mortal realm at all. If there were rules, why didn't the highest deacon palace of the mortal realm say anything when hundreds of millions of people from the Xianhuang domain came to kill him? Therefore, rules and hypocrisy were useful to other people, but not to Lin Ling. You don't know what's good for you. The old man's expression changed. Lin Ling was telling him to scram? The members of Champion University looked at Lin Ling icily. Lin Ling was insane. He had just become a Celestial Emperor, nothing more, and he dared talk to a Celestial Emperor of the previous generation. Who gave him the audacity? Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't, then shut your mouth. Lin Ling ignored their anger and roared again. With his current strength, he really didn't need to be afraid of too many people. In the past, he was chased by hundreds of millions of people from Xianhuang Dayu. Now, he also wanted to see if hundreds of millions of people could kill him. How arrogant! The distant crowd narrowed their eyes, and the fury on their faces was extremely obvious. It should be known that when placed in the mortal dimension's 3 mysteries, every single one of them was an existence that ruled over everything. When had they ever been reprimanded by a junior? But they were convinced that they didn't need to do anything. Someone would teach Lin Ling a lesson. Lin Ling, we're from the 7 Emperors world. Today, you've made the 7 Emperors world famous. I admire you, I admire you. When Minister Yu saw how aggressive Lin Ling was, he was shaking violently. He hastily knelt down and started flattering him. He knew that he had no chance to defeat Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling smiled and looked at him indifferently. Before, you were with the people of Champion University, you were like a dog. You don't have the same pride as the 7 Emperors world. Dog? Yes, I'm a dog. Minister Yu smiled and kept kowtowing, I'm a dog. Seeing his respectful appearance, many people shook their heads and laughed. This Minister Yu was really a coward. He was scared by Lin Ling's boldness. Lin Ling shook his head and didn't say anything. But at this time, his pupils flashed. His soul force sensed that a powerhouse had arrived and was about to deal a fatal blow to him. Wind, sand, storm. Just as that feeling arose, the earth began to tremble. An endless sandstorm suddenly appeared, engulfing Lin Ling and wrapping him up in layers. The person who came was obviously very insidious. It could be considered an assassination. Rumble. The sandstorm appeared and turned into a lion. Then, it condensed into an ancient desert mountain. Beside the mountain, a majestic figure appeared. He was wearing a loose robe, and his long hair was casually scattered. He had a domineering aura. He stared at the desert mountain and could not help but laugh. Ha, Lin Ling, you're just sus. That laughter seemed to be pouring out, and it also seemed to release the demons in his heart. That person stretched out his hand, and there seemed to be countless fine grains of sand in his hand that were gently sprinkled down. That was the attitude of a winner. Many people were staring at that person. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. Surprisingly, It was Emperor Peerless. All right. In the distance, Princess Wuxia's face was tense, but at that moment, she couldn't help but laugh. She was extremely happy. Even though Emperor Peerless' attack was extremely ugly, he had killed Lin Ling, and that was enough. She also knew that if they had fought, Emperor Peerless wouldn't have been able to compete with Lin Ling. The only way was to use a sneak attack. Emperor Peerless, the new genius of Champion University, the one with the Earth Essence, the one with the Celestial Emperor's Earth Essence. But that's a bit ugly. What's the big deal? The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit. If you want to blame someone, blame Lin Ling for being too arrogant. Hee, ridiculous. Lin Ling was so arrogant before, but now he's been killed in one attack. How ironic, how ironic. When they saw that, some people looked at him disdainfully, some people mocked him, some people took joy in his misfortune. Ha, from now on, I'm Xin Huangdiyu's hero. Ha, said Emperor Peerless, laughing loudly. He ignored those who looked at him disdainfully. On the contrary, he was enjoying the glory of being the winner. He knew that if they had fought, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Lin Ling. Therefore, he had chosen to ignore the pride of a cultivator and use a sneak attack to determine the winner. However, at that moment, smoke rose up in the air. In the middle of the desert, flames were burning the sand. The gigantic mountain looked like an iceberg melting. Then, a silhouette came out of the desert and sighed. What a pitiful guy. Did he have to resort to a sneak attack? The saddest thing is that a sneak attack can't kill me. Under everyone's gazes, Lin Ling walked out of the desert mountain. His long blue robe and long flowing hair were a shocking sight to behold. All the various voices stopped at that moment. What level had Lin Ling's strength reached? Why was he so abnormal? Is his talent more powerful than Emperor Peerless? Said an old man with a frown. This was the only explanation that could explain why Lin Ling wasn't afraid of the sandstorm. As for Heavenly Emperor Peerless, he stood there in a daze, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in his life. He didn't even dare to move, and cold sweat quietly flowed out of his forehead. He was fine. Why was Lin Ling fine? Compared to the last time, Lin Ling's strength had increased so much. He stared at Lin Ling, afraid that it was an illusion. Perhaps he had hoped too much, which led to his disappointment. Lin Ling was also looking at him. His eyes were calm, but there was a powerful pressure coming from him. Chapter 1650. Edited by Red Emperor Peerless. You didn't die in the Avalon of 5 elements. Suddenly, Lin Ling said softly. Fwop. Everybody saw Emperor Peerless take a step back, as if he was afraid of something. It was just a simple question and Emperor Peerless reacted so strongly? Many strong cultivators' facial expressions changed drastically. After all, Emperor Peerless was made of the essence of the earth and his cultivation level was higher than Lin Ling's. Why was he afraid of Lin Ling? I won't lose to you. Lin Ling, you're only strong because of your trump cards. I'm stronger than you in everything else. I'm the new Celestial Emperor of Champion University and I'm made of the essence of the earth. Everybody in the human world knows how strong I am. Shouted Emperor Peerless as if he were trying to cheer himself up. He was made of the essence of the earth and his future was limitless. He had never been defeated before. He was one of the proudest cultivators in Shenhuangdiu. If Lin Ling hadn't been there, he would have been proud of himself. However, Lin Ling had stolen his bride and made him lose face. He had fought against Lin Ling and he had almost died. However, Lin Ling was still standing there calmly. He didn't say anything. One was calm and unmoved like a mountain, while the other was hysterical and angry. Everyone seemed to be able to see who was more afraid of the other. Fight! Shouted Emperor Peerless ferociously. His strength exploded. Die, Sand God Lion. Die! The sandstorm swept over and turned into a lion. Following his punch, it surged towards Lin Ling. The powerful Celestial Emperor could turn the sky and the earth upside down in the blink of an eye. Facing the earth-shattering sand source, Lin Ling didn't move. His cultivation realm was slightly weaker than Heavenly Emperor Wushuang's, but his physical talent and fire attribute talent were both stronger than his. In addition, his martial arts comprehension was also superior. Therefore, he really didn't need to fear anything. Boundless Fire Dragon King. The flames suddenly floated up. It was so crazy and domineering as it swept in front of Lin Ling, blocking the sandstorm. After those lions met the Fire Dragon King, they were all burned. Sha twist. Emperor Peerless' expression changed when his attack failed. His hands moved rapidly as he used his killer move. Sizzle. Endless sand drifted out and enveloped Lin Ling. It had the power to seal the world. The essence of the earth was indeed extremely powerful. Emperor Peerless' strength. Among the Silver Celestial Emperors, I'm afraid he can be ranked in the top. The most important thing is that he rose to power in such a short period of time. To have such strength at such a young age, his potential is indeed not bad. However, Lin Ling is also stronger than we imagined. Look at his battle. He's unperturbed and calm. The people all around were making noises. They were shocked by Emperor Peerless' strength, but they were even more shocked by Lin Ling. Lin Ling let out a low shout. His face was still as calm as an ancient well. He took a step forward. It looked like a simple step, but it was extremely mysterious and profound. It caused the space to distort. The most terrifying thing was that the Fire Dragon King would mysteriously appear around him and engulf everything. That feeling was as if Lin Ling could control the origin of fire at any time, and it was as easy as pie. Amazing, he can flick the origin of fire. His martial arts comprehension is very deep. Some strong people said in admiration. Ordinary punches and palms carried the origin of fire. How could such a martial artist not be strong? Boom. What surprised everyone was that Lin Ling's origin of fire was not only powerful, but his comprehension of the void was also very powerful. When his fist hit empty air, the void exploded, and the shattered void separated all the sandstorm. What other skills do you have? When everyone heard this sentence, they suddenly understood that Lin Ling wanted to see what kind of powerful capital the unparalleled Heavenly Emperor had, so he let him take action. However, the truth was that Emperor Peerless was helpless against Lin Ling. Emperor Peerless was trembling all over. Only when he faced Lin Ling personally did he know how terrifying he was. He could be called an invincible existence. This also meant that Lin Ling wasn't just soul power that made him afraid. He could also crush him in other areas. In the distance, Princess Firecloud's face was also ugly. She didn't expect Lin Ling to become so strong. Compared to her, his strength wasn't much weaker. However, she quickly comforted herself. She had a heaven-class talent. As long as she strengthened her comprehension of martial arts, she could easily kill Lin Ling. What other skills do you have? At this moment, on the ground, Lin Ling was invincible. Step by step, he walked towards Emperor Peerless. His eyes were very calm, without any joy. It was as if in his heart, Emperor Peerless was as weak as a dog. Lin Ling. Emperor Peerless continued to roar. Fire Dragon King. Lin Ling's right hand slapped out, and the origin of fire was easily suppressed. Emperor Peerless retreated. He couldn't block it. Spatial storm. Lin Ling punched again. The void exploded, and a spatial storm appeared, causing Emperor Peerless to retreat again. Crazy! The crowd gradually became numb. They even saw that Lin Ling's punch had destroyed Emperor Peerless' weapon. It was an Emperor-class Heavenly Soldier's halberd. What a strong physical body! Some people were shocked. Lin Ling was telling them that other than the Holy Sea, the physical body also had its own world. What other skills do you have? Lin Ling's voice continued to reverberate through the ground. Emperor Peerless was covered in wounds. His face was gloomy and he was spitting blood. He was in a sorry state. You think you've won after a sneak attack. You're pathetic. Also, you didn't die in the Avalon of 5 elements. You should have hidden and stopped provoking me. At that time, the grudge between us would have been blown away by the wind. It's a pity that you came looking for death. Lin Ling finally revealed a cold smile. He took a step and leaped high into the air. His fist was behind, and like a meteor he smashed towards Emperor Peerless. The ancient god sovereign also appeared proudly at this moment. His bronze skin and tall body made him look like an indomitable giant. Wait, I admit defeat. On the ground, Emperor Peerless shouted anxiously. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his whole body was suppressed by a strong aura. He fell to the ground and spat out blood. "How dare you!" In the distance, many people from the Yi clan shouted coldly. Was Lin Ling going to kill Emperor Peerless in front of everyone? If you dare to kill him, it's equivalent to challenging the 3 Shi clans. An old man in a green robe shouted angrily. How embarrassing! How could the number 1 genius of the Yi clan be suppressed like this? Am I not challenging the 3 Shi clans right now? In the sky, a disdainful sentence floated over, causing the old man's face to stiffen. Indeed, when Lin Ling challenged Shenhuang Deyu alone, he had already challenged the 3 Shi clans. Hence, the old man's words were useless. "Don't kill me!" Emperor Peerless shouted crazily. He was formed from the essence of the earth and had a bright future ahead of him. He didn't want to die here. He suddenly realized that Lin Ling's words were correct. He didn't die in the Avalon of 5 elements, so he shouldn't provoke Lin Ling again. He shouldn't even think that he was lucky because Lin Ling wasn't someone he could provoke. Boom. Chapter 1651. Xinyuan Jiuyu's arrival, dead. Many heavenly emperors narrowed their eyes. For the first time, they felt that Lin Ling was difficult to deal with. Currently, he had already killed 3 heavenly emperors. Killing heavenly emperors was as easy as chopping vegetables and cutting melons. Most importantly, apart from Xiao Tianla, the other 2 had illustrious reputations. Therefore, everyone was puzzled. What realm had Lin Ling's strength reached? How long has it been? Lin Ling went from being able to defeat Emperor Peerless by luck to being able to suppress him. Princess Wuxia had seen the battle between the 2, but the result this time was too big. She could not understand, even if she was beaten to death, how could Lin Ling's strength increase so quickly in such a short period of time? Could it be that Lin Ling had obtained some kind of opportunity? Woo-woo. While everyone was staring at Lin Ling, the sound of a flute suddenly came from the front. A large number of figures stepped on the clouds and arrived majestically. The person in the lead was extremely handsome. He had a kind of feminine beauty. His body was thin, but he was extremely slender. In addition to his feminine aura, he was obviously a rare handsome man. At this moment, he was like a moon surrounded by stars, looking at everything in front of him with interest. "Another expert has come," many people exclaimed. Too many heavenly emperors had gathered in the demon area. The strongest giants of the human world seemed to have appeared here. "Young Master Xinyuan, it's young Master Xinyuan." "Yes." On the ground, Minister Yu stared at the sky with anticipation. Suddenly, he pointed at Lin Ling and said, "He is the Lin Ling you are looking for." "Yes." The person who came was Xinyuan Jiuyu of the Xinyuan family. Many people in the demon area knew that he was looking for Lin Ling because Lin Ling seemed to know the whereabouts of Xinyuan Jiuxing. "You are Lin Ling?" "Yes." In the sky, the feminine young master revealed an interested expression. His body moved and shot towards Lin Ling from the sky. At the same time, a miracle appeared. One side of the world turned into a blazing sun, and the other side turned into a bright moon. The sun and moon combined to form the power of 9 yin and 9 yang. Heavenly Emperor Jiuyu, 9th layer Saint, Earth Realm, 10th grade Earth Realm talent, Saint Martial Arts great success. The crowd was in an uproar. Among the silver rank Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor was ranked 3rd. He could be called a peerless figure. Most importantly, they saw that the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor also attacked Lin Ling. Today, Lin Ling seemed to have offended all the powerful heavenly emperors. That Minister Yu really has the life of a dog. At first, he flattered the Heavenly Lake Celestial Emperor, then he flattered Lin Ling, and now he's flattering the 9 Moons Celestial Emperor like a fence-sitter. However, someone stared at Minister Yu with disdain in his eyes. "Ah, Lin Ling, do you know where Xinyuan Jiuxing is? Let me tell you, you better tell me obediently. I will put in a good word for you in front of the 9 Moons Celestial the Arch and spare your life." At this moment, Minister Yu did not pay attention to the words around him. He was in high spirits, as if he had reversed the universe and dominated everything. The change in his face was even more disgusting. One must know that Lin Ling could have killed him before, but because they were both disciples of the 7 emperors, he had spared him. It was fine if he was not grateful, but now he felt that he was the master. Lin Ling glanced at Minister Yu and did not speak. That calm look made Minister Yu laugh, thinking that Lin Ling was afraid. However, in his heart, Lin Ling could kill Emperor Peerless. No matter how monstrous he was not a match for the 9 Moons Celestial Emperor, because the 9 Moons Celestial Emperor was several times stronger than Lin Ling in terms of talent, realm, and martial arts. Among the crowd, Dugu Konglei was the most clear about the 9 Moons Celestial Emperor's strength because he had fought with the latter before. If he did not say that the last person to see Shenyuan Jiuxing was Lin Ling, he would not have been able to escape this calamity. 9E9 Yang Flute. Dugu Konglei muttered to himself, knowing that the weapon in the 9 Moons Celestial Emperor's hand was a semi-divine weapon. Then, he looked at Lin Ling and shook his head. He did not think that Lin Ling was a match for the 9 Moons Celestial Emperor, because Lin Ling was weaker than him. Even he was not a match for the 9 Moons Celestial Emperor, so it was even more impossible for Lin Ling. Where is my big brother? In the sky, the 9E9 Yang Divine Miracle still shocked everyone. That was the 9E9 Yang Divine Body, but what surprised everyone was that the 9 Moons Celestial Emperor's attack suddenly changed direction and shot towards the 9 spirits of heaven. You bastard of a family, you are actually here. A flute, burning the sun and moon, with extreme Yin rain and extreme Yang Qi, shot towards the 9 spirits of heaven. No one could react in time to his move. Even Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he dashed toward Shenyuan Jiuhun without hesitation to lend him a hand. However, just as he was about to approach the 9 spirits of heaven, the flute changed direction and shot towards Lin Ling wherever it passed. Colorful clouds, the sun, moon, and stars also appeared. Do you think I want to kill the 9 spirits of heaven? Ignorant. The 9 spirits of heaven are not qualified to make me use my true strength. My goal is you. When the crowd heard the 9 Moons Celestial Emperor's words, they sucked in a breath of cold air. They had heard that the 9 Moons Celestial Emperor was neither yin nor yang, and his temperament was the most unpredictable. He clearly wanted to attack Lin Ling, but he used a diversion tactic. He was so strong, yet he still used schemes. He was clearly an extremely difficult opponent. Even Lin Ling was extremely surprised. He was too close to the 9 Moons Celestial Emperor, so everyone could see that his situation was extremely troublesome. You want to touch my big brother? Dream on. At this moment, the 9 spirits of heaven on the ground stepped out. His figure flickered, and he actually blocked in front of Lin Ling, causing everyone's expression to change. The 9 spirits of heaven was very close to the 9 Moons Celestial Emperor before, so it was not strange for him to appear in front of Lin Ling. What was surprising was that he actually fearlessly blocked that attack for Lin Ling. This brotherly love is enviable. Lin Ling has a good brother. Many people's eyes flickered. In this ruthless world, even blood brothers would turn against each other, let alone verbal brothers. For the 9 spirits of heaven to block an attack for Lin Ling, this also showed Lin Ling's courage. Then, many people shook their heads, feeling that the 9 spirits of heaven was going to fall there. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. He did not expect the 9 spirits of heaven to be so loyal. The 9 spirits of heaven did not know that he did not have to do this, because the 9 Moons Celestial Emperor might not be able to hurt him. Boom! The distance was too close. The tyrannical force attacked the 9 spirits of heaven's back, causing his bones to crack and he to spit out a mouthful of blood. On the ground, Little Flame anxiously shouted, his eyes red, 9 spirits of heaven. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's right hand quickly reached out, grabbed the 9 spirits of heaven's clothes, and suddenly pulled behind him. The strength of the force was like the claw of a demon beast, allowing the 9 spirits of heaven to avoid the 9 Moons Celestial Emperor's attack. The 9 Moons Celestial Emperor sneered. The flute in his hand made an ear-piercing sound, and he gave up on the 9 spirits of heaven. After pulling it back, he shot it at Lin Ling. He grabbed the flute's tail with one hand and fiercely stabbed it out. The void immediately collapsed, and the whistling sound was like thunder. Chapter 1652. Expert stopas for Lin Ling. The situation was getting more and more troublesome because he had to save the 9 spirits of heaven and face the tyrannical attack of the 9 moons heavenly emperor. How could he be happy? This move is sinister enough. The 9 moons heavenly emperor is facing someone who is so much weaker than him and still plays such a sinister method. This is Xinyuan 9 moons. Unfortunately, even if Lin Ling met force with force, he was not a match for the 9 moons heavenly emperor, let alone in a bad situation. You don't understand. What do you know? In my opinion, the 9 moons heavenly emperor can calculate a perfect battle plan in a short period of time. This is what we need to learn. The people in the distance had their own opinions, but they all knew that Lin Ling could not escape this calamity and would definitely be consigned to eternal damnation. Good, good, good. Princess Firecloud's face was full of resentment and anger, causing it to be extremely ferocious. Spatial storm. At this moment, Lin Ling knew that he had met a powerful heavenly emperor powerhouse, so he used his physical strength to the limit. The ancient god emperor descended once again, his right hand still holding the 9 spirits of heaven, while his left hand punched out fiercely. In his body, those small worlds all exploded, rumbling like thunder. Without a sword, Lin Ling was not used to exploding with his peak attack in a flash, but the situation did not allow him to think too much. His left hand suddenly erupted with flames, and a fire dragon king roared. Even on his arm, scales were faintly discernible. What? The combination of physical strength and Saint Rune martial arts? The pupils of a powerful martial artist changed. Lin Ling's Saint Rune martial arts were too powerful. He could use it with a flip of his hand. Although because of the short time, the degree of use was only close to the large success stage, but with the addition of physical strength, this punch could be said to be a peak punch. Boom! Under the gazes of everyone, the 9E9 Yang flute and the fist collided. The void was like a wave, rolling in all directions. Amazing, to be able to react in such a situation and condense the strongest attack. This Lin Ling is definitely a top-notch strength among silver heavenly emperor powerhouses. Most importantly, he's only a 6th stage saint, a newly risen celestial emperor, while the 9 moons celestial emperor is a 9th stage saint. The hearts of the crowd trembled fiercely. Although this terrifying confrontation was short, it was extremely exciting. It could even be considered a textbook in the battle between heavenly emperor-level powerhouses. How did he react so quickly? Princess Firecloud's ferocious face stiffened. She was boiling with anger. Every time she thought that Lin Ling would die, Lin Ling would always be able to escape. It was as if he had given her a ruthless slap in the face. I've heard that when a person is nearing death, they can erupt with their maximum potential. Today, you've shown me that. At this moment, the 9 moons heavenly the arch maintained his attacking stance. His pupils were cold and different. One was like the sun and the other was like the moon. Thanks for the compliment. On the other side, Lin Ling was still attacking with his fists. Flames were burning as he fought against the semi-divine weapon. He sensed a terrible origin power coming, but this power could not hurt him. No need, because every one of my praises has gone to hell. The 9 moons heavenly Thearcha's feminine face smiled. His pupils revealed killing intent as an even greater power swept out. I've heard such words many times. I hope you can do it. Lin Ling softly spat out a sentence. The ancient god emperor roared towards the sky. Edge, this is a collision of edges. This Lin Ling has unknowingly caught up to the 9 moons heavenly the arch. Looking at the two in the sky, many people's mouths were dry and they forgot to breathe. They had never thought that Lin Ling would not die at the hands of the 9 moons heavenly the arch and could even fight back. One had to know that the 9 moons heavenly the arch was a descendant of a god. There were very few in the same realm who could do this. Lin Ling was the only one. All right, the human realm's highest deacon palace is watching this place. The two of you should restrain yourselves. At this moment, an ancient voice suddenly sounded. An old man in a loose robe appeared between the two. He looked indifferently at Lin Ling. You better stop. You've gained an advantage, so you should be obedient. This person was clearly from the ancient rhyme Immortal platform, so the moment he appeared, he reprimanded Lin Ling. However, because he was apprehensive about the earthly paradise above him, he still stopped the two from fighting. He held the flute of the 9 moons heavenly the arch with one hand, and a tyrannical force forced the flute to retreat. Xiao Jiao, you want to make a move? This is not the right time. You don't need to go against the orders of the human realm's highest deacon palace for an ant. The old man spoke politely to the 9 moons heavenly the arch. Then he grabbed Lin Ling's wrist with his right hand. You too. Remember, don't be too arrogant. Otherwise, you won't know how you died. A powerful force immediately surged over, causing Lin Ling's expression to change slightly. A thought arose in his mind. This person, a diamond-level heavenly the arch, was definitely at the level of Wu Sheng. However, while he was shocked, the old man was even more shocked. It could be said that he was shocked like thunder. Previously, he thought that because Lin Ling was from the human realm's highest deacon palace, he would not die here today. He also wanted to stop the 9 moons heavenly the arch from attacking Lin Ling. However, when he stopped him, he realized that the wrist in his hand was like a dragon that could never be grasped. Compared to the 9 moons heavenly Thearka's semi-divine weapon, it was actually stronger. In that case, could it be that the person he saved was not Lin Ling, but the 9 moons heavenly the arch? Because if the battle continued, the 9 moons heavenly the arch would definitely lose. Swoosh swoosh. While he was still in shock, Lin Ling and the 9 moons heavenly the arch had already separated, and then they floated down to the ground. Lin Ling is lucky. If the battle continued, he would definitely die. His peak attack was only barely able to block the 9 moons heavenly the arch. However, just as the 9 moons heavenly the arch was about to unleash his full strength, that old man appeared. He dared to provoke the Xinyuan family. He's just a piece of trash. The people in the distance did not know these small details. Some were dissatisfied, and some were still excited. The battle before was wonderful. It was undeniable that Lin Ling had become famous today. In the heavenly Thearka's world, he had become an existence that could not be underestimated. So its brother Immortal Ancient. At this moment, another voice drifted out. A large number of people walked in the sky. Many people looked carefully and found that they were the experts of the 7 Emperors' world. Although these people were also titled Heavenly Thearchs, they were clearly at the top of the pyramid of the Heavenly Thearchs. They were diamond-level experts. Brother Zongheng, you guys came late. And Space-Time Heavenly the Arch, I didn't expect you to receive orders to come here. The Immortal Ancient Heavenly the Arch suddenly laughed. He had taken action before because he knew that even if he did not take action, the people of the 7 Emperors' world would take action. Therefore, he did not want the Jianghu Immortal stage to have the ugly reputation of bullying the weak. Therefore, he took action. Chapter 1653. Those 2 people couldn't be offended. Hee, the demon region's enchantment is imminent, how could we be careless? In the sky, the people of the 7 Emperors' world walked down. The unhindered Sky Emperor smiled and looked at Lin Ling, his heart trembling violently. He had heard the news and immediately rushed over. He was worried about Lin Ling's safety. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would be alright? Tiandi was facing Yungu's Celestial Pedestal and Champion University. Since the last time they had met, that little boy had become much stronger. Hee, not bad, you didn't lose face for the 7 Emperors' world, said Tiandi nodding. He looked excited. The crowd in the distance sighed softly. Now that the people from the 7 Emperors' world had arrived, no one would be able to touch Lin Ling anymore. Lin Ling, are you all right? Asked Tiandi. The voice of the White Cloud Celestial Emperor came from the group below the 7 Emperors' sky. I'm all right, said Tiandi. Said Lin Ling smiling. When he saw the 7 Emperors' world's people, he felt relieved. Then he looked at the 9 spirits of heaven and shook his head. You idiot, you were so reckless before. If I hadn't reacted quickly, you would have died, said Tiandi. At that moment, the 9 spirits of heaven were sitting cross-legged and recovering. They smiled and said, Brother, I'm willing to sacrifice myself for you, said Tiandi. Lin Ling was stupefied. His heart was pounding. He was extremely touched. Brother, I'm willing to sacrifice myself for you. Because of that promise, I'm willing to sacrifice my life for yours. From now on, the 9 spirits of heaven are also my brothers, said Xiaoyan. Little Flame also ran over and said excitedly. Although Xianyuan Jiuhun did not help much, the brotherhood between them can be seen by the sun and the moon. I've been treating you like my little brother for a long time, and Lin Ling is my big brother, said the 9 spirits of heaven smiling. Bullshit, I'm the second brother, you're the third brother. Little Flame laughed heartily and punched the 9 spirits of heaven in the chest, causing her to suck in a cold breath. I'm seriously injured. I don't even know how many bones are broken, and you're still punching me? The 3 brothers immediately laughed out loud. Bai Yun Tiandi also walked over and joined them. The 4 of them had gone through life and death situations together. Now that they had such a relationship, they were the envy of others. The conversation between the 4 of them could be said to be unbridled, which undoubtedly caused the 9 Moons Celestial Thearcha's expression to turn ugly. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many powerhouses present, he really would have killed Lin Ling and the others. At the same time, more and more heavenly emperor powerhouses arrived. They were all diamond level. Clearly, they were the leaders of the operation this time, representing the world's 3 great legends. Those powerhouses were talking. Although they were afraid of each other in their hearts, they were still extremely polite on the surface. This was because above their heads were the highest deacon palaces of the mortal world, so no one dared to act recklessly. What they were talking about was the next matter of the demon domain enchantment seal. Lin Ling didn't have time to care about those things. His gaze wandered. First, it landed on Minister Yu, then he walked over step by step. At this moment, Minister Yu was like an ant. There were too many powerhouses. He only had the status of a disciple and didn't have the qualifications to speak. However, when he sensed Lin Ling walking over, his expression changed drastically. With a plop, he knelt down and kowtowed continuously. Senior brother Lin Ling is indeed worthy of his divine might. Previously, you had greatly raised the prestige of our 7 emperors' heavens. His words were heard by many people. The crowd immediately revealed looks of disdain. This Minister Yu was really despicable. Previously, he thought that Lin Ling would definitely die, so how arrogant was he? However, seeing that he had failed, he once again kowtowed to Lin Ling. What was the use of such a person if he didn't die? Lin Ling stood in front of Minister Yu and smiled slightly. The dignified first king of the West Mountain is as despicable as a dog. You really disappoint me. In the past, the 2 of them had met under the 7 emperors' heavens. At that time, Minister Yu was still a little arrogant. However, now he was really as despicable as a dog. Senior brother is right. Minister Yu immediately smiled apologetically. At the same time, he glanced at the experts of the unhindered Sky Emperor and knew that they would not help him. Because compared to Lin Ling's potential, unless they were idiots, if they really wanted to be sacrificed, it would naturally be him. Didn't you have a trump card in your hand before? Now, what trump card do you have? Lin Ling smiled again. Minister Yu was so embarrassed that he could not say anything. He could only smile apologetically. Junior brother was joking with you just now. Senior brother is a magnanimous person, please don't take it to heart. After saying that, he kowtowed heavily again. Bayun Tiandi and the others snorted coldly and were extremely disdainful. Alright, I hate bullying the weak the most. I will give you a chance. As long as you scold me, I will spare you. Lin Ling said indifferently. Junior brother will definitely do as you say. Senior brother, please tell me who you want me to scold. Minister Yu patted his chest and said bitterly. In the past, he and Lin Ling were of the same generation. Today, when he saw Lin Ling, it was as if he saw his master. He could only bow respectfully. Lin Ling pointed at the distant feminine prince and said with a smile, scold him for being inferior to a dog or a pig, and I will spare your life. Minister Yu followed Lin Ling's finger and looked over. He immediately sucked in a cold breath of air. The one Lin Ling pointed at was precisely the 9 Moons' heavenly emperor. This move is vicious enough. Many people watched the liveliness and said, before, Minister Yu was flattering the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor. Now, Lin Ling was forcing him to scold the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor. Then, let's see what Minister Yu's choice was. This, senior brother, this is not good, right? Minister Yu's face paled. If he scolded the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor, would he still be alive? Your distinguished self. Right now, the 3 great legends of the human world are working together to seal the Devil Region barrier. Please do not do anything that will affect our unity. At this time, that immortal ancient heavenly emperor said coldly. This Lin Ling was too arrogant. Immortal ancient old brother, you have also cultivated for 300 years, while he is only 20-something years old. By interfering with the matters of these juniors, this is affecting our unity. Let the matters of the younger generation be solved by them. As soon as immortal ancient heavenly emperor's words fell, the unhindered heavenly emperor spoke in place of Lin Ling. Immortal ancient heavenly emperor immediately became silent. He sensed a message, which was that Lin Ling was greatly valued by the 7 emperors' heavens. The other experts also did not speak. First, Lin Ling had someone behind him supporting him. Second, this was indeed a matter of the younger generation. If they interfered, then it would be a bit unsightly. What is this? Minister Yu was looking forward to those experts stopping Lin Ling's arrogance, but in the end, none of them said anything. Junior brother Yu, you don't dare to scold me? You have to know that I am your senior brother. If you make me unhappy, I will slap you to death on the spot. Lin Ling's voice became colder and colder. Minister Yu opened his mouth wide, hurriedly looking towards the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor, only to hear the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor coldly say, "Try scolding me." Threat. Thick threat. On the left was Lin Ling, and on the right was the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor. Both of them were masters that could not be provoked. It was difficult to choose. Minister Yu was extremely regretful. He should not have held the thought of getting lucky and provoking Lin Ling. I will give you 3 breaths of time to consider. At this time, Lin Ling spoke again. If you want to die, then scold me. On the other side, the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperors seemed to want to continue fighting with Lin Ling. They opposed each other with equal harshness. Chapter 1654. Fight both sides. Minister Yu wished he could commit suicide on the spot. Finally, he looked at the 9 Moons Heavenly King and made a decision. There were people from the 7 Emperors Heavenly King here, so he should be fine if he scolded the 9 Moons Heavenly King. If he didn't, he might not be able to leave here today. How dare you? Sensing Minister Yu's gaze, the 9 Moons Heavenly King was furious. He was a member of the Xinyuan family, and someone dared to scold him? You're worse than a fucking dog. However, Minister Yu cursed the moment the 9 Moons Heavenly King finished his sentence. You're worse than a fucking dog. In the silent land, only Minister Yu's voice could be heard. Anger. Xinyuan 9 Moons was furious. He really dared to scold him. Was he a pushover compared to Lin Ling? Good. Go to hell. The 9 Moons Heavenly King's killing intent surged as he punched the air. Senior brother Lin Ling, save me. Minister Yu seemed to know that this would happen. He looked at Lin Ling and said, I've already scolded you. Lin Ling, you should help me now. Unfortunately, it was wishful thinking. When he wanted to kill Lin Ling, he tried to persuade others to do it. When others tried to kill him, he wanted Lin Ling to save him. Did he think Lin Ling was a fool? You have to bear the consequences of your own actions. You can't afford to play with fire. Lin Ling said indifferently. Minister Yu wanted to kill him with the help of others. Unfortunately, he couldn't afford to play with the power that didn't belong to him. Now, he was facing retribution. No! Minister Yu roared before he was blasted into smithereens, leaving nothing behind. Perhaps it was only right before he died that he realized that among the strong, the one he should flatter the most was Lin Ling, because only by flattering Lin Ling would he be able to survive. Serves you right. I didn't expect Minister Yu to be more afraid of Lin Ling than the 9 Moons Heavenly King. Lin Ling is also a ruthless character. The surrounding people laughed. They didn't sympathize with Minister Yu. After all, that guy's ugly actions were obvious to all. Lin Ling, where's my second brother? After the 9 moons heavenly the arch killed Minister Yu, he glared at Lin Ling. His feminine face was filled with malevolence. How would I know which dog your big brother is? Maybe he's dead. Lin Ling smiled and said lazily. Ha. Bai Yuntiandi was the first to laugh. Only Lin Ling had the guts to call Xianyuan Jiuxing a dog in front of everyone. But in truth, Lin Ling really didn't know where Xianyuan Jiuxing had gone. In the past, Xianyuan Jiuxing had chased after him, but he had suddenly disappeared. Even now, he was still puzzled. Are you going to tell me or not? If you don't, you'll definitely regret it. I'll tell you something else. Someone told me that you were the last person to see my second brother. The 9 moons heavenly emperor said again. I was the last person to see him. Do I have to know his whereabouts? I'm not your father or mother. I don't have the right to control where your second brother went to behave atrociously. Moreover, are you still young? You came to ask me when your second brother went missing? You should go back and ask your father and mother. Lin Ling smiled again. His words were sharp, causing a large number of people to laugh. This Lin Ling was really vicious. The 9 moons heavenly Thearcha's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant after the people from the 7 emperors' heavens came. He wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he had to be wary of the people from the 7 emperors' heavens. You have guts. Today, you're just borrowing the support of those seniors. The 9 moons heavenly the arch said coldly. Lin Ling nodded and didn't say anything else. Instead, he walked towards the 9 moons heavenly the arch, causing many people to be puzzled. What was Lin Ling doing? The 9 moons heavenly the arch also frowned, curious about Lin Ling's actions. Finally, Lin Ling arrived in front of the 9 moons heavenly the arch and stared at him. Then he slowly raised his hand and viciously slapped him. Who the fuck do you think you are? Slap, slap. The crisp sound of a slap rang out, causing the ground to fall into a deathly silence. No one expected Lin Ling to actually walk over and slap the 9 moons heavenly Thearcha's face. Even the powerhouses of the 3 great myths narrowed their eyes. In this situation, shouldn't Lin Ling be more low-key? This was because if it weren't for the people from the 7 emperors' heavens, the 9 moons heavenly the arch would have killed Lin Ling. However, who knew that Lin Ling would take the initiative to stir up trouble, provoking the 9 moons heavenly the arch to make a move? You slapped my face? Slap. The 9 moons heavenly the arch stroked his handsome face in disbelief. That's right, and it's on both sides. Slap. Lin Ling nodded and waved his right hand again. A crisp sound of a slap rang out from the 9 moons heavenly Thearcha's other cheek. Another slap. This slap clearly told the 9 moons heavenly the arch that this was not a dream, and that he had really slapped him. One had to know that to Lin Ling, the 9 spirits of heaven had almost died, and the 9 moons heavenly the arch had come to kill him. Therefore, regardless of whether the 9 moons heavenly the arch would let him go, Lin Ling had never thought of letting him go. If the 9 moons heavenly the arch wanted to kill him, Lin Ling would come and kill him. If he failed, would he treat it as if nothing had happened? That was impossible. He, the 9 moons heavenly the arch, thought that the powerhouses had arrived, and Lin Ling had luckily escaped. He had no idea that the one who had escaped was the 9 moons heavenly the arch. This Lin Ling has eaten the guts of a leopard, and now he can move unhindered among the heavenly Thearchs. What else do you have to say? Shouted the immortal ancient celestial the arch from the Jianghu celestial Thearcha's side. It's time to seal the world, and this Lin Ling is so arrogant. He's affecting the unity of the 3 myths of the human world. In my opinion, we should kill him, otherwise, we'll be disappointed. Said a strong cultivator from Champion University. Then he stared at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, you've committed a crime. Understood. The 3 myths of the human world, the 7 emperors' world, the Jianghu celestial the arch, and Champion University, even though they weren't on the same side, they had the same goal, to protect the human world. Therefore, those who dared cause trouble would be punished by the 3 myths. Of course, this was only relatively speaking, because where there were people, there would definitely be fighting, and this was unavoidable. Even senior brothers of the same sect couldn't avoid killing each other. However, those were all resolved in private. Whereas in public, everything had to be done for the sake of the overall situation. The Zhonghong Heaven Emperor smiled wryly. He found it difficult to explain. The time and space Celestial the Arch didn't care too much. He knew that Lin Ling wasn't stupid. Even though he was arrogant, he was strong. If he dared do that, he had to have a solution. Affecting the unity of the three myths of the human world? Are you bullshitting? Yes. As expected, Lin Ling was extremely confident. He smiled coldly and said, "Everybody saw that the 9 moons heavenly the Arch killed Minister Yu, a fellow disciple of the 7 Emperors' world. He was the one who affected the unity of the 3 myths of the human world. As a fellow disciple, how could I not do anything? Sorry, I can't do that." Yes. Boom. The crowd's hearts were pounding. Lin Ling was really cunning. Lin Ling had killed Minister Yu, but he was blaming the 9 moons heavenly the Arch. He was using that as an excuse to attack the 9 moons heavenly the Arch. Chapter 1655. Silver-ranked 9 moons Celestial Emperor, do you have a pair of dog eyes? Our 7 Emperors' heavens matters can be solved behind closed doors. When is it 9 moons Celestial Emperor's turn to interfere? He killed our people, this is a fact that cannot be changed. Therefore, it was he who affected our unity first. If there is someone to blame, it should be him. Lin Ling laughed coldly. His tone made Immortal Ancient Celestial Emperor's eyes narrow. Lin Ling's tongue was like a lotus flower, even more so cursing him for having a pair of dog eyes. Correct, our 7 Emperors' heavens matters can be solved by ourselves. What right does 9 moons Celestial Emperor have to interfere? Could it be that it is just because he cursed? This 9 moons Celestial Emperor doesn't place the 7 Emperors' heaven in his eyes, killing after cursing, boundlessly arrogant. Unhindered Celestial Emperor also spoke, leaving everyone speechless. Moreover, this matter cannot be settled like this. Lin Ling continued, his words making everyone gasp. Lin Ling still wasn't willing to give up? Then what do you want? Immortal Ancient Celestial Emperor frowned. Fight, I will fight a life and death battle with him. No one can blame anyone for dying. Lin Ling said straightforwardly. These words made everyone's minds explode again. They thought that Lin Ling was borrowing the 7 Emperors' heaven's support, and that was why Lin Ling was so arrogant. However, who knew that Lin Ling didn't need the 7 Emperors' heaven's support at all? He took the initiative to fight. Fine, I agree. Yes. 9 moons Celestial Emperor looked forward to this. Then just get out here. Yes. Lin Ling floated towards the sky. The reason why he was so determined to fight, apart from the fact that the other party wanted to kill him, was even more because of the 9 spirits of heaven. A word of brother, 2 ribs full of blades. These 2 reasons made Lin Ling have to kill Xinyuan 9 moons. His brother was being humiliated, so how could he retreat? This Lin Ling really is righteous. Yes. Many people also sensed Lin Ling's intention to fight, and couldn't help but secretly admire him. Lin Ling, for his brother, 2 ribs full of blades, magnanimous. If they had such a brother, they wouldn't let him go. Big brother. On the ground, the 9 spirits of heaven opened their eyes. Their eyes were moist. Don't worry, those who provoke Big Brother never have a good ending. Little Flame clenched his fists, feeling emotional. That was their Big Brother, forever holding up the sky. However, the 9 Moon Sky Emperor is not weak. Among the silver-level Sky Emperors, he is ranked 3rd. Can Lin Ling defeat him? Bai Yun Tiandi said worriedly. Lin Ling's potential was very strong, but the time he had spent as a heavenly emperor was too short. He could not compare to the 9 moons heavenly emperor. Hearing this, the 2 9 spirits of heaven fell silent. Obviously, they were not very confident, especially the 9 spirits of heaven. As one of the descendants of God, he naturally knew the strength of the Xinyuan family. The Xinyuan family had a long history, existing since the beginning of the world. According to legend, it had once declined, and the reason for its decline was the erasure of experts. If not for that, the The Xinyuan family would be even more glorious and powerful now. But even so, the current Xinyuan family had regained its former strength. In the human realm's highest Deacon Palace, the Xinyuan family's prestige was not low. The crowd was also looking forward to the battle. Lin Ling was a 6th stage saint, and the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor was a 9th stage saint. How could Lin Ling win? In terms of talent, the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor is a 10th stage Earth realm. He is only 1 step away from reaching the Heaven realm. Wow! So powerful? Wow! Most importantly, his martial arts are truly terrifying. He has reached the large success stage, and the semi-divine weapon in his hand is also not to be underestimated. Wow! Many people were discussing spiritedly. It could be said that the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor was an invincible existence among the silver-ranked Heavenly Emperors. There were only 2 people above him. One was the 9 Vicious Blade, the other was the 1-step swordsman. The difference between these 2 and the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor was that they had cultivated for a long time and could be considered as experts who had cultivated for 100 years. Moreover, these 2 were about to become gold-ranked Heavenly Emperors. Therefore, in terms of age and cultivation time, they were obviously not of the same generation and could not be compared to the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, many people had a feeling that the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's strength was actually more powerful than the rumors said. But to what extent, no one knew. The 3 great legends of the human realm, experts are as common as clouds. Those who can enter that place are all peak existences of the human realm, and in the future, they will become giants of the human realm. However, the highest Deacon Palace of the human realm cares more about the younger generation of Heavenly Emperors, and the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor is one of them. An expert from the ancient rhyme Immortal platform indifferently said, extremely confident in the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor. My brother won't lose. If he wins, I want Lin Ling to personally tell me the whereabouts of my second brother. At this time, a faintly discernible voice drifted over. It was actually Xinyuan Jiutian. This person was even older, about 40 years old, but his strength had already reached the diamond rank. The crowd stared at Xinyuan Jiutian, their hearts trembling. This was another emperor-level character. None of the people who appeared here today were simple. Let's talk about it after your brother wins. On the side of the 7 emperors, the unhindered Heavenly Emperor indifferently said. Naturally, he could not show any weakness. Xinyuan Jiutian smiled and did not say anything. Facts would prove everything. As for the unhindered Heavenly Emperor and the other experts, they were somewhat worried. In fact, they themselves did not think that Lin Ling could win. He definitely won't win. In the distance, Princess Wuxia secretly clenched her fists. She completely did not expect Lin Ling to challenge her. This meant that Lin Ling's strength was also unrivaled in the silver-ranked battlefield. This was impossible, absolutely impossible. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor also floated up into the sky. He touched his cheek, and his feminine face had a hint of ferocity. In fact, he did not think that Lin Ling could win at all. If it were not for someone stopping the previous confrontation, he would have already obliterated Lin Ling. The consequences of hitting me are very serious. The consequences of challenging me are even more serious. You should know that if it were not for someone stopping you, you would have already died. A soft voice drifted out. The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor had his hands behind his back, looking down on the world with an imposing manner. Is that so? Then use your strength to prove to me that if no one stopped you, I will not die. On the other side, Lin Ling's mood had calmed down. His blue robe and long hair fluttered in the wind, and his indifferent eyes were as calm as an ancient well. He was calm and collected, like the calm before the storm, like an emperor master who had experienced thousands of reincarnations. After the cultivation in the Devil Cloud Cave, he also wanted to know where his limits were, and his opponent was a good whetstone to prove himself. Lin Ling's aura is so calm. Wow! Many people found that Lin Ling was completely different from before. If the Lin Ling before was showing off his ability, then the current Lin Ling was like the clouds in the sky, hard to figure out. This child is a rare martial arts genius. Wow! An ancient powerhouse said. Lin Ling seemed frivolous, but he was not arrogant. In the face of a real battle with the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor, he was not arrogant. This kind of temperament was very good. Lin Ling is actually not weak. Think about it, he defeated several heavenly emperors before, and his methods were clean and efficient. Without a certain level of strength, it is impossible to do this. Another powerhouse said, making many people nod, acknowledging Lin Ling's strength. It could be said that Lin Ling was actually a dark horse among the heavenly emperors, a dark and dazzling horse. In that case, this battle will be somewhat exciting. Wow! Chapter 1656. Invincible in water and fire, the 9E9 Yang body. Then, do you still dare to say that now? The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor smiled faintly. At this moment, he had also calmed down. He held the flute with both hands and gently blew it. An incomparably terrifying aura soared into the sky, enveloping all directions. Outside the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's body, specks of crystal light floated out. They were like gems and diamonds, sparkling and pure, extremely condensed. In the end, it formed 2 great worlds, fire and ice, yin and yang. The 9E9 Yang body was finally revealed. Moreover, its aura was so strong that it shook the heavens and earth. It had actually surpassed the earth realm and stepped into the terrifying heaven realm. The 9E9 Yang body's final destination is the divine body. Under the world of yin and yang, an ancient voice also floated out. At this moment, the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor seemed to be the ruler of this world. Once the heaven realm immortal body appeared, who could compete with him? The sound of the flute also filled the world of 9E9 Yang. On the ground, above the sky, a strange change suddenly occurred. On one side, the clouds and mountains were burned and gradually melted, while on the other side, the mountains and clouds were frozen. Even the clouds could not escape this calamity. On the ground below, many silver-rank heavenly emperor powerhouses had the feeling of prostrating themselves in worship. When encountering a heaven realm immortal body, those with immortal bodies that were too far apart could only kneel and worship. They had no chance of resisting. He actually hid his talent. How terrifying! His strength is probably able to enter the ranks of gold-rank heavenly emperors. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The Xianyuan family, the descendant of God, was indeed powerful. It gave them an extremely shocking feeling that exceeded their imagination. Lin Ling, I'm afraid that there's trouble. The White Cloud Heavenly Emperor frowned. She had a feeling that even if she were to challenge the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor, she might not be his match. This was because the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor was hiding his talent, which was different from the rumors. First-grade heaven-ranked talent? The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor to have hidden his strength so deeply. Moreover, the 9 Yin and 9 Yang physique was the ultimate divine physique. This Xianyuan family was truly blessed by the heavens. No wonder the rumors said that this family dared to fight the mysterious realm lord. It seemed like these supreme deacons from the mortal world weren't easy to deal with. He couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. The worry in his eyes deepened. He didn't think that Lin Ling could win. Therefore, at this critical moment, he had to save Lin Ling even if he had to lose face. Lin Ling, go to hell. Over at the Jianghu Immortal platform, a large number of people were also cheering. Lin Ling wouldn't be able to win. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was calm. The terrifying pressure of heaven and earth in front of him let him know that the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor was very difficult to deal with. Among the silver heavenly emperors, he was definitely at the peak of strength. If the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of the past fought with him, the 4 of them together would not be his opponent. Now, you still dare to say that if no one stops you, you can still live? Heat and cold, 2 different temperatures rushed towards Lin Ling. The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's aura rose steadily, as if there was no end to it. He was using his talent to suppress Lin Ling. I've said it before. Use your strength to prove yourself, not your mouth. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed, and a sharp aura bloomed from them. After he spoke, The void around him shattered like glass, and the rumbling continued. The ancient god emperor descended. He had bronze skin and a majestic body. At this moment, he was like an indomitable giant who wanted to conquer the world. The aura of an emperor pervaded the air. This was the first time Lin Ling had displayed it to the fullest, shocking the world. "This emperor is here." Everyone heard this sentence. It was the voice of the ancient sovereign god, as if he was resisting the pressure of the 9 moons heavenly emperor. Earth rank 10th grade. At this moment, many people finally understood why Lin Ling had easily killed Emperor Peerless. It was because Lin Ling's talent was not weak at all. He was only 1 rank lower than the 9 moons heavenly emperor. What a terrifying pressure. I actually have a feeling of worship. The powerful aura continued to bloom. Some people with weaker talent than Lin Ling found it difficult to breathe at this moment. Earth rank 10th grade? The 9 moons heavenly emperor narrowed his eyes. He finally knew where Lin Ling's confidence came from. However, he had some doubts in his heart. According to convention, when an Earth rank 10th grade talent met his heaven rank, they would also have to kneel down and lose the ability to fight. However, Lin Ling did not. Perhaps the advantage of Lin Ling's talent was defense. That was why he was barely able to resist his pressure. Your talent is weaker than mine. Your realm is lower than mine. Your martial arts are worse than mine. Unfortunately, you are not my match. The 9 moons heavenly emperor said coldly. The ancient flute in his hands bloomed with an ancient melody, blowing the 9 yin and 9 yang, forming a large area of ice and fire that surged towards Lin Ling. When the ice and fire combined, it actually continued to explode the space, causing the entire sky to look like boiling water. A powerful aura rushed over, causing Lin Ling's pupils to flicker. Without a sword, he could only use his fists. He ruthlessly punched out with both fists. Scorching flames surged out. Under the sky in front of him, the Fire Dragon King roared, forming an origin power that swept through the world. Lin Ling's fire martial arts have reached perfection. Seeing Lin Ling once again release his fire martial arts, many people were secretly surprised. A mere spark dares to be arrogant? Under my 9E9 Yang 9 Yang 9E9 Yang 9 fire origin energy will be devoured. However, a disdainful voice sounded from the distance. A terrifying thing happened. Those fire dragon kings that roared towards the sky and burned everything were immediately devoured after entering the world of 9E9 Yang. Even if they weren't devoured, they were still frozen into ice dragons. Fire and water were invincible. This was the terror of the 9 Yin and 9 Yang. Initial success stage of the Saint Mark martial arts? The unhindered heavenly emperor stared ahead and said, although he was only at the small success stage, the 9 moons heavenly emperor's cultivation realm and talent were even higher. Therefore, the power that came with a wave of his hand was extremely terrifying. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. He was invincible in fire and water. This was the first time he had encountered such a troublesome talent. In other words, against the 9 moons heavenly emperor, his fire attribute martial arts were all useless. He could only rely on his godly demon overlord physique. Spatial storm. Lin Ling ruthlessly punched out. The void was like a pillar of light that froze. In the next moment, it shattered with a rumbling sound, forming a ravine that rushed towards the 9E9 Yang 9 Yang world ahead. This punch was undoubtedly brilliant because everyone thought that Lin Ling had no strength to fight back. Who knew that he seemed to be resisting the 9E9 Yang 9 Yang world? However, after the pillar of light shot out, the ice and fire world ahead paused slightly. It actually burned the void and froze the void. What a terrifying power! Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The 9 moons heavenly emperor was indeed an invincible existence among the silver heavenly emperors. Spatial distortion. In front of him, the incomparable ice and fire world rolled over again like the might of heaven and earth. Lin Ling's figure flickered as he shuttled through the void, faintly discernible. Do you think you can escape? The 9 moons heavenly emperor sneered. Facing him, Lin Ling could only flee like a mouse. This also showed that if someone hadn't stopped him, Lin Ling would have died in his hands. Chapter 1657. Killer Move, Blade of Nirvana. Moon Shade. The Nine Moons' Heavenly Emperor was a little surprised by Lin Ling's battle awareness. He let out a low roar and pointed the ancient flute in his hand. Icy mist filled the air and froze the shattered void. Boom! The two powerhouses collided, and the sky exploded. A terrifying force swept across the world, and then the two figures retreated. Your physical strength is not bad. If it weren't for my heaven-tier talent, your physical strength would have been enough to break through the ordinary origin energy. What a pity, what a pity. The Nine Moons' Heavenly Emperor's voice floated out. However, it was just a small test. I think so too. On the other side, Lin Ling waved his frozen arm and looked up. Such a terrifying collision, and it was just a test. Don't these two have a limit? The crowd's hearts exploded. They thought it was a battle of the pinnacle, but it was just a test. These two were indeed the strongest among the Silver Heavenly Emperors. The battle between the first and second place. Your physical strength is very strong, but unfortunately, my 9-in force specializes in breaking through physical strength. It can transmit power to the Void-in. The Nine Moons' Heavenly Emperor's voice floated out again. Void-in? In the Seven Emperors world, the space-time Heavenly Emperor's face changed dramatically. He was also proficient in space origin energy, so he naturally knew what Void-in was. One had to know that in the void, the power was extremely mixed, and Yin Qi was one of them. If a martial artist could transmit power to the Void-in, it meant that any physical strength would be ineffective. At least in this world, no one could attack him, and all attacks would be transmitted to the depths of the void. The 9-in Yang body is really abnormal. The space-time Heavenly Emperor muttered to himself. Unafraid of water and fire, unafraid of physical strength, what other power could break through? Nine Moons' Sun. After the Nine Moons' Heavenly Emperor finished speaking, he took a step forward and turned into a wisp of green smoke, attacking Lin Ling. This time, he chose to attack in close range, and the surrounding world was still the 9-in Yang world. From a certain perspective, he had frozen Lin Ling's space. Rumble! He pointed his flute, and a 1,000-mile-long pillar of fire shot towards Lin Ling. It was terrifying. Unafraid of fire and water, unafraid of the physical body. Is there really such a heaven-defying existence? At this moment, Lin Ling was twisting space to avoid the destructive flame energy. He was deep in thought. That was impossible. Although heaven and earth had a way of countering each other, there was no such thing as an invincible domain. The reason why he was invincible was only relatively speaking. If his God-Devil Overlord body reached the 7th stage, he could still injure Jianghu Tiandi. This was because his tyrannical physical strength could hit Jianghu Tiandi when Jianghu Tiandi transmitted his power. Unfortunately, the current Lin Ling was only at the 6th level. Apart from physical strength, water and fire, I wonder if they are afraid of soul power. Lin Ling shouted in his heart. He twisted the space again and appeared on the other side. Looks like you can only run. Jianghu Tiandi's voice rang out. It was as if he was the ruler of the world. Lin Ling is very strong, but he is obviously not a match for Jianghu Tiandi. In this battle, Jianghu Tiandi has used a powerful trump card that is even stronger than the rumors. Lin Ling can't win. Many people were watching the battle and knew that Lin Ling could only lose in the end. Yin-Yang fusion. Jianghu Tiandi's body became ethereal. The ancient flute in his hand exploded with the power of ice and fire. It turned into millions of fire and ice pillars that attacked Lin Ling. Can you escape? Clearly, he had used his true strength and wanted Lin Ling to have nowhere to run. You said before that if no one stops you, you won't die. Do you still dare to say it now? Where's my second brother? Before you die, you have to tell me. The entire world was filled with Jianghu Tiandi's voice. It was mighty and had an unparalleled majesty. In terms of realm, you are weaker than me. In terms of talent, you are even less than me. Your advantage is simply useless against me. Jianghu Jiaoyang bloomed to the limit. The entire sky was sealed. The origin energy was extremely turbulent. It had actually reached the large success stage. With this kind of realm coupled with a terrifying heaven-grade talent, who in the mortal world would dare to underestimate Jianghu Tiandi? Boundless Fire Dragon King. However, Lin Ling did not show any signs of panic. His face was still calm as he continued to attack with both hands. A large world of Fire Dragon Kings formed in front of him. This was also the large success stage of a Saint Rune martial art. However, when the Fire Dragon Kings wrapped around the pillars of ice and fire, the result was the same as before. This made many people shake their heads. Lin Ling's martial art was also very powerful and had reached the large success stage. However, the gap between talent and cultivation could not be filled. Blade of Nirvana. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling let out a low roar. The void seemed to be cut open. The hearts of all the warriors on the ground roared as if their souls were being attacked. The ancient powerhouses' faces changed drastically. Soul Force. Lin Ling had actually hidden his final trump card, Soul Force. The void was like the sea that was being cut open. From within, a sharp knife shot out. Its momentum was like thunder, shocking the world. Lin Ling had finally used his trump card. After defeating Jianghu Tiandi, Lin Ling would be invincible among the silver-level heavenly emperors. Therefore, he would use his full strength. All the pillars of ice and fire were ineffective. A fatal sense of crisis rushed over, causing Jianghu Tiandi's face to change drastically. Previously, he was still angrily shouting at Lin Ling, but now, he could not help but panic. He took a step forward. The origin energy of Jianghu Jiuyang carried him through the universe. He was avoiding the invisible and colorless soul force attack. Do you think you can escape? Seeing Jianghu Tiandi's figure flickering crazily, countless people thought of that sentence. However, that sentence was said by Jianghu Tiandi. Therefore, when they saw Jianghu Tiandi fleeing, they felt a sense of irony. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out. No attack could stop the saber of Nirvana. Seeing that he could not avoid it, Jianghu Tiandi's eyes revealed a crazed look. He suddenly slapped the ancient flute in his hand and raised it into the air. After doing this, he immediately revealed a pained expression. Clearly, if he wanted to avoid this terrifying trump card, he had to bear the pain and give up his beloved weapon. Abandon the rook to save the king. Puff, puff, puff. Under countless gazes, the ancient flute in the sky bloomed with a gentle light. Circles of ripples bloomed, attracting the soul force knife. In the end, the two sides collided. However, it was clear that the ancient flute could not block the saber of Nirvana. However, the ancient flute had a spirit. Before it shattered, it swallowed all of the soul force. This unforeseen event caused Lin Ling's face to change drastically. He suddenly knew that although the soul force was a powerful trump card, it also had its flaws. For example, others' strategy of abandoning the rook to save the king did not clash with soul force. Instead, they used other methods to resist soul force. Of course, to block soul force, the treasures needed were extremely precious. As for Lin Ling, it would be difficult for him to recover his soul force in a short period of time. In today's battle, Lin Ling had benefited greatly. He had a better understanding of his own strength. So that's your strongest ability? You hit it very deeply. Next, how do you plan on facing my anger? In the sky, the 9 yins and 9 yangs were even more majestic. Jianghu Tiandi had his hands behind his back as he walked over. Anyone could hear the thick anger in his words. Chapter 1658. Breaking through yin and yang, Dragon Claw. Lin Ling also hid his strength very deeply. That soul power from before is probably at the 100th level. What a terrifying up-and-coming talent. If not for the 9 moons heavenly emperor's treasures, he would have fallen. But what a pity! Right now, Lin Ling no longer has the strength to fight. Those top experts all let out low growls. Many of them recognized Lin Ling's strength even more. However, this recognition was too late because Lin Ling was about to fall. Should we stop him? The space-time heavenly emperor frowned. Lin Ling's talent was so strong that the 7 emperors would not let Lin Ling fall here. Wait! Although the unhindered heavenly emperor was worried, he waved his hand. Lin Ling, You destroyed my ancient flute. Next, I want you to die for real. Cold. 9 Moons' heavenly emperor's voice was extremely cold. Obviously, he was enraged. Just to kill Lin Ling, his beloved ancient flute was destroyed. How could he not be angry? You want me to die? How many times have you said that? You better prove it with your strength. Cold. On the other side, Lin Ling still did not show any signs of panic and replied indifferently. You're still so stubborn even when you're at death's door. I can tell you that your fire martial way is useless against me. Your physical strength is useless against me. Your hidden trump card has been used. You can't win at all. Come out, yin-yang diagram. The 9 Moons' heavenly emperor roared to the sky. An ancient painting floated behind him. Yin and yang were formed in the painting, forming yin and yang ice and fire. It floated out like a ghost fire. A terrifying pressure swept out, causing countless people's pupils to tremble fiercely. They sensed that it was the origin power of the peak realm. 9 yin and 9 yang. At the beginning, it was 1 yin and 1 yang. Then, with the yin and yang of heaven and earth, it slowly increased. With each increase in yin and yang, the strength would increase greatly. When it reached 9 yin and 9 yang, the yin-yang book would appear. This is the Shenyuan bloodline. An arrogant voice drifted out. It was Shenyuan Jiutian. Lin Ling had already used up all his trump cards, but the 9 Moons Celestial the Arch was still hiding his most terrifying trump card. He had lost. Lin Ling was willing to die. No one believed that Lin Ling could still win. Even a gold-rank heavenly emperor would have to dodge when facing a Saint Rune martial art at the pinnacle. You can die now. As the 9 Moons heavenly emperor struck out with his palms, the terrifying power of yin and yang wreaked havoc in space. The combination of yin and yang formed a peculiar ancient picture scroll that enveloped Lin Ling. Restraining me in all aspects? Fire didn't work, but physical strength didn't work either? The terrifying pressure was like the might of the heavens, blowing Lin Ling's long hair. But his handsome face was still calm. The corner of his mouth moved slightly. I don't believe it. You don't believe me? Many people frowned. Lin Ling did not believe that the 9 Moon Sky Emperor could restrain him? Didn't Lin Ling already test it before? Attack! Almost at the same time, the unhindered heavenly emperor coldly shouted. But just as he was about to save Lin Ling, a figure stopped him. It was Shenyuan Jiutian. Scram! Scram! He was overbearing and directly shouted angrily. The other experts immediately looked at the unhindered heavenly emperor with a sneer. The unhindered heavenly emperor wanted to save Lin Ling, but how could they let him do as he wished? The unhindered heavenly emperor coldly snorted. He knew that it would be difficult for him to attack. Puff, puff, puff. At this moment, the sky was shattering and being swept by a mysterious power. The power of yin and yang was like a picture that enveloped Lin Ling from the sky. At this moment, Bai Yuntiendi and the others clenched their fists. They were extremely nervous. They knew that the 9 Moon Sky Emperor was Lin Ling's greatest opponent. What a terrifying guy. He actually made the 9 Moon Sky Emperor use such power. Dugu Konglei smiled bitterly. He thought that Lin Ling was weaker than him, but reality told him that Lin Ling was already stronger than him because he could not make the 9 Moon Sky Emperor use his strongest trump card. But it was a pity. Lin Ling's talent was terrifying, but he was still going to fall. This time he should be dead. Compared to the nervous anticipation of the crowd, Princess Firecloud was even more nervous. Her body even trembled. She wanted to personally witness Lin Ling die in front of her. Boom. But at this moment, the fire began to boil. Under the yin and yang picture, the flames were like a dragon roaring and rushing into the sky with an unyielding will to break through the yin and yang. Unfortunately, this was just a dying struggle. Just like before, the power of 9 yin and 9 yang was still restraining Lin Ling's flames. Therefore, the Fire Dragon King became dimmer and dimmer, wrapped in the yin and yang picture. No one was surprised by this result. In terms of talent, Lin Ling was weaker. In terms of realm, Lin Ling was even weaker. Now, in terms of martial arts, Lin Ling was far behind. Boom. The picture finally fell, as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting. Everyone narrowed their eyes. The peak of St. Rune martial arts, that power was too terrifying. He's dead. Someone muttered to himself, as if he could not believe what was happening in front of him. Why ask when you know the answer? Someone immediately sneered, because this was a very obvious matter. The Xinyuan family is not something you can provoke. At this moment, the 9 moons heavenly emperor stood in the sky with his hands behind his back, as if he was the ruler of the world. He had won this battle. The crowd finally let out cheers. Exciting, shocking, the strongest battle between the silver-level heavenly emperors was really amazing. However, the cheers did not last long. In the next moment, countless people heard the roar of a dragon. They saw that the ground covered by the yin and yang picture was trembling, and there was a fire burning. What? The 9 moons heavenly emperor's face changed. He sensed that the fire did not belong to him. That meant that it belonged to Lin Ling. However, wasn't Lin Ling's fire ineffective against him? Rumble. The ground shook, and a tyrannical aura swept out, forming a firestorm that soared into the sky. A painful sound suddenly floated out from the ground. The yin and yang picture actually floated up. Upon closer inspection, a huge pillar of fire appeared below it, and it actually rushed up the yin and yang picture. Although it was slow, everyone could see that it was only a matter of time before it broke through the yin and yang picture. Can't he really restrain it? I don't believe it. Everyone recalled what Lin Ling had said before. Lin Ling didn't believe that the 9 yin and 9 yang could restrain his flames, so he used fire to resist. He would not turn back until he hit the mountain. But now, the fire seemed to be working. The peak of St. Rune martial arts. In the distance, the unhindered heavenly emperor felt the terrifying aura and could not help but suck in a cold breath. No wonder the fire was so powerful. Rumble. The yin and yang picture slowly rose into the sky, as if the suppressed dragon god had broken free. Countless people saw that within the terrifying pillar of fire, a figure was letting out a painful sound, as if some seal was being undone. And once the seal was undone, something terrible seemed to happen. Lin Ling actually still has a trump card, and it's using fire to fight fire. In that instant, the crowd was even more shocked. No one expected that the one to be stunned in the end would be Lin Ling. Dragon soars into the universe. At that moment, a roar finally erupted, like a volcano soaring into the sky. A dragon flew out from the ground, soaring into the 9 heavens. Moreover, there were thousands of ghosts wailing, and the song of the Yellow Springs was being sung forever. Chapter 1659. Invincible Silver Heavenly Emperor Bang. The 9 yin 9 yang painting could not withstand the tyrannical power at this moment and turned into dust. And that huge pillar of fire that soared into the sky actually created a vacuum in the sky. The sky was filled with burning clouds, incomparably beautiful. The most terrifying thing was that the pillar of fire was like a dragon, continuing to grow larger, causing some of the heavenly emperor powerhouses near the pillar of fire to fall. That was the forbidden fire zone. Silence. The sky, the earth, and the crowd were dead silent, shocked by the power of that martial art. It could be said to be so terrifying. A peak-level St. Mark martial art, he actually knows it too. It's just that his talent is not as good as my third brother's. He shouldn't have destroyed the 9 yin 9 yang painting. Xinyuan Jiutian said with a frown. But although he said so, he also sensed that there was a terrifying pressure hidden in those flames. It seemed to be an existence that surpassed the heaven realm. Of course, that pressure was too weak, causing him to not know if it was an illusion or not. But he took a step forward, wanting to help 9 moons heavenly emperor. Get lost. Unhindered heavenly emperor and space-time heavenly emperor blocked in front of him and roared. You dare to stop me? Xinyuan Jiutian frowned and said coldly. The human world's highest deacon hall is also watching this battle. You dare to make a move? Unhindered heavenly emperor replied coldly. His words made Xinyuan Jiutian's body tremble and retreat. His strength was not enough to fight against the human world's strongest giants. At this moment, under heaven and earth, everyone's eyes were attracted by the terrifying pillar of fire. And at this moment, a slender figure walked out of the flames. His long hair fluttered, his face cold. The most shocking thing was that his left hand was surging with flames. It seemed to be a dragon claw, and it had 5 claws. Dragon, a real dragon. That wisp of dragon's might, no one dared to violate it. As for the 5 claws, it was the god of dragons. Because ordinary dragons generally had 3 claws, this was the pool, river, and lake dragon god, while the 4 claws were the sea and mountain dragon god, and the 5 claws were the heavenly emperor dragon god. This guy, when did he use such a terrifying method? Staring at the flaming dragon claw, unhindered heavenly emperor also sucked in a cold breath. That dragon claw, even he felt a sense of dread. You said that I can't break your fire? A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. He took a step forward with a dragon claw in his hand. Like a dragon god descending, he pounced towards the 9 moons heavenly the arch. At this moment, the 9 moon sky emperor was frowning. Lin Ling was actually still hiding a trump card. Could it be that there was nothing this rising star could not do? Then, when he saw Lin Ling throw himself over, his mind immediately filled with fear. Mu Ran understood why Lin Ling said that immortal ancient heavenly emperor's intervention saved him, and not Lin Ling. It was because right now, he sensed a great life and death calamity approaching. Without another word, the 9 moons celestial the arch retreated. At the same time, he constantly waved his hands, sending large amounts of 9 yin and 9 yang energy to stop Lin Ling. Unfortunately, it was too late to retreat now. Get lost. The 9 yin and 9 yang energy that could restrain Lin Ling before was now like paper. Lin Ling's left hand reached out, and the dragon claw swept out. Flames and dragon might roared, forming a terrifying flame storm that swept through the 9 yin and 9 yang energy. So powerful, the 9 yin and 9 yang energy can't restrain Lin Ling at all. Many people cried out in shock. The battle situation had been reversed by Lin Ling. In this battle of the strongest heavenly emperors, Lin Ling seemed to be turning defeat into victory. Where can you run to? An extremely oppressive voice came from behind, causing the 9 moons heavenly emperor's expression to change once more. In the next moment, blazing flames appeared in front of him. Dragon might bloomed, causing his body to tremble. True dragon. The 9 moons heavenly emperor stopped and spat out a sentence with difficulty. Originally, I didn't want to reveal this trump card, but you forced me to use it. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth moved slightly as he said indifferently. With a wave of his left hand, flames burned. Everywhere it passed, the 9 yin and 9 yang energy around the 9 moons heavenly emperor's body shattered. In the end, the 9 moons heavenly emperor's neck was grabbed by Lin Ling, as if a dragon had coiled around him. Restrain. Now, he still dared to say that he could restrain Lin Ling? The 9 moons heavenly emperor's body continued to struggle. His feminine face was ferocious, but he could not resist the dragon claw. Didn't you ask me where your second brother is? Let me tell you, I really don't know. Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder. He reached out his right hand and ruthlessly slapped the 9 moons heavenly emperor in front of countless people. But the 9 moons heavenly emperor's teeth shattered, and his mouth was filled with blood. It's fine if you want to attack me, but why did you play with my brother? Most importantly, I didn't provoke you. In order to find out the whereabouts of your second brother, you wanted to kill me. But another slap was sent out, and the 9 moons heavenly emperor's face was swollen. You said that you are from the Xinyuan family and that you are a descendant of God. The way I see it, you are just a descendant of a defeated opponent. But another slap. You. In the distant crowd, Xinyuan Jiutian's face was extremely cold. Lin Ling had slapped his brother in front of everyone. He was simply courting death. If you have the ability, kill me. The 9 moons heavenly emperor said with difficulty. You think I don't dare? Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. Since he started cultivating, what kind of ancient figure had he not seen before? Trying to threaten him? The 9 moons heavenly emperor was not qualified. Seeing Lin Ling's smile, the 9 moons heavenly emperor's heart trembled. He had a feeling that Lin Ling really dared to kill him. Swallow it. Lin Ling shouted coldly again. The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's mouth was full of broken teeth. At this moment, he swallowed them all into his stomach. Seeing this scene, the crowd only felt their hearts tremble violently. Everything that had happened in front of them was too shocking. Lin Ling had actually defeated someone from the Xianyuan family and was invincible among the silver-rank Heavenly Emperors. Most importantly, he was now only a 6th stage saint. If his cultivation level were to increase, when he reached the late stage of the Saint Rudiment realm, how strong would he be? Die! Die! Lin Ling did not show any mercy. His 5 claws fiercely clenched, like the might of an angry dragon. Then, under countless gazes, the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's neck was crushed and his head fell directly to the ground. The number 1 silver rank Heavenly Emperor was now Lin Ling. The entire world was silent. Dugu Kong Lei, Princess Wuxia, and the others looked at the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's corpse falling from the sky. The shock in their hearts could not be any greater because they had watched Lin Ling grow up. In the past, Lin Ling was weaker than them. Now, they had to look up to Lin Ling. Even the gold-rank Heavenly Emperors had a strong sense of fear at this moment. In the mortal world, another powerful Heavenly Emperor had risen. It was Lin Ling from the 7 Emperors' heavens. Good, Big Brother one. Big Brother. Little Flame, the 9 spirits of heaven, and the others were extremely excited because they knew what it meant for a silver-rank Heavenly Emperor to sweep through all. Chapter 1660. I'll be waiting for you. You're audacious. Kill. Xianyuan Jiutian's voice spread in the air. It was filled with killing intent. However, he obviously wouldn't make a move. Because he knew that this battle was being watched by all, and he couldn't blame anyone for his death. Thank you for the compliment. Thank you. Lin Ling looked back at Xianyuan Jiutian and said nonchalantly, You can't kill a god's descendant. Said Xianyuan Jiutian gloomily. Only a bloodline with a long history. If it wasn't for the fact that you were lucky enough to save an outer realm cultivator and then devour his bloodline while he was seriously injured, your Xianyuan family would only be an ordinary family. What descendant of God? You're just bragging. Lin Ling patted his clothes and laughed disdainfully. Boom. Xianyuan Jiutian's heart was pounding. How did Lin Ling know the Xianyuan clan's secret? Indeed, a long time ago, the Xianyuan family had once saved a powerful cultivator from the outer realm. That powerful cultivator was seriously injured, but he managed to cultivate God's blood. The Xianyuan family had evil intentions and took advantage of that powerful cultivator being seriously injured to kill him. They devoured that powerful cultivator and obtained the bloodline of a god. That was the Xianyuan clan's secret. Nobody knew about it except for Lin Ling. For a moment, he fell silent. Lin Ling didn't bother about him anymore. The reason why he knew everything was because of his eye of time. One must know that in the Devil Cloud Cave, as long as the young Sector Lord walked past a place, some memories would appear in Lin Ling's mind. Among them were the memories of the Xianyuan family. There are 3 Xian cultivators in the human world. There are as many strong cultivators as there are clouds in the sky. There are 7 emperors in the world, Yungu Celestial Stage, Champion University. There are countless celestial emperors. Now, silver celestial emperors, anyone can challenge me, who dares? Then, Lin Ling looked at the entire land. The dragon claw in his left hand seemed to be roaring, and his cold voice floated out. He remembered that many people were watching him make a fool of himself. Now, he wanted to see who could watch. The crowd remained silent. The battle had been spectacular and intense. Lin Ling's strength had already been recognized. They didn't dare fight him. You're just a silver-ranked celestial emperor. You're not qualified to be invincible. Don't be too arrogant, said a man from Champion University icily. Lin Ling, you don't need to worry about that, said Champion University. So, you want to fight? Lin Ling cast his gaze over, causing the man to frown. He took a step back and did not dare to speak anymore. He was not a gold-ranked Heavenly Emperor. How could he be a match for Lin Ling? How about I fight you? Within the rhythmic ancient Immortal platform, the immortal ancient celestial emperor coldly spoke. Lin Ling was too arrogant. He found him to be an eyesore. You're already so old, don't you feel ashamed? What's more, they've already said that a silver celestial emperor can go up. Are you one? Is your skin really that thick? But if you really want to fight, I'll accompany you," said Celestial Emperor Zhongmo smiling. He slowly walked forwards. The immortal ancient Celestial Emperor looked at Lin Ling icily and remained silent. The three legendary Celestial Emperors of the human world were gnashing their teeth. They didn't want to give up, but among the silver-ranked Celestial Emperors, nobody could compete with Lin Ling. Lin Ling was invincible. "Princess Wuxia, I know you want me to die. Now you have the opportunity. Do you dare kill me?" When nobody said anything, Lin Ling looked at the crowd and asked a beautiful woman indifferently. Princess Wuxia looked glum. If Lin Ling hadn't defeated the 9 Moons Celestial Emperors, she wouldn't have been afraid, but now she didn't dare. "I can tell you that this is your best chance. If you miss this chance, you'll never be able to kill me," Lin Ling said again. Princess Wuxia still didn't say anything. She had a heavenly talent and her cultivation was higher than Lin Ling's. If she wanted to kill Lin Ling, it wouldn't be difficult on the surface. However, the 9 Moons Celestial Emperors also had their own trump cards. The 9 Moons Celestial Emperors were also defeated, so how could she have a chance? "You don't dare? Very well, go back and tell the Fire Clan Emperor that I'll personally visit him soon and make him fulfill his promise." Lin Ling nodded and walked down from the sky. His blue robe was a ghastly sight at this moment. Lin Ling broke his promise to the Fire Clan and fought against the entire Xianhuangdeyu, creating the first record in the human world. Now, he even threatened to personally go to the Fire Clan. How courageous! But that's what a real cultivator should be like. He's magnanimous. He dares to take responsibility for his actions. Although many people were dissatisfied with Lin Ling, there was no lack of people who worshipped Lin Ling. This was because this world was very realistic. Strength represented everything. With strength, one would be respected. Without a doubt, Lin Ling had left his name in the highest hall of the mortal world today. "I'll wait for you," said Princess Wuxia, smiling coldly. Lin Ling was insane. Surprisingly, he had dared come to the Fire Clan. She turned around and left. The others also looked at Lin Ling in a profound way and slowly left. They knew that Lin Ling was going to rise on that day. Remember, it's time to enter the demon world. The strong cultivators of the Jianghu celestial stage groaned coldly and left. Champion University did the same. Zhongmo Tiandi and the others were all smiling. Lin Ling's battle had made the 7 emperors famous. "Lin Ling, come with me," said Spacetime Celestial Emperor, glancing around. He knew that it wasn't a good place to talk, so he left with the crowd. In the demon world, the demon chi was still vast and mighty. In the distance, the sky was dark and boundless. People didn't know where the limit was. This time, in order to complete the mission of the Deacon Palace, the 3 legendary celestial emperors of the human world had gathered there. They all had their own camps. The Demon Dang Mountain was the camp of the 7 emperors. A large number of people had gathered there, and many strong cultivators were guarding it. In the demon world, even if they had as many strong cultivators as the clouds, they still had to be careful. After Lin Ling and the others came back, they didn't attract much attention. Besides, as time passed, many celestial emperors of the Demon Dang Mountain arrived. At the foot of a mountain, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged and practicing cultivation. Lin Ling had gained a lot from defeating Celestial Emperor Jianghu. He also knew how strong the strong cultivators of the human world were, because Celestial Emperor Jianghu had required him to use all his trump cards. What about the golden and diamond level cultivators? "I broke through 2 levels in a row. My cultivation is slow. If I want to break through again, I need external stimuli." The godly demon tyrant emperor's body also improves very slowly. The effects of the half-saint's essence aren't that obvious anymore, said Lin Ling frowning. Lin Ling had taken too much of the half-saint's essence, so he had developed a resistance to it. It was like a pill. The first time he used it, the effects were obvious. The second time, the third time, and the fourth time, the effects were getting weaker and weaker. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to find materials to reforge the tyrannical song sword. Otherwise, my strength would have increased. I'm not used to not having the tyrannical song sword, said Lin Ling, shaking his head. Then he calmed himself down and stabilized his cultivation. Chapter 1661. The origin of space. In the distance, several figures walked over. Lin Ling was familiar with two of them. They were the 9 spirits of heaven and Baiyun Tiandi. There were 2 other middle-aged men following behind them. Their strength was at the peak of the Saint Realm. They must be gold-grade heavenly emperors. Lin Ling quickly stood up and walked over with a smile. There are experts from the 7 Emperors' Heaven. They want us to prepare to seal the demon domain barrier. One of the middle-aged men smiled at Lin Ling and introduced himself. I am Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun. This is Heavenly Emperor Song Mu. As for Baiyun Tiandi, I don't think we need to introduce him. Greetings, seniors. Lin Ling bowed. Since the other party was very polite, Lin Ling would not neglect them. Hee, you are quite famous among the titled Heavenly Emperors. I heard that even the 7 Emperors are full of praise for you. How can we be qualified to be your seniors? Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun waved his hand. In the world of martial Dao, one's strength was the deciding factor, not age. Hee, it's just a false reputation. Lin Ling smiled casually. Oh, that's right. In the past, I had a recommendation from the Black-White Dao Palace. Later on, I became a disciple of the 7 Emperors. Lord Water Mist is my junior apprentice brother. The Green Cloud Heavenly Emperor spoke again, causing Lin Ling's eyes to narrow. So this person was one of them. Heavenly Emperor Song Mu is from the Black Sky Empire. He is also your friend. Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun said. The Xiantian dynasty was also one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. The one in charge of everything was Lord Pu. Now that Lord Pu had become Lin Ling's disciple, he was naturally one of them. Furthermore, Lin Ling still owed Lord Pu a favor. Lin Ling suddenly had a good impression of the 2 heavenly emperors. After a few conversations, they became familiar with each other. Where is Little Flame? Little Flame? After chatting for a while, Lin Ling glanced at them and asked curiously. He went back. This time, the experts of the 7 Emperors' Heavens gathered. Little Flame is not from the 7 Emperors' Heavens, so he was allowed to leave. But don't worry, the unhindered Heavenly Emperor personally sent him back. Baiyun Tiandi said with a smile, which made Lin Ling nod his head. The unhindered Sky Emperor had helped him many times, so he owed him a lot of favors. Let's go. Right now, all the Celestial Emperors have gathered. Xian Di has come to announce this mission. Of the 3 profound of the human realm, all the Celestial Emperors must participate. The 9 spirits of heaven seem to be a little excited. Clearly, to be able to see all the Celestial Emperors of the mortal world and step onto that martial stage was also a kind of recognition. One had to know that after becoming the disciple of the 7 Emperors, if one did not become a Celestial Emperor after 5 years, one would be eliminated. This showed how cruel it was, so to be able to become a Celestial Emperor was a kind of glory. Of course, while the 9 spirits of heaven was feeling proud, he secretly glanced at Lin Ling. Lin Ling became the disciple of the 7 Emperors' Heavens later than him. When he first met Lin Ling, he called himself senior brother. But now, not only was Lin Ling a Celestial Emperor, he was also an existence that could not be provoked among the Celestial Emperors. This earth-shaking change made him have no choice but to exclaim in admiration. Seal the Devil Domain enchantment. Seal. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He did not care much about this mission, but the 7 Emperors' Heavens could be considered his backer, so he still had to participate in this mission. So, after the mission was over, he would go to the Stone God's side. The few of them left and walked along the mountain range. This mission is so famous that it can move the mortal world. I didn't expect that some people are just making up the numbers, thinking that they are also powerful Celestial Emperors. What a disgrace. At this time, on the mountain road ahead, several figures walked over. Looking at them, they were also the Celestial Emperors of the 7 Emperors' Heavens. Celestial Emperor Tianyu, what do you want to say? Celestial Emperor Qin Yun frowned and said. He obviously knew those people. I'm talking to you, don't you understand? Among those people, a man wearing embroidered golden robes said indifferently. This person was one of the 7 emperors' heavens, under the law overlord's command. His title was Celestial Emperor Tianyu, a gold-rank celestial emperor. We are all people of the 7 emperors' heavens, don't go too far. Celestial Emperor Song Mu also spoke. It seemed that this was not the first time they had met Celestial Emperor Tianyu. They had long been associated with each other. What, can I even say it? The two of you have just become gold-rank celestial emperors. Do you really think that you are senior brothers? Behind Celestial Emperor Tianyu, another thin and weak man said disdainfully, "Come to guide junior brother? These few junior brothers, don't be fooled." Celestial Emperor Qin Yun, Celestial Emperor Song Mu, they have been cultivating in the 7 emperors' heavens for many years. Their strength is weak and they like to put on airs in front of newcomers. His words were obviously directed at Lin Ling and the 9 spirits of heaven. Hearing this, Lin Ling and the 9 spirits of heaven did not say anything. They were not very familiar with the world of the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' heavens. Enough, we are all celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' heavens, we should be united and not fight among ourselves. Celestial Emperor Tianyu, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are a member of the Ji family. Celestial Emperor Qin Yun knew that the other party was looking for trouble, so he did not hold back. This sentence should be said by me. Don't think that you will flatter in front of Emperor Yu. This means that you are highly respected in the 7 emperors' heavens. Celestial Emperor Qin Yun, let me tell you, last time you snatched my mission and even complained about me. I am still thinking of how to take revenge for this. Celestial Emperor Tianyu said coldly. So, today I am here to listen to your apology. Apologize, and for the sake of the 7 emperors' heavens, we will let bygones be bygones. The other thin and weak man also said, of course, the so-called apology is to kneel down and kowtow. If a titled celestial emperor knelt down and kowtowed to apologize, it would definitely be a loss of face. So, Celestial Emperor Tianyu's request was obviously very vicious. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Although he did not know the grudge between Celestial Emperor Qin Yun and Celestial Emperor Tianyu, he could feel that the 7 emperors' heavens was not very peaceful. Of course, this was also a very normal thing. The 7 emperors ruled the world. Naturally there would be disagreements, and at that time, conflicts would arise. If you want us to apologize, then let's talk with strength. I, Celestial Emperor Qin Yun, will ask you to show me how powerful Celestial Emperor Tianyu is. The other party had already come to the door. Celestial Emperor Qin Yun could not back down, otherwise, he would lose face. Boom. He took a step forward, ripples appeared in the void, and the origin energy was released. Celestial Emperor Qin Yun actually cultivated a spatial martial art. Earth rank 10th grade talent, Void Storm, as expected of Celestial Emperor Qin Yun. Seeing the void fluctuating, Celestial Emperor Qin Mu could not help but smile excitedly. Even Bai Yun Tiandi secretly admired him. As a gold-rank Celestial Emperor, Celestial Emperor Qin Yun was not much weaker than her. Comprehending the void, not bad, but as a Celestial Emperor, with a raise of the hand, heaven and earth will collapse. The power of the void is for women to play with. A dignified man comprehending the power of the void is simply without dignity. Celestial Emperor Tianyu walked out and sneered. It's useless to say more. If you lose, take your people and scram. Celestial Emperor Qin Yun was unmoved. His long hair fluttered, and circles of mysterious ripples appeared, causing the space around him to flow like water waves. It was extremely powerful. Buzz buzz buzz. Chapter 1662. First battle with a gold-level Heavenly Emperor pop. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu seemed to be unable to control himself as he was sucked into the black vortex and disappeared. That scene made the 9 spirits of heaven and Baiyun Tiandi laugh. In the beginning, Heavenly Emperor Tianyu was so arrogant, but now he didn't even use any moves and was defeated in one move. This was extremely ironic. So powerful, the peak of the space origin force coupled with the space talent, no one has the chance to make a move and was defeated in one move. Heavenly Emperor Song Mu said excitedly, feeling proud of Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. As expected of a gold-level Heavenly Emperor, his comprehension of the origin force was extremely skilled, stronger than the opponents he had encountered before. However, at the same time, he looked forward and saw that the Thin Man and the other Heavenly Emperors were calm at this moment, but the corner of their mouth revealed a hint of ridicule. Something's wrong. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun turned around and walked back. At the same time, he said lightly, "Your skills are inferior, I think you have nothing to say. Leave by yourself, and let bygones be bygones. Go." However, just as he finished speaking, a cracking sound was heard. He turned around to look, and his pupils immediately shrank. In the space behind him, cracks began to appear, and mysterious water flowed out, turning into a big hand that tore the void apart. A moment later, a figure walked out slowly. "This void is dark, it's not fun at all. The outside world is more attractive to me. Go!" After that man walked out, he sneered. Who else could it be if not Heavenly Emperor Tianyu? He patted his clothes and said lightly, "I have the water talent, myriad water thousand universe body, first grade heaven rank, controlling all the water in the world. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. It's as good as water. I thought someone could break my strongest defense, water, but I didn't expect to be disappointed. Go! You've broken through my power of origin." Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun's face changed drastically. His opponent actually tore the void apart and came out by himself. This was the first time he encountered such a situation after using his origin force. You seem to be very surprised. But what's so strange about that? You and I are both gold-level Heavenly Emperors. What we see is whose talent is stronger and whose comprehension of Saint Mark martial arts is deeper. I'm sorry, but in terms of talent and martial arts, you are trash in my eyes. I don't understand. You are qualified to be a Heavenly Emperor, but you dared to ruin my plans during the last mission? Heavenly Emperor Tianyu clasped his hands behind his back, and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Earlier, when you thought you had won, you were so confident and arrogant. That face really made me feel like laughing. Go. The clear sky Heavenly Monarch turned around and left. He even said domineeringly, "You can leave on your own." Heavenly Emperor Tianyu, this move of yours is sinister enough. At present, his face has been utterly lost. In front of junior apprentice brother, he is merely trash. Go! Azure Cloud Heavenly Emperor, one more sentence, how about you leave by yourself? Toon Emperor to Immortal Emperor to Qin Yu Emperor, Heavenly Emperor you. You guys. Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun's face turned green and red. Previously, he indeed thought that he had won. But now, he was humiliated by Heavenly Emperor Tianyu. One must know that he was a dignified Heavenly Emperor, an existence revered by tens of thousands of people in the Black Peng Great Region. But now, he was treated like an ant. One could imagine the anger in his heart. As a Heavenly Emperor of the Seven Emperors Heaven, I, Heavenly Emperor Tianyu, am in a good mood today. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu smiled, then his face turned cold. He stretched out one hand, and waves of water surged out like a tide, sweeping towards Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun. Pop, pop, pop. The water seemed soft, but it had the power to topple mountains and overturn seas, as if it could drown the entire world. Not many Heavenly Emperors below gold level could resist the power of this martial art. Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun, be careful. Bai Yun Tiandi and the others shouted anxiously. They knew the power of this martial art. Void Storm. Boom! A large number of black vortexes appeared around Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun's body. The void was opened, and a suction force was born, guarding him firmly. Voila! The water of heaven and earth still surged. Then it was sucked into the black vortex, but soon, the water tore the void and appeared beside Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun, shrouding him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His whole body seemed to be trapped in water droplets. In one move, he was defeated. Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun is only SOSO. Humph! Heavenly Emperor Tianyu snorted proudly, looking down on his opponent. He and Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun were not under the same 7 emperors, so he did not show mercy at all. Of course, he was just teaching a lesson. If he really wanted to kill Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun, he would not dare. What a powerful water, the power of origin, nothing can't break. Oomph! Heavenly Emperor Song Mu's face turned solemn. Even though he was far away, he could feel the strength of that power. For the sake of Emperor Yu's face, I will not kill you today. Apologize immediately, remember, kowtow and apologize. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu said with his hands behind his back. The people on Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun's side were silent. The opponent was too strong, ranked high among the gold-level Heavenly Emperors. He was not someone they could fight against at present. As one of the 7 emperors, you are too arrogant. Now that the Heavenly Emperors are gathered, you are so arrogant. If you go out alone, won't you slaughter everything? Calm. At this moment, a calm voice came out. You have an opinion? Calm. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu frowned slightly and looked at the person who spoke. He found that it was an unfamiliar young man. Such a person dared to speak? Lin Ling. Calm. Bai Yun Tiandi and the others looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Lin Ling was currently the first in the silver level, but Heavenly Emperor Tianyu was a gold-level expert. Lin Ling? So it's you, the junior who was in the limelight recently. Even I have heard of your name in the 7 Emperors' heaven. You challenged Xianhuang Deyu alone and dominated the silver-level Heavenly Emperor camp not long ago. However, what qualifications do you have to have an opinion? Sigh. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu looked at Lin Ling with interest. Strength is qualification. Sigh. Lin Ling walked out step by step and came to the side of Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun. His right hand formed a fist, and the water droplets around Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun exploded. Lin Ling, thank you. Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun said gratefully. He wanted to remind Lin Ling that Heavenly Emperor Tianyu was not weak, but Lin Ling shook his head and walked towards Heavenly Emperor Tianyu. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu watched quietly from the side and smiled mockingly. I agree, strength is qualification. Just like Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun, without strength, you can only be a stray dog. However, do you have the strength? Sigh. Whether I have the strength or not, we will know after the battle. Lin Ling stopped and said indifferently, the younger generation nowadays is indeed young and frivolous. They think that with a little fame, they can look down on everything. They don't know that when we Heavenly Emperors are fighting, you guys are still drinking milk. Forget it in terms of qualifications, I am your senior brother. As your senior brother, I will give you a few pointers. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu snorted coldly and stretched out his right hand. On his palm, millions of water droplets were boiling and splashing. I will not talk nonsense about how many moves I will give you. Because your strength is too weak, it is the same whether you give in or not. One move will make you recognize yourself. Chapter 1663. If you dare to move, I'll kill you. Voila. Under the heaven and earth, the water was like an avalanche, turning into thousands of waves that drowned Lin Ling. This water was obviously not ordinary water, but the ancient water of heaven and earth. At its peak, it even had the power of divine water. Lin Ling, be careful. Watch out. Bai Yun Tiandi and the others looked solemn and took a few steps back. Looking at Lin Ling again, they were all a little worried, especially Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun. He had fought with Zhao Qingshan before and knew the strangeness of the origin force. It seemed to be seamless and impossible to guard against. Your talent and cultivation are stronger than the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor, but I don't know if you have the same method to resist soul power as the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor. Watch out. Lin Ling's face was calm as he muttered to himself. His eyes narrowed and the blade of Nirvana broke through the air. In the previous battle with the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor, Lin Ling's soul force had lost its effectiveness. Therefore, he did not use his soul force as a trump card. He only used it as one of his trump cards. Facing Heavenly Emperor Tianyu, who was stronger than him in terms of cultivation realm, talent, and martial arts, he wanted to see if his opponent could block his soul force. Voila! The endless tide was still trying to drown Lin Ling, but in everyone's eyes, Lin Ling stood still and did not intend to do anything. Crazy! Watch out! Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling could not block Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu's attack. The people behind Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu sneered. This junior brother who wanted to stand out was even worse than Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun. He was actually frightened. However, they did not see that in the endless tide, a soul blade shot out, piercing through the tide and heading straight for Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu. Just when Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu thought that Lin Ling would be seriously injured, an extremely strong sense of danger suddenly came, causing his face to change drastically. Then he heard a voice. "If you don't want to die, stop. Stop." This sentence was like a brilliant heavenly might, causing Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu's heart to tremble. Right now, he could continue to display his martial arts to attack Lin Ling, but the result was that he would be obliterated by Lin Ling's mysterious means. Without any hesitation, Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu forcefully withdrew his source power. And in front of everyone's eyes, that terrifying tide had already arrived in front of Lin Ling. In the next moment, it would have drowned him, but then the tide suddenly stopped. Looking at Lin Ling again, he had his hands behind his back. Even if the sky collapsed, he wouldn't be alarmed. Boom! Everyone's hearts rumbled. "Kneel, kowtow, apologize and get out." Lin Ling lightly spat out a sentence, causing everyone to be even more surprised. Lin Ling actually wanted Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu to apologize? Everyone subconsciously looked at Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu and discovered that he was standing there with a pale face. It was as if he was extremely afraid of Lin Ling. This made everyone even more puzzled. What exactly happened? At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu's eyes were constantly flickering. He knew that there was a soul knife in front of his forehead that was pointing at him from afar. It had the aura of obliterating him with a single word of disagreement. Soul force. This Lin Ling soul force was actually so terrifying. If I continued to attack with my source power, you wouldn't have been able to block it. At most, we would have perished together. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu said with a frown, but his voice was no longer as arrogant as before. That might not be the case. First, your source power might be able to injure me, but to obliterate me, it's still a little lacking. Second, by the time you reacted and wanted to erupt with a stronger strength, your soul would have already collapsed. Lin Ling said indifferently, "There's always someone better. A gold-rank Heavenly Emperor doesn't mean that you can look down on everything. Of course, you can also try playing with me and see if you can break my blade of nirvana." Hearing this, Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu's face turned even uglier. Previously, he thought that he was stronger, so he played with Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun, making Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun think that he won and arrogantly said, "Leave by yourself." After those words were said, he immediately turned the tables. It was for that kind of teasing, that kind of playing. But now, Lin Ling said this again, the meaning was very obvious. Since you have the strength, then continue to play with me. Unfortunately, Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu, couldn't break the soul force attack, and he was afraid that the moment he wanted to resist, the soul knife would attack. This also meant that the blade of death was hanging on his neck. As long as he dared to be arrogant, he would be killed immediately. "Why aren't you talking? Don't you understand the word, apologize?" Lin Ling said again. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu gritted his teeth. He endured the humiliation and braced himself, saying, "Yes, but you must withdraw your soul force." The blade of nirvana was still pointed at his forehead. How could he not be afraid? "Are you talking about conditions? Or is it a request?" Lin Ling suddenly smiled faintly. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu's eyes widened. He had already lowered his head, but Lin Ling still seemed to be bullying him. One must know that he was a gold-rank Heavenly Emperor. When had he ever tried to lower his noble head? But now, he had no choice but to lower his head. "Junior brother, please withdraw your soul force." Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu lowered his head and said, "After you apologize, the blade will naturally disappear." Lin Ling didn't fall for it. Without the blade of nirvana, Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu wouldn't be so obedient. Sensing the determination in Lin Ling's words, Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu knelt down and kowtowed. "I was reckless before, Please don't take it to heart. Apologized? Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun and the others were shocked. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu actually knelt down and apologized. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe their eyes. Is it okay now? Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu said after kowtowing. Scram. Scram. Lin Ling shouted coldly. Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu looked at Lin Ling deeply. After leaving behind a sentence, he left with the others. I'm from the Ji family. You better know what the Ji family is. After today's matter, I'll definitely pay a visit to them in the future. Scram. Why did you leave behind some threatening words? Can't you think of something new? Lin Ling smiled. Before leaving, he didn't want to lose face, so he left behind some threatening words. He didn't know how many times he had encountered this kind of thing. You. In the distance, Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that among Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun and the others, the most terrifying one wasn't Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun and the others, but that rising star instead. Lin Ling, you're still the best. You actually made them run away. You must know that you're a silver-ranked Heavenly Emperor. After Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu and the others left, Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun and the others walked over with admiration. They didn't expect that Lin Ling would help them out today. It's just a fluke. Because he underestimated me, that's why my soul force took advantage of him. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. None of the gold-ranked Heavenly Emperors were easy to deal with. If Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu wasn't careless and was vigilant like the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor, then Lin Ling might not be able to defeat him. Chapter 1664. Heavenly Emperors gather. No matter what, you indeed won previously. But you also went all out. Facing Heavenly Emperor Tian Yu's attack, you actually remained indifferent, choosing to perish together with him. This courage to cut off all means of retreat, I, Heavenly Emperor Songwood, cannot help but be convinced. Heavenly Emperor Song Mu didn't dare to underestimate his junior brother. That kind of fighting method was ruthless enough. Ruthless to the enemy and ruthless to himself. If he had the means to resist soul power, I would have been the one to suffer. So, by taking him by surprise, sometimes I can win, sometimes I lose, and sometimes I lose all my trump cards. Lin Ling shook his head. They chatted as they walked. However, because of us, you've provoked the people of Ji family. Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun said with some guilt. You're Lord Shui Wu's senior and junior brothers, and also my, Lin Ling's, friends. I will definitely help you with the previous matter. Lin Ling waved his hand and asked curiously, what's Ji family? Ji family? One of the 9 great deacons of the mortal world's highest deacon palace, the same origin as Shenyuan family, Shenhuang Diyu, and the 3 great historical clans, one of the 9 deacons and 3 emperors of the mortal world. Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun explained, startling Lin Ling. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that the people he had offended were not small. The highest deacons of the mortal world, without a doubt, those forces were already the top in the mortal world. The highest deacon palace of the mortal world, heavenly earth, what kind of existence was it? There were so many experts gathered here, all these made Lin Ling extremely curious. A moment later, everyone gathered on a mountain peak. This mountain peak was very big, and the top of the mountain seemed to have been cut by a knife, smooth and clean. A large number of people gathered there. Some were sitting cross-legged, some were drinking wine, and some were chatting wittily. Moreover, each of them had a different aura. Some were extremely bloody, some were surging with murderous intent, and some were approachable. These people's strength was extremely terrifying. They were the titled heavenly emperors of the 7 emperors world. Moreover, many of them were extremely famous. For example, Lin Ling becoming a silver heavenly emperor wasn't a big deal because these people had been famous for a long time, and they had their own proud things. Lin Ling and the 9 spirits of heaven were just rising heavenly emperors. Even Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun and Spacetime Heavenly Emperor, they were low-key. So many experts. Lin Ling was shocked. His eye of time continued to scan the surroundings, and he discovered that there were many heaven-ranked geniuses, and many of them were martial saints. He was actually the weakest of them all, a 6th stage saint. You're here. At this time, The unhindered celestial emperor looked in Lin Ling's direction and called out. He immediately walked over with a smile. There were a few celestial emperors beside him. They were all otherworldly and had unfathomable strength. Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly Emperors, Heavenly Emperor from the East, East Emperor, Heavenly Sky, Heavenly in front of Lin Ling, Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun said with a smile. Eastern Mountain? Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and he quickly bowed to them. The Seven Emperors' world had 4 mountains, and Eastern Mountain represented the same faction as Lin Ling. Coupled with Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun's introduction, Lin Ling naturally didn't dare to slight them. This Heavenly Emperor is? The other 3 looked at Lin Ling. They looked to be in their 40s, but in reality, they had cultivated for more than 100 years. Heavenly Emperor Qin Yun pointed at Lin Ling and said, 100 years ago, Heavenly Emperor Immortal Carp appeared in Eastern Mountain. Eastern Mountain was glorious, but 100 years later, Eastern Mountain declined, as if the moon was clear and the moon was dim. However, since his arrival, Eastern Mountain has risen again. The current first king of Eastern Mountain, Lin Ling. The 3 looked at Lin Ling and said in unison. They had guessed Lin Ling's identity. Born in Eastern Mountain, they had naturally heard of Lin Ling. Not only was he the first king of Eastern Mountain, but he also challenged Xianhuang Deyu and defeated all the heavenly emperors in the Silver Realm. Among all the heavenly emperors in the mortal realm, Lin Ling wasn't the most famous, but there weren't many who hadn't heard of Lin Ling's name. I'm impressed. The new generation excels the old. Heavenly Emperor Immortal Carp said. Senior, you flatter me. Lin Ling was neither haughty nor humble as he smiled. You haven't been a celestial emperor for a long time, but you've already done so many things. When you become stronger, who can predict your future? So, don't treat us as seniors, just treat us as equals, said a man called Wuxia Heaven Emperor. Obviously, they didn't dare to look down on Lin Ling. The White Cloud Heavenly Emperor, Xianyuan Jiaohun, and the others couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling's growth was extremely fast, and there were many people in the 7 Emperors' heavens who knew him. This must be the little girl Baiyun. Heavenly Emperor Immortal Carp looked at Baiyun Tiandi and said, Baiyun Tiandi was indeed like a little girl to them because they were Diamond Realm experts. But Baiyun Tiandi had always been proud, so she immediately retorted. Why did they treat Lin Ling as peers and call her a little girl? One had to know that she was older than Lin Ling. This was too unfair. Several people laughed, and Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. This kind of banter was common on the mountain peak. Especially for heavenly emperors who came from the same mountain, they were much more familiar with each other. Obviously, the 4 mountains of the 7 emperors' heaven had their own camps. All right, everyone is here. At this moment, 3 figures appeared in the sky. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there was an old man, a middle-aged man, and a woman. The old man wore a cloak with many talismans pasted on it. He was the talisman ancestor. Given his seniority, anyone who saw him would have to greet him respectfully because he was an enemy of the titled Immortal Realm. The other person was the Supreme Xiandi. This person's cultivation and origin were extremely powerful. He was a member of the Supreme family and was as famous as the Ji family. He was one of the highest deacon palaces in the mortal world. The last person was extremely beautiful. She wore a feather-scaled cheongsam and her figure was extremely hot. Her exposed skin was as white as snow. Her slender thighs could be seen from the slit in her cheongsam. Below her thighs was a pair of purple leather boots. Her entire appearance was extremely alluring. She was Lu Susu. That female profiteer is here too. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He had always been curious about Lu Susu. This profiteer was extremely amiable and could chat with ordinary people. However, she could also walk together with experts. It was difficult to guess her true origin. However, now that she was here, it meant that Lu Susu's seniority in the 7 Emperors' heaven was not low. Greetings to the 3 Xiandi. On the mountain peak, everyone shouted in unison. Everyone, please feel free to do as you wish. Today, we have received orders from the 7 Emperors to help everyone seal the Demon Region enchantment boundary. Therefore, we have gathered everyone here. Among the 3, The Supreme Xiandi seemed to be the most senior. He waved his hand and smiled faintly. This seal has been loosened for 100 years. If the seal is broken, the experts of the demon region will be able to enter the mortal world easily. Therefore, this seal is of great importance. The highest Deacon Palace in the mortal world will also give out a corresponding reward. The demon region enchantment boundary is in the true martial world. There are 100,000 enchantment boundaries in it. You have to find the enchantment boundary and seal it. For every enchantment boundary you seal, you will be rewarded with 100 merit points, and so on. Wow, an enchantment boundary is rewarded with 1,000 merit points. This is great. This demon region enchantment boundary seal, I must go. Chapter 1665. True martial world Linling was a little curious. What are merit points? It's a reward issued by the highest Deacon Palace of the human world. It's called contribution points to the human world. It's on the same mission list as the 3 legends of the human world. Merit points can be used to buy many rare treasures. There's nothing that the highest Deacon Palace of the human world doesn't have. Take half-sage's essence as an example. A drop of it can be bought with 1 merit point. Explained Sky Emperor. Then, do you have divine meteorite iron, space stone, mother iron, and void divine spider silk? Lin Ling's heart thumped. Are you talking about these? A jade talisman appeared in Sky Emperor's right hand. He poured his spirit energy into it, and an illusion appeared. It was the treasure that Lin Ling had mentioned. Obviously, the highest Deacon Palace of the human world had all these treasures. Lin Ling was excited. Those treasures were used to forge the Tyrant Song sword. It was difficult to find all of them. He didn't expect that the highest Deacon Palace of the human world would have them. So, he couldn't miss this mission. Although the merit points seem to be abundant, let me remind you that it's not easy to enter the true martial world because that's where the devil race lives. If we're discovered, we'll die without a doubt. Moreover, the true martial world has 100,000 enchantments. It's extremely fragile. Therefore, people inside can't recover their spirit energy. Any treasure is useless. This also means that if you're discovered by the devil race, you won't be able to recover your spirit energy after a battle. You'll become weaker and eventually be obliterated. So, don't expose your identity as a human. Otherwise, even the strongest Sky Emperor will fall. Moreover, the 7 Emperors world sealed the least number of enchantments in the past few times. Therefore, the 7 Emperors world also issued an order that the one with the most enchantments will receive an additional reward. This time, Lu Susu spoke. Her voice was pleasant to the ears and made many Sky Emperor powerhouses laugh. An expert said, "What's the reward? Is it a reward for Lord Lu?" "Yes, a reward for me. Do you dare to accept it?" Lu Susu's charming smile was extremely charming, causing many people's hearts to be moved. However, if Lu Susu really gave them a reward, they wouldn't dare to accept it because they couldn't swallow it. This kind of beauty could only be admired from afar. They couldn't get close to her and profane her. The 7 Emperors' rewards won't disappoint you. You just need to remember that this time, you have to make the 7 Emperors proud. Don't let Champion University and Jianghu Celestial Stage oppress you again. Next, everyone, get ready. Those who want to enter, take a token each. It will be used for sealing purposes, and it will be able to conceal the aura of a human. I'll go. I won't miss it. The gathering of the celestial emperors of the 3 great legends of the human realm, how can I be absent from such a stage? I will definitely seal the most of them and greatly spread the fame of the 7 emperors. The crowd was in high spirits. No one was willing to give in to the other. Although there was danger for them to become heavenly emperors, what kind of danger had they not seen before? Above the sky, mysterious jade tablets sprinkled down like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, landing in the hands of every heavenly emperor. With the infusion of spiritual energy, a faint demonic aura appeared on the surface of their bodies, concealing the aura of a human. Follow me. After a long time, the unparalleled Immortal Emperor flew forward. Everyone followed one after another. So many people, and they're all extremely strong cultivators. Wow! In the crowd, the 9 spirits of heaven were extremely excited. The stage of the celestial emperor's world? The 9 spirits of heaven had also joined the celestial emperor's world. Lin Ling was also feeling heroic. He wanted to fight against the heroes of the world. Don't think too highly of yourself. The 7 emperors have always had the least number of seals because the other 2 great legends know where the seals are, but we don't. White Cloud Heavenly Emperor reminded. Lin Ling frowned. It was obvious that the 100,000 barriers were not piled up in one place. They were scattered everywhere. Some were even hidden, while others were guarded by devil race experts. It seemed that the sealing process was not simple at all. The 9 spirits of heaven also calmed down. He looked at the unhindered heavenly emperor and the rest beside him and shook his head. Even these powerhouses weren't confident, let alone them. It's hard to say until the end, so don't lose confidence. Lin Ling comforted, making the 9 spirits of heaven nod their heads. Yeah, to be able to seal 3 seals, we can be considered to have made a profit. Moreover, it shouldn't be difficult because there are 100,000 seals. Even if we can't eat the meat, we can still drink some soup, said Bayan Tiendi with a smile. After a long time, everyone arrived above an ocean. This ocean had jet-black seawater. Demonic fishes overflowed. There were minotaurs, 6-headed crabs, and so on. However, this couldn't stop the heavenly emperor powerhouses. At the center of the ocean, a gigantic spirit formation teleportation array appeared. It was extremely grand and majestic. At this moment, a large number of people rushed into the teleportation array. At a glance, there were actually countless heavenly emperor powerhouses. Seeing that scene, many people became excited. The battlefield of heavenly emperors made people look forward to it. Go in. Remember, you will be separated inside, but try to gather as much as possible and form a team. Because this way, completing the mission will be faster. Unhindered Heavenly Emperor reminded. He had already reached an agreement with those veteran heavenly emperors. If they had the chance to meet, they would form a team with each other. After that, he flew into the vortex. Lin Ling and the rest nodded and entered one after another. In a distant place, several gazes were staring at Lin Ling, with thick killing intent. If you see him inside, kill him without mercy. The person who spoke was shockingly Xianyuan Jiutian. Apart from him, there was also Princess Firecloud and the rest. Although Lin Ling's strength wasn't weak, the ones participating in the mission this time were diamond-level heavenly emperors. Lin Ling was simply not a match. After Lin Ling stepped into the teleportation array, a familiar feeling arose spontaneously. He had been here before. This made his heart beat violently. Thinking about it, he suddenly understood. It wasn't him who had been here before, but the owner of the eyes had been here before. After an unknown period of time, when Lin Ling's feet stepped on the ground, all the strange feeling disappeared. Looking ahead, it was like entering the human world, but the demonic chi was extremely dense. And far away, people of the demon race could be faintly seen. Those people's skin was slightly different, and some of them looked like demons with a bird's head and a snake's body. Of course, there were also demon race people who looked similar to humans. True martial realm, the core of the demon domain's teleportation array. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He glanced at the jade pendant hanging on his waist and channeled his spiritual chi into it. Demonic chi immediately appeared and shrouded his entire body. He put on a large cloak and went on his way. The teleportation array was random, so he didn't know where the 9 spirits of heaven and the rest were, so he could only try his luck. Human? Go to hell. Compared to Lin Ling's cautiousness, some of the heavenly emperors who came here for the first time were used to showing off. They didn't even use their jade cards. Immediately, they were surrounded by many people of the demon race, and then they were exhausted to death. The demon race cultivates demonic chi. Their strength isn't weak, roughly between the saint realm. Lin Ling secretly thought, then he looked ahead and suddenly frowned. The world was so big, and it was really difficult to find the sealing array. Chapter 1666. Sword Conference, Eye of Time. Lin Ling was not anxious. He looked ahead, searching for history. In history, 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago, many humans had entered this place. They were also sealing enchantments, allowing Lin Ling to know the locations of the nearby enchantments. However, Lin Ling did not take action. He continued to search for history. Finally, at the beginning of history, he saw a familiar figure. It was the Realm Master. It turned out that the sealing enchantments here were set up by the Realm Master. Later generations only needed to strengthen the enchantments for 100 years. If I can find the Realm Master, then I will know the location of all the sealing enchantments. Lin Ling immediately became excited. He continued to look at the time. It turned out that before the Realm Master set up the sealing enchantments, he had also come here. At that time, he was only a youth. He had wandered the world and left behind a thick memory here. Dreamlike Mountain. Lin Ling softly spat out a sentence. He had a feeling that if he wanted to find all the sealing enchantments, the only way was to go to Dreamlike Mountain, because that was an extremely important place in the life of the Realm Master. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ling stepped forward. At this moment, he was like a lonely swordsman. One man, one wine, the world is mine to walk. Unfortunately, he did not have a sword. This was a flaw in an otherwise perfect situation. Along the way, Lin Ling also saw many Sky Emperors. They hid their figures, transformed into demons, and walked on the ground. Similarly, many Sky Emperors also saw Lin Ling but did not pay much attention to him. Although the Jade Token could emit devil chi, as humans, they could still sense each other. Gradually, Lin Ling left the remote mountain range and arrived at a flourishing city. This place was as lively as the human world. Many demons also learned the habits of humans. For example, wearing clothes, eating cooked food, etc. However, their appetite was huge. Although they were used to it, most of them still liked to eat raw meat. Dreamlike City. Lin Ling stopped in front of a majestic city. There were 3 large words on the city, and it was dreamlike. This surprised him, because in the eye of time, there was only Dreamlike Mountain in the past, and there was no city. Clearly, after countless years, the Devil region had also changed. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling stepped into the city and entered a restaurant to inquire for information. But moments later, Lin Ling frowned. This was because the Dreamlike Mountain he was looking for had become a forbidden zone. Not to mention humans, even demons would find it difficult to approach. Hey, you're a human, but you're eating and drinking in the demon race's restaurant. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? At that moment, laughter came from the table next to him. Lin Ling looked over and saw a woman with dark skin. She had 2 horns on her head, and she was surrounded by thick devil chi. However, Lin Ling smiled. He could sense that she was a human. He wondered which of the 3 great myths of the mortal world was the Celestial Emperor. Aren't you the same? Lin Ling took a sip of the fiery demon race's wine and replied with a smile. Aya, this old lady kindly reminded you, but you're still being arrogant. The woman immediately laughed and said, which god myth's heavenly emperor? The 7 emperors' heavens. Lin Ling did not hide anything and replied indifferently. All right, since you're from the 7 emperors' heavens, this old lady will not teach you a lesson today. But let me remind you, it's best if you have a horn on your forehead. Otherwise, you'll be easily noticed. As for your skin color, it's up to you. The demon race's skin color is also a mess. The woman also took a sip of wine and reminded him with a smile. Thank you. Lin Ling stood up and left. A horn had also appeared on his forehead, making him look even more like a demon. The woman stared at Lin Ling and could not help but be stunned. Lin Ling was handsome with cold features. Especially his eyes, they gave off an extremely mysterious feeling. Now that he had a horn, his entire aura had changed. Demonic charm, yet with a sense of indifference. What an interesting fellow. I forgot to ask for his name. If I return to the mortal world, this old lady might chase after him. The Empress muttered to herself. This person was a diamond-level heavenly emperor. His strength was terrifying. After leaving the inn, Lin Ling looked at the demon race around him and could not help but ponder. How should he get close to Dreamlike Mountain? Sword Conference. The 13 Heavens of Demon Cloud is holding a sword conference to recruit a son-in-law. Any demon race member can participate. Quickly go and take a look. All the heroes and demons of the world have gathered. I wonder who is more powerful. I heard that the 9th Commandery Princess is using martial arts to recruit a son-in-law. In the streets, a large number of voices could be heard, causing the demon race members to move forward majestically. Sword conference? Lin Ling furrowed his brows. His gaze swept over and immediately saw that among the fiend race's people, several heavenly emperor powerhouses were also hidden inside, advancing forward. Right now, Lin Ling could not find a way to go to Dreamlike Mountain, so he might as well go and take a look. The sword conference this time was in the center of the city. A magnificent martial stage had been set up there, gathering the demon race from all over the world. Under the curtain of the Southern Demon Emperor, there was the son of Mod, and even the great Demon King. It was extremely lively. Around the martial stage were chains as thick as water buckets, binding 4 giant beasts. It was a giant beast with the body of an ox and the head of a lion. In between breaths, storms rose everywhere. It was extremely ferocious. Similarly, there was a 9-headed bird and a demonic dragon flying in the sky. They were all tied up, adding to the momentum of the martial arts competition. Grand, this was the real martial arts competition for a spouse. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He sensed that the aura of the 4 giant beasts was actually at the peak of the Saint Rudiment realm. If placed in the mortal world, any one of these giant beasts would be a disaster. Ordinary silver-level heavenly emperors would not be a match for them. His gaze swept around. There were many powerhouses here. Wu Sheng's aura spread out from time to time. This made Lin Ling think that if his identity as a human was exposed here, he would definitely die. Involuntarily, he secretly glanced around and saw a heavenly emperor. At this moment, he was also hiding there, not daring to breathe loudly. Yo, you've come to watch the martial arts competition for a spouse. Be careful, there are too many powerhouses gathered here. If you're discovered, you'll definitely not be able to escape. At this moment, a voice came from beside Lin Ling. It was the woman he saw in the restaurant. Lin Ling replied indifferently, "You too." "That's not necessarily true." The woman said unwillingly. "Your strength can block one person, but you can't recover the strength you consumed, so as long as you're trapped here, you'll still die." Lin Ling said. The woman immediately snorted coldly and said, "You're the first person who dares to speak to the heavenly emperor of the North Sea like that. But since I like you, I won't hold it against you." Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. This woman was crazy. He looked forward again and saw that the martial arts competition for a spouse had already begun. The so-called 9th Commandery Princess was nowhere to be seen, but there were many people who wanted to be her husband. A 3-meter-tall demon with the head of a pig and the body of a human stepped onto the martial arts platform. He shouted coldly, "I've long heard that the 9th Commandery Princess is as beautiful as a flower. Today I, the Zhu Peng demon, am going to take the 9th Commandery Princess home." "It's the Zhu Peng demon." The surrounding demons discussed animatedly. They seemed to know the pig-headed demon. Chapter 1667. Great Demon King's Martial Stage. Maybe the so-called 9th Commandery Princess looks the same as the pighead? You should know that the demon race's aesthetic standards are different from that of humans. The North Sea Celestial Emperor laughed, which made Lin Ling shudder. The pighead's appearance of the 9th Commandery Princess appeared in his mind. The purpose of this competition is to witness the experts of the realm of true force and also to encourage the demon race to become stronger. However, you can't use demon chi in this competition. You can only use martial arts. At this time, a dignified voice drifted out. On the other side of the martial stage, a man who was nearly 5 meters tall was sitting there. He was majestic and domineering. His long hair was scattered behind him, and he was mighty and domineering. He was the 13 heavenly kings of the demon cloud. "Let's start. Don't talk nonsense." Surprisingly, a delicate voice came from the other side of the martial stage. The voice was very pleasant. It seemed to be the 9th Commandery Princess. Moreover, after her voice fell, the 5-meter-tall burly man actually bowed respectfully. This made Lin Ling curious. Wasn't the 13 heavens of the demon cloud recruiting a son-in-law? Why was the 13 heavens of the demon cloud so respectful to the woman's words? Could it be that the woman's identity was higher than the ladder's? Shaking his head, Lin Ling simply didn't think too much about it. At this moment, in a room behind the martial stage, a young girl lazily looked at everything in front of her. She was eating grapes that were unique to the demon realm. Miss, in my opinion, the son of the Southern Demon King, Mo Yun, and the son of Mod, the great demon king of the realm of transformation, are the most likely to become your husband. Beside her, a maid smiled and said, I have already said that I am not the daughter of the demon king. How many times do you want me to say it? Also, my name is Xin Yuan. Does your demon race have this surname? The young girl reprimanded. Miss, the great demon king said that you are the reincarnation of his daughter. The maid lowered her head and said, she was somewhat afraid of the young girl. Bah, I'm a human, and he's a demon. Moreover, he's 10 meters tall, and I'm petite. How could I be his daughter? The young girl said again, her voice filled with helplessness. Young miss, because your previous life was an energy-returning spirit mushroom, and the great demon king's daughter's previous life was also an energy-returning spirit mushroom. Both of them were formed from spiritual treasures of heaven and earth. Even after reincarnating, both of them remained the same. In addition, young miss likes to sing, just like the great demon king's daughter. Therefore, young miss is one of the 5 great emperors of the demon region, the great demon king's daughter of the East. Nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. In the human world, some experts are formed from the essence of heaven and earth. These people are all reincarnated. I heard from the great Eastern Devil King that even the master of this world, the great realm lord, has reincarnated. It's just that we don't know where he has reincarnated. However, whenever the great realm lord is mentioned, the great Eastern Devil King's anger would overflow to the heavens. He doesn't allow us to talk about that person. Miss, you can't tell the great Eastern Devil King. Also, the great Eastern Devil King said that if you want to know about your previous life, you can find out in the dreamlike mountain. Alright. Stop nagging. You're so annoying. The young girl waved her hand. Her eyes were rolling. In fact, the marriage by martial arts competition was created by her. Her goal was to find a way to escape from this place. As for the dreamlike mountain and searching for the memories of her previous life, it was all nonsense. Look at that pig-headed devil. If he wins, I'll definitely slaughter him. He wants to be my husband. The young girl stared at the martial stage. She was furious. These devils were too ugly. She couldn't help but think of that fellow she met in the ghost region. Although that fellow was arrogant, he was still pleasing to the eye. She wondered where he had died. If only time froze when we first met. The young girl muttered to herself. Her lips curled into a moving smile. I gave him a song. He should have received it. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the battle on the martial stage was extremely intense. Although they weren't allowed to use devil chi, the people of the devil region had innately strong bodies. Therefore, relying on martial arts techniques was also extremely powerful. Lin Ling was extremely bored. Was this a sword competition for marriage? First, there was a pig-headed devil. Next, there was a monkey-like devil. One of them held a hammer in one hand and the other held a stick in the other. The so-called sword competition? Where was the sword? The devils imitated humans in everything, but they didn't look like humans at all. This marriage by martial arts competition is really interesting. Not only will the winner be able to marry the 9th commandery princess, but he will also be able to enter the dreamlike mountain to marry her. Beside him, the North Sea Celestial Emperor looked at the signboard in the distance and said. His words made Lin Ling's pupils dilate. He wasn't interested in this marriage by martial arts competition. However, he was very interested in the dreamlike mountain. Only by going there could he find all the seals and enchantments. Thinking of this, Lin Ling didn't hesitate. As soon as the battle ended, he jumped onto the martial stage. Beside him, the North Sea Celestial Emperor was stunned. His pupils constricted. This kid is crazy. At the same time, the scattered celestial emperors around the martial stage all gasped. Because there were so many strong cultivators here, even they had to be careful. However, a human jumped onto the martial stage and became the center of attention. If he was careless and was discovered, he would be dead for sure. It should be Lin Ling, this guy. In a corner of the martial stage, a man smiled bitterly. He was the reigning celestial emperor. He didn't expect to meet Lin Ling here, and in such a shocking way. Beside him, the 9 spirits of heaven and Bayuntiendi were also there. They met on the way, so they walked together. Boss, you're so fierce. What a bastard. Could it be that you're so attracted by beauty that you don't even want your life anymore? The white cloud heavenly emperor was enraged. Lin Ling's actions were too reckless. The 9 spirits of heaven looked at her strangely. He didn't understand why she was angry, but he still said, "Beauty? Bayuntiendi, you think too much. Look at that pig-headed demon. You can imagine how beautiful the 9th commandery princess is." Bayuntiendi looked over and felt like vomiting. He cursed Lin Ling in his heart for marrying the pig-headed 9th commandery princess. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't care about that at all. He appeared on the martial stage indifferently. Wearing a cloak, he looked very mysterious. "You're so short. I'm afraid you can't withstand my hammer. How dare you steal my wife with such a small body?" On the other side of the martial stage, the pig-headed demon sneered. Even the breath from his nose could form a small storm. Look at his body. He should be from the Charm Fox Demon clan. No, he doesn't have a tail. Maybe he's from the Moon Rabbit clan. He must be. Only those from the Moon Rabbit clan look like this. He doesn't look like a man at all. The surrounding demons sneered. As for the girl in the room, she nodded slightly. Finally, she saw a man with a normal body. She just didn't know what he looked like. "Zhu Peng Demon King, smash him with your hammer." The surrounding voices became crazier. As for the unhindered Heaven Emperor and the others, they shook their heads helplessly. Lin Ling had forced himself to a dead end because he couldn't explode his spiritual qi in front of the experts of the demon clan. He could only compete with strength. "This demon, use your sword." At this moment, the 13 heavenly kings of the demon cloud on the other side of the martial stage said lightly, "I don't have a sword. Can I use other weapons instead?" Lin Ling said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, the laughter around the martial stage became crazier. Even the 13 heavenly kings of the demon cloud shook their heads. Only the girl in the room frowned slightly. She felt that the voice was familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had heard it before. Chapter 1668. 8 Sword Stream. Ha! Ha! Everyone laughed even louder. Did he think he could defeat the Zhu Peng Demon King's giant hammer with just a tree branch? This guy has a strong physical body and good fire-based martial arts. Is his sword Dao okay? Bayuntiendi was getting more and more worried. Who knows? Ha! The 9 spirits of heaven had never seen Lin Ling use a sword, so he shook his head. "Let's begin." Ha! At this moment, Lin Ling said calmly on the martial stage. Although Lin Ling had been suppressing his opponents with violence most of the time after he became stronger, his attainments in Sword Dao were extremely profound. Now that the martial stage did not allow him to use other powers, it was just right for him. "Poison Demon." Ha! At this moment, the huge Zhu Peng Demon King sneered and strode forward. The hammer in his hand whistled loudly, and the strong wind caused the martial stage to crack. The most terrifying thing was that his speed was not slow at all despite his huge size. It looked like he was taking 1 step, but in fact, he took 9 steps, forming an intricate movement pattern. It could be seen that the Zhu Peng Demon King was not weak because he did not use his demon qi. Otherwise, his strength would be even more terrifying, and he would have few opponents in the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. Puff, puff. The giant hammer swept through the void. It looked like it was smashing down with brute force, but in fact, it had a mysterious charm, as if it could attack and defend at will. However, Lin Ling still held the tree branch in his hand and remained motionless. His cloak fluttered, and at this moment, he looked like a lonely swordsman, giving off an indescribable feeling. However, everyone thought that Lin Ling was scared out of his wits. However, just as the giant hammer was about to smash Lin Ling's head, Lin Ling finally moved. his movement was very simple. He quickly drew his sword and stabbed out at an unimaginable speed, allowing the tree branch to touch the Zhu Peng Demon King's neck. Almost at the same time, a bone-piercing chill bloomed, causing the Zhu Peng Demon King's body to tremble. He had a feeling that even though it was just a branch, if it really pierced down, he would definitely die. This caused his giant hammer to stop smashing down. Time seemed to stop. Countless gazes were fixed on the martial stage. There, the tall Zhu Peng Demon King raised his giant hammer, and below him, the thin man drew his sword with one hand. The sword was pointed at his neck, forming a shocking scene. Fight, fight, fight for a spouse, you can't kill. A moment later, the Zhu Peng Demon King's terrified voice could be heard. You lost. Lin Ling said faintly as he put away the branch. Boom. The crowd's hearts exploded. He won. That skinny guy actually won. It was a wonderful battle. This was the real sword technique conference. When a swordsman does not draw his sword, he is calm and relaxed. But when he draws his sword, it is as powerful as thunder. It's fine if you don't move, but when you do, it's like a thunderbolt. Moreover, it's a fatal strike. What a powerful sword technique. On the other side of the martial stage, the 13 heavenly kings of the demon cloud frowned. This sword technique conference was not a competition of strength, but of skill. He did not expect that there would be a demon whose sword attainments had reached the point of perfection. I lost, you are still the best. The Zhu Peng Demon King walked down. He was well aware that if he used his full strength, that short man was not his match. But in terms of the sword, he really could not compare. That short man's sword was not only fast, but it could also kill in one strike. Interesting, I will fight you. At this time, a 2-meter-tall, thin man with purple skin walked up. He was wearing white bone armor, and on the bone armor, there were beast teeth on his shoulders and elbows. The most shocking thing was that he actually had 8 arms. 8 Desolation Demon King. The surrounding demons clearly knew who this man was and could not help but cheer. Lin Ling bitterly smiled in his heart. To be honest, he did not want to continue fighting because the longer it dragged on, the more dangerous it would be. However, if he wanted to enter the dreamlike mountain, this battle would be unavoidable. Your sword technique is very powerful. You can turn complex into simple. It is a true killing sword. However, with such a perfect sword, I want to see if it is invincible. The man called 8 Desolation Demon King faintly said. His 8 arms shook and unexpectedly, they were 8 swords. Moreover, all of them were pointed at Lin Ling, and a sharp atmosphere spread out. I am the 8 Desolation Demon King, the #1 swordsman of the true martial world. Although your sword is perfect, it has a fatal flaw. If you lose, I will tell you. There has never been a perfect sword, and mine is the same. You say that my sword has a flaw, then you can point it out to me. Staring at the other party, Lin Ling's interest was piqued. As long as it was a person who truly entered the Tao of the sword, he would respect such a person. Hunting, Moonless, Cloud Light, I Am, Armor Break, Demon Return, Sky Valley, Radiant, these 8 swords are my favorite swords. To be able to lose to the #1 swordsman, you should be proud. Clang. The 8 swords let out sword cries. These swords were extremely famous in the true martial world. Your weakness is that you are too simple. You lack the tyranny of the sword. 8 sword current. The 8 Desolation Demon King moved. Like falling leaves, like meteors from the heavens, the 8 swords actually carried a trace of origin energy. Although he had suppressed the devil chi, it was undeniable that his sword moves were indeed powerful. Clang clang clang. Lin Ling's figure floated up, using a tree branch to block. Furthermore, he did not dare to meet force with force, so he could only strike from the side. 8 sword current is the true meaning of the way of the sword. If you win against me, so what if my sword belongs to you? The aura of the 8 Desolation Demon King's sword was extremely sharp, causing the entire martial stage to be filled with sword light. Seeing this, many demon clans sucked in a breath of cold air. If he used the devil chi, then the 8 Desolation Demon King's sword would be even more powerful. That idiot, he clearly has his own advantage, yet he insists on competing with the sword. Bai Yun Tiandi stared at the intense martial stage and said with dissatisfaction, "You don't understand. Sometimes, competing with the sword is also a competition of the heart of martial arts. This is a battle between men." The 9 spirits of heaven shook his head. He looked at Lin Ling on the martial stage, and the more he looked, the more excited he became. At this moment, the martial stage's chi was rolling, and the ground was cut open. Many people saw that Lin Ling was almost cut in half a few times, but he narrowly avoided it. "So, your weakness is very obvious. Your sword is too simple, and you lack the tyranny of the sword. Take this move of mine, 3 disasters." A voice came out from the martial stage. The 8 swords turned into 16, 16 turned into 32, 32 turned into 64, and gradually, the sky was filled with swords, making it impossible for people to dodge. "That guy is going to lose." Many demon clans stopped breathing. Who could dodge such a sword? At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. He stared at the swords, and his eyes finally flashed with light. "Unavoidable swords, then open up a sky for yourself." The tree branch in his hand shook and shot out like a dragon. It actually sent the 4 swords flying at a tricky angle and then pierced towards the 8 Desolation Demon King. At this moment, the sword seemed to have come to life, and once again it was fatal. Chapter 1669. 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix. It's just as the 8 Desolation Devil Lord said, his sword is too simple and lacks the tyranny of the sword. Right now, even though the 8 Desolation Devil Lord has been struck by his sword, he is still fine. As expected, the sword of the Moon Rabbit clan is like a sword played by a woman. The surrounding demon clans were surprised at first, but seeing that the 8 Desolation Devil Lord was safe and sound, many of them relaxed. Because the 8 Desolation Devil Lord simply would not lose. However, something unexpected happened. The 8 Desolation Devil Lord retracted his sword and stood up. "I lost." What? Everyone was shocked. How did it turn out like this? If not for the fact that I was wearing the white bone dragon armor, I would have been injured by the previous sword strike. Therefore, I relied on external objects to win, and did not win the true battle of swordsmen. The 8 Desolation Devil Lord looked at Lin Ling, waved his 8 arms, and 8 swords landed in front of Lin Ling. He said, "These swords, you are more suitable to be their master, but I want to know, why did I lose?" Lin Ling smiled. This 8 Desolation Devil Lord was magnanimous. He was a real swordsman. He nodded. "Your sword is indeed powerful, but it is too gaudy. Sometimes when swordsmen fight, gaudy swords are also swords that expose their weaknesses. A real swordsman does not easily use his sword in order to find the opponent's weakness. If he uses his sword easily, he will be the first to reveal his weakness. Also, my sword is indeed lacking in tyranny, but all of my power is concentrated on the tip of the sword. Only by being as immovable as a mountain can one not reveal any flaws. So that's how it is." The 8 Desolation Devil Lord's pupils constricted as he knelt down on one knee. "Admirable. So this is how the number 1 swordsman of the true martial world was defeated." Staring at the martial stage, many of the demon clans admitted the truth in front of them. They looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but admire him in their hearts. Perhaps, the Moon Rabbit clan was the number 1 swordsman of the true martial world. After all, after reaching the Heavenly Emperor realm, everyone cultivated their source energy. They did not expect that Lin Ling's sword Dao would still not be lost, and was still as sharp as ever. "Take your sword back." Lin Ling laughed again. 8 swords, what would he do with them? "What? You look down on my sword and humiliate me?" The Huang Devil Lord frowned, looking a little angry. "That's not the case. A swordsman's sword will accompany him for his entire life. How can he hand it over after a single battle? Furthermore, a gentleman doesn't take what others like. The sword that you like, I naturally won't take it away." Lin Ling shook his head. 8 Desolation Devil Lord's body trembled, and kowtowed to Lin Ling. "I, 8 Desolation Devil Lord, am not convinced of anyone in my entire life. You are the first." With that, he sheathed his sword and strode away. Lin Ling looked at his back and smiled again. Although the people of the devil race were cruel and heartless, they were also magnanimous. The surroundings of the martial stage were completely silent. Now that even the Devil Lord of 8 Desolation had been defeated, who in the true martial world would be a match for that youth? This Lin Ling is truly an arrogant fellow. He dares to ascend the martial stage in the devil race. Isn't he afraid of being discovered as a human? Some of them were tall, some were short, and some were from the various races of the devil realm. However, if there were humans here, they would be able to discover that they were also humans. I heard that there are several sealing enchantments in the vicinity of the Dreamlike Mountain. However, the Dreamlike Mountain has become a forbidden area, so that fellow must want to enter the Dreamlike Mountain. Someone sneered. Originally, we should have given up on the sealing enchantment of the Dreamlike Mountain. But now, I'm a little moved. One of them coldly spat out a sentence, causing the others to look at him in shock. They said in disbelief, "Could it be that you want to compete in martial arts? You have to know that it's very dangerous there. With Lin Ling here, how can I let him do as he wishes? Although I don't understand the sword, I'm a diamond-level heavenly emperor. It won't be difficult for me to defeat him." That person's voice was filled with confidence. He slowly removed his cloak, revealing a jade-like face with the domineering aura of an emperor. It was Xinyuan Jiutian. "What if we're discovered?" Someone frowned. "Cover me with all your might. At least if I'm discovered, Lin Ling will be too." Xinyuan Jiutian took a large step forward and headed towards the martial stage. The others nodded, their eyes filled with the light of facing death. At this moment, on the martial stage, Lin Ling let out a light breath. Finally, no one was going up. If the competition continued, no one knew if there would be any accidents. It was best to be careful in the devil realm. However, at this moment, a figure leaped onto the martial stage, causing Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. Another person had gone up, and it was a human. In that instant, anger rose in Lin Ling's heart. As humans, this was harming others and himself. At the same time, the heavenly emperors hidden around the martial stage were extremely surprised. This was because a heavenly emperor had gone up. If they were discovered to be humans, then the 2 people on the martial stage would die. That heavenly emperor was being a busybody. Damn it, it's one of the 9 heavenly emperors, Xinyuan Jiutian. The unhindered heavenly emperor frowned. That bastard. Shouldn't we be united here? He's trying to take us down with him. Perhaps he's here to cause trouble. Bai Yun Tiendi and the 9 spirits of heaven spoke at the same time. However, they could only wait and see. "I'm very interested in a sword competition. Do you dare to come?" On the martial stage, Xinyuan Jiutian stood there indifferently. He had 2 horns on his head and a lion's tail behind him. He looked more like a demon than Lin Ling, like a great demon king of the demon race. "It's you." Lin Ling recognized the other party, so he knew that the other party was here to cause trouble. "What, you don't dare to fight?" "Don't worry, I won't use my demonic chi here. A sword competition is a sword competition. I won't bully a junior like you," Xinyuan Jiutian said arrogantly. He was a diamond-level heavenly emperor, so he naturally wouldn't use his true strength to bully Lin Ling. That would be an unfair victory. "Then let's fight." Lin Ling nodded, knowing that this battle was unavoidable. Xinyuan Jiutian was obviously stronger than him, but the good thing was that no one dared to use their spiritual chi here. "My sword, 100 birds worshipping the phoenix." At the same time, Xinyuan Jiutian revealed his sword. As soon as the sword appeared, the sound of a phoenix rang out, and the illusion of 100 birds appeared, forming a miracle. What a powerful sword! The surrounding demons didn't understand weapons at all. They only felt that the sword was very impressive. Only the 13 heavenly kings of demon clouds' eyes flickered as they muttered to themselves, "A divine weapon." Similarly, the unhindered heavenly emperor and the others were also shocked. They could see the level of the sword. It was a divine weapon. "Hey, you're too ugly. Others are using branches, but you're using a sword. Is this a sword conference?" The 8 Desolation Demon King was the #1 swordsman in the realm of true martial, so he naturally noticed the level of the sword. He immediately shouted angrily, "If you feel that you can't win, you can admit defeat." Xianyuan Jiutian ignored the voices around him and said indifferently. He wasn't good at swordsmanship, and he couldn't use his full strength here, so he naturally relied on external assistance. Despicable. Chapter 1670. A broken sword might still be able to kill the enemy. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with a cold light, but he couldn't use his full strength now, so he had to be careful. Otherwise, if he was discovered, his fate would be even more miserable. So even if it was unfair, he still chose to fight. I hope your swordsmanship is as powerful as your sword. The branch in Lin Ling's hand shook, indicating that he had accepted the challenge. However, his words were full of ridicule. You will know. Xianyuan Jiutian knew that he was mocking him, but he didn't care. Sush. The two of them didn't say anything else. They stepped onto the martial stage and collided in midair. Clang, clang, clang. In a short span of a breath, the two of them had exchanged over 100 blows. Lin Ling's advantage was his physical strength and his attainments in sword Dao. Although Xianyuan Jiutian had cultivated for a longer time and was stronger than him, in terms of sword Dao, Lin Ling was still several streets ahead of him. Xianyuan Jiutian's advantage was very simple. It was the divine weapon in his hand. Although he did not dare to activate the power of the divine weapon, the sword of 100 birds facing the wind was extremely powerful even without using anything. Feng Jiutian. With a slash of the sword, waves of energy rolled out, and a waterfall appeared, slashing out a ditch on the martial stage. 12 swords of flowing cloud. Lin Ling casually used a powerful sword move, which formed a natural flow of water, and blocked that waterfall. However, his figure was still pushed back, and the blood in his body was boiling. As expected of a divine weapon, its attack was domineering and magnificent. If it wasn't for his powerful physical body, the previous sword strike would have been enough to defeat him. Yo, this Lord's sword is so powerful. It only knows how to slash horizontally. Don't tell me you don't have any other profound sword moves? On the other side of the martial arts platform, the 9 spirits of heaven shouted, causing many demons to shout as well. Bullshit sword conference. I think he doesn't understand the sword at all. He just used the sword in his hand to sweep across. What a disgrace. Everyone could see that Lin Ling was the one who was truly proficient in swordsmanship. Xianyuan Jiutian didn't know anything about swordsmanship at all. He was only relying on the sword in his hand to crush his opponents. What do you know about swords? However, the most infuriating thing was that Xianyuan Jiutian did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he replied disdainfully, as if he was saying, "You are just a sparrow. How could you know the grand plan of an eagle?" Anger. The 9 spirits of heaven were furious. They had never seen such a shameless person. The other demons were also cursing in anger. It was one thing for him to borrow the strength of the treasured sword in his hand, but he was even mocking them. Your Excellency's sword Dao is indeed powerful. However, do you want to know your weakness? Xianyuan Jiutian was standing on the battle stage. He waved his weapon and Lin Ling couldn't even get close to him. Really? Please give me some pointers. Lin Ling said coldly as he blocked the sword and retreated. It's the sword in your hand. That's the flaw. Xianyuan Jiutian smiled calmly, as if he knew how to defeat Lin Ling. Of course, his words were nonsense because Lin Ling had a tree branch, and he had a divine weapon. How could the two be compared? Take my sword, Feng Lai. Xianyuan Jiutian began to suppress Lin Ling with his divine weapon, causing the surrounding people to curse even more. The tree branch in Lin Ling's hand couldn't withstand the pressure and broke. He kept moving around, avoiding the sharp edge of the divine weapon. However, many people could see that he was in danger. Your sword is too flashy, too immature. You should just admit defeat. Xianyuan Jiutian's voice floated out from time to time, as if he was a swordsman of the generation, suppressing Lin Ling's pride. Then, let me talk about your weakness. Your sword is indeed powerful, but your level of sword Dao is low, like a clown. You only know how to use one sword. Therefore, I only need to use one sword to find your weakness and defeat you. Lin Ling's voice floated out, causing Xianyuan Jiutian's pupils to constrict. Lin Ling was so stubborn. Then you can try. Xianyuan Jiutian pressed towards Lin Ling, and his divine weapon let out a sword cry. With a crack, it finally broke the tree branch in Lin Ling's hand. Around the martial stage, all the devils exclaimed. Lin Ling's sword was broken. Ah, broken sword, how are you going to fight? Admit defeat. Xianyuan Jiutian laughed heartily as he stared at the broken tree branch on the ground. Suddenly, he became high-spirited. Today, he came to ruin Lin Ling's plans, and he was very satisfied with the result. Of course, if he had the chance, he wouldn't mind killing Lin Ling. Moreover, he suddenly thought that as long as he defeated Lin Ling, he would be able to marry the 9th Commandery Princess. Then, he would be able to enter the sealed enchantment of the dreamlike mountain. Therefore, no matter what, he wanted Lin Ling to be defeated. A dignified heavenly emperor of the generation, relying on such despicable means, the Jianghu Immortal Plateau's face has been completely disgraced by him. The unhindered heavenly emperor and the others had ugly expressions, and their hearts were burning with rage. Go to hell. Xianyuan Jiutian didn't care about them. The divine weapon pierced out, and a phoenix seemed to be crying in the sky. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't have a sword anymore. He only had a broken tree branch in his hand. How could he fight? At this moment, many of the devils were nervous. Even the young girl in the room far away was covering her mouth with her small hands, full of worry. However, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling's face was getting calmer and calmer. He was like the clouds in the sky, and also like a swordsman who had seen all the Tao of swords in the world. When the divine weapon pierced towards him, he only moved his feet slightly, allowing the divine weapon to pierce through him. Immediately, blood spurted out like a fountain. He's been hit. Many people's pupils trembled violently. Was the young man from the Moon Rabbit clan dead? You're not qualified to compete with me in swords. Xianyuan Jiutian maintained his piercing posture, but he sneered and looked at the crowd arrogantly. The 9th Commandery Princess belongs to me. When his words came out, the crowd was silent. Although Xianyuan Jiutian's victory was ugly, it was undeniable that he had won. When it came to swords, no one was a match for him. That's not necessarily true. However, at this moment, a calm voice suddenly came out. It sounded weak, but it was extremely firm and had the arrogance of a sword. Xianyuan Jiutian's pupils trembled. He looked up and saw Lin Ling, who had been pierced by the divine weapon. Lin Ling slowly raised his head, and a cold and confident smile appeared on his handsome face. Bang! Lin Ling took a step forward and allowed the divine weapon to pierce through his shoulder. Blood spurted out, but he was getting closer and closer to Xianyuan Jiutian. At this moment, Xianyuan Jiutian's face changed dramatically. He didn't expect Lin Ling to have such a move. A broken sword may still be able to kill the enemy. A cold voice suddenly came out. Lin Ling raised the tree branch in his hand and shot it towards Xianyuan Jiutian's neck. Although the tree branch was broken, it was still sharp. It turned out that Lin Ling had used his body to get closer to Xianyuan Jiutian so that he could deal a fatal blow. After all, he knew that it was impossible to defeat Xianyuan Jiutian with conventional Tao of swords. You! Xianyuan Jiutian's face changed dramatically. He realized that the tree branch was not a tree branch, but a real sword. The murderous intent was strong enough to crush his neck. Boom! Chapter 1671. Identity exposed. The martial stage suddenly became silent. Many demons were so excited that their mouths were wide open. Wonderful, very wonderful sword conference. No one thought that the young man would use a tree branch to fight against a divine weapon and turn defeat into victory. A broken sword may not be unable to kill the enemy. That sentence appeared in the minds of all the demons. Even the 8 Desolation Demon King trembled. This was a swordsman, a real swordsman. So what if the sword was broken? It was also a broken sword. Ha, arrogant, arrogant. You dare to compete with my boss? So what if you are a heavenly emperor? Xianyuan Jiuhun laughed excitedly. Lin Ling's sword had won beautifully. He had fought back from the brink of death, defeating the strong with the weak. Where's your divine weapon? Don't you know the way of the sword very well? Why are you running away in fear now? The white cloud heavenly emperor's voice was filled with mockery as he spoke. Trash, you still lost even with a sword in your hand. What kind of sword are you practicing? You obviously don't know anything about swords, but you pretend that you know everything. Now you even gave up the sword in your hand. Don't you feel that your previous words are like slapping your own face? The demons were magnanimous. They were not pleasing to the eye, so they all scolded. At this moment, Xinyuan Jiutian's expression was extremely ugly in the sky. He had lost all his face. He was a diamond-level celestial emperor, yet he had lost to Lin Ling. Most importantly, he had a divine weapon in his hand. If news of this spread to the human world, he would lose all his face. Of course, he also knew that the hidden heavenly emperors around the martial stage should have seen this. You are a human. However, at this time, the 13 heavenly kings of the demon cloud said coldly. Many demons' faces changed. They realized that although Xinyuan Jiutian had demonic qi, the aura he released was the power of the Saint Ocean. Human, it's actually a human, kill him. Kill! The demons and humans had always been irreconcilable. No one knew when this hatred was born. In short, in their subconscious, they must kill any human they see. This idiot! Around the martial stage, the hidden celestial emperors all roared angrily. Xinyuan Jiutian had simply thrown away the face of humanity, and had even implicated them. At this moment, Xinyuan Jiutian finally reacted. His expression became even more ferocious. Not only did he not achieve his goal today, but his identity was also exposed. However, he quickly sneered, "Yes, I am indeed a human. However, I am not the only human here. There are a few humans on the martial stage." He pointed in several directions of the martial platform, making the expressions of those heavenly emperor powerhouses even uglier. Xinyuan Jiutian betrayed them. There's another big piece of news. The young man on the martial stage is also a human. Xinyuan Jiutian pointed at Lin Ling and said, as if he was cutting off all means of retreat. It was as if he was saying, "Lin Ling, if you don't show me any mercy, I won't show you any mercy either. Let's see who will win." What? He's human too? Impossible. He's definitely a demon. Many demons did not believe that Lin Ling was a human. Perhaps today, Lin Ling had conquered their hearts with his sword. Ah, Lin Ling, do you still want to pretend? I can tell you that if anyone dies, you will die first. With your strength, you won't be able to escape from here, but I might not. Xinyuan Jiutian sneered, and his smile was extremely contented. Kill him, kill him, kill him. The surrounding atmosphere became more and more solemn. It seemed that life and death were at stake at this moment. The unhindered celestial emperor and the others looked solemn. Now that Lin Ling wanted to escape, it would be difficult for him to do so. However, at this moment, a clear voice came from the other side of the martial stage. What nonsense are you talking about? He is my husband, a real demon. How can he be a human? Ninth Commandery Princess. Hearing this, the expressions of all the demons changed drastically. Xinyuan Jiutian was originally laughing, but now his face became stiff. He was sure that Lin Ling was definitely a human. But why did the Ninth Commandery Princess say that Lin Ling was a demon? Ninth Commandery Princess, don't be fooled by him. He is a human, and he came from the same place as me. Xinyuan Jiutian could not help but say. He could be hunted down by the demons, but Lin Ling could not be an exception. Bullshit. He's a demon. He's from the Moon Rabbit clan. I can prove it. The Ninth Commandery Princess's voice floated out, which made Xinyuan Jiutian gnash his teeth in anger. She was lying through her teeth. You arrogant little brat, let me ask you, are you from the Moon Rabbit tribe? The Ninth Commandery Princess asked Lin Ling again. At this moment, Lin Ling was still thinking about the imminent disaster. When he heard the voice, he could not help but be shocked. Arrogant little brat? Was she talking about him? However, it was a matter of life and death, so of course he would cooperate. Yes, I am from the Moon Rabbit tribe. The Ninth Commandery Princess and I grew up together. That arrogant little brat was spanked by me since she was a child. We had an arranged marriage. Lin Ling said with an honest face. Bullshit. Xinyuan Jiutian was about to go crazy. He was sure that Lin Ling did not know the Ninth Commandery Princess at all. However, Lin Ling was so cunning that he actually took advantage of the situation and made friends with the 9th Commandery Princess. Around the martial arts stage, the Overlord of Heaven, Bai Yuntiandi, and the others' eyes were twitching violently. Of course, they did not believe Lin Ling's words. "Come on, beat this human to death," Lin Ling shouted coldly again. Since he had decided to pretend to be a demon, he would do it until the end. The surrounding demons looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. However, at this moment, the 9th Commandery Princess's voice came again. "What? Can't you hear him? Or do you think I don't exist? Let me tell you, his words are my words." "Yes, 9th Commandery Princess." Before the others could say anything, the 13 heavenly kings of the demon cloud stood up and stared at Xianyuan Jiutian with a murderous look. Xianyuan Jiutian's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, the surrounding demons also began to stir with murderous intent. Xianyuan Jiutian's face was distorted. How could this happen? He and Lin Ling were both humans, but Lin Ling was fine. However, he was going to be killed by the demons. This was too unfair. Could it be that the 9th Commandery Princess of the Demon Cloud liked Lin Ling? Lin Ling what? 9th Commandery Princess, I know everything that Lin Ling knows. Moreover, I am stronger and more handsome than him, Xianyuan Jiutian quickly said. At this moment, he did not believe that he was inferior to Lin Ling. Go to hell. You're as ugly as that pighead from before. How dare you compare yourself to my husband? Kill him. However, the 9th Commandery Princess did not give him any face. She shouted angrily, which was a blow to Xianyuan Jiutian. He looked at the surrounding demons and immediately ran away. Your sword, do you want it or not? What made him want to vomit blood was that on the battle platform, Lin Ling pulled out the divine weapon from his body and pointed it at him. It was as if he was saying that the divine weapon was very precious. Could it be that he didn't intend to take it and run away? However, how could he take it? If Xianyuan Jiutian did not leave, he would die here. He did not dare to take the most precious treasure in the world, let alone the magic weapon. Lin Ling, I will remember you. Chapter 1672. Guess who I am? Young Master Xianyuan, we're here to save you. In the distance, those heavenly emperors flew over to help Xianyuan Jiutian. Because Xianyuan Jiutian had a powerful origin, they couldn't let him die here. Moreover, Xianyuan Jiutian dared to enter the martial stage, so he naturally had a backup plan. Moreover, in his imagination, even if his identity was exposed, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape. Most importantly, Lin Ling's identity would also be exposed, but Lin Ling wouldn't be able to escape at all. But now, the scene he imagined did not happen. Lin Ling was respected, but he had to flee. Kill. Those demon race experts moved out one after another. There were giants descending, and there were demonic dragons flying in the sky. Many heavenly emperors died there in a single exchange. Although those heavenly emperors resisted with all their might, it was only a matter of time before they were completely wiped out. After all, there were humans here. If they couldn't recover their exhausted strength, they couldn't escape death in the end. On the contrary, the heavenly emperors around the martial stage were safe and sound. All of them had a solemn expression and didn't dare to breathe loudly. This guy knows how to act. Now I'm wondering if he's a human. The North Sea Heavenly Emperor's eyes twitched. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. What a lucky guy. Although Bai Yuntiandi was surprised, she still said sourly, could it be that the pig-headed princess took a fancy to Lin Ling? Thinking of this, she was unwilling to admit defeat in her heart. Hearing her words, the 9 spirits of heaven and the unhindered heavenly emperor smiled bitterly. Lin Ling really surprised people. The battle in the distance didn't last long. 100 heavenly emperors fell very quickly. Only Xianyuan Jiutian and one person escaped with great vitality. Seeing the terrifying battle, the celestial emperors who were hiding around the martial stage felt their hearts sink. Dead, they were all dead. Xianyuan Jiutian wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, but in the end, not only did he fail to bully Lin Ling, but all of his people had died and he had even lost a divine weapon. Involuntarily, many heavenly emperors stared at Lin Ling on the martial platform, describing Lin Ling as an existence that could not be provoked. Lin Ling didn't know what they were thinking. His expression was solemn. The members of the devil race were indeed powerful. He couldn't help but feel lucky. If he was surrounded, it would be difficult for him to escape death. However, who was helping him? Who was the 9th Commandery Princess? Brat, you're the only winner of the sword conference. Men, bring that brat to me. At this time, the voice of the 9th Commandery Princess came from the martial arts stage. Then, a devil walked towards Lin Ling. He clenched his right fist and placed it in front of his chest. He gave Lin Ling the most honorable salute of the devil tribe and invited Lin Ling to come forward. Lin Ling strode forward without hesitation. His blue cloak and the horn on his forehead made many of the devil race nod secretly. They didn't expect the Moon Rabbit tribe to be so powerful. Moreover, it seemed that the Moon Rabbit tribe was more handsome than the previous devil race. Bai Yuntiendi, the North Sea Heaven Emperor, and the others also stared at Lin Ling. They were a little stunned. Only when Lin Ling disappeared from their sight did they have a strange feeling in their hearts. He went to the 9th Commandery Princess. Will he be fine? The 9 spirits of heaven were a little worried. However, the Zonghang Heaven Emperor shook his head and said, if the 9th Commandery Princess wanted to kill him, she could have done so earlier. Why would she help Lin Ling? That's true. The 9 spirits of heaven finally felt relieved. Why would the 9th Commandery Princess help me? No matter what, I will not marry her. If she is too difficult to deal with, I will use force to kidnap her and force her to take me to the dreamlike mountain. Lin Ling walked forward as he thought to himself. He didn't want to hurt the 9th Commandery Princess, so he only planned to kidnap her. Soon, the devil race brought Lin Ling to a wing room and invited Lin Ling to enter. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and entered. However, just as he entered, a figure suddenly shot out from behind the door. A pair of hands reached out to his eyes from behind. It seemed that the hands wanted to cover his eyes. Guess who I am? This sudden turn of events caused Lin Ling's expression to change. His many years of combat experience made him subconsciously slap away the hand behind him. He quickly turned around and pounced on the person behind him, pinning him under his body. What do you want? Yes. In the realm of true martial arts, although Lin Ling didn't want to provoke the devil race, he wouldn't put his life in the hands of others. Therefore, when someone attacked him before, he immediately fought back. However, after asking the question, Lin Ling also saw the face under his body. It was a delicate face with willowy eyebrows and limpid eyes. Hong Yan's small mouth was wide open at this moment. Her fair skin showed that she was a young and charming girl. Most importantly, Lin Ling knew her. She was Xian Yuangu, who had gone through thick and thin with him in the ghost realm. It's you. Yes. Lin Ling was shocked. Wasn't Xian Yuangu a lone ranger? How come it was the 9th Commandery Princess? In the ghost realm, when we met for the first time, you pressed me under your body. At that time, I said that I would definitely take revenge. Good, I haven't taken my revenge yet. The second time we met, you did this again. Are you addicted to pressing people? The girl under him was Xian Yuangu. She was so angry that she clenched her teeth. I really didn't know it was you. Lin Ling stood up awkwardly, then held Xian Yuangu's small hand and pulled her up. Xian Yuangu was still angry, but she looked very beautiful. The little maid next to her stared at Lin Ling with a face full of surprise. I really didn't know it was you. I thought someone was going to do something bad to me. Lin Ling explained. What an overly cautious guy. Forget it, you didn't mean it this time, so I won't bother about it. Xian Yuangu pursed her lips, then smiled and said, last time in the ghost realm, you helped me escape. Now, I've helped you this time. You and I don't owe each other anything. Lin Ling also smiled. He glanced around the room and saw that there was still food. He immediately sat down and picked up the grapes on the table to eat. He had gone through thick and thin with Xian Yuangu, so he trusted her. Xian Yuangu also sat down and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. By the way, how did you become the 9th Commandery Princess? Lin Ling ate the grapes and asked curiously. No wonder someone had helped him before. It was this girl. I'm not the 9th Commandery Princess. I'm the daughter of the great Eastern Demon King, one of the 5 demon emperors in the demon area. Xian Yuange imitated Lin Ling and ate the grapes lazily. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Looking at Lin Ling's expression, Xian Yuange giggled and said, "Don't expect me to explain anything. In fact, I'm even more confused than you. Anyway, after we parted ways in the ghost realm, I came to the demon area to explore. Who knew that I would encounter the demon army? Then, a man who was almost 10 meters tall told me that I was his daughter. By accident, I became the daughter of the great Eastern Demon King." Lin Ling smiled bitterly. There was such a strange thing? Chapter 1673. Life is like a dream. Did you hear that? Not only am I the daughter of the great Demon King of the East, but I am also the reincarnation of some mushroom. Therefore, even I feel that these things are a mess. Xian Yuange obviously did not accept her identity at all. Even Lin Ling felt that it was hard to accept, but he also felt that it was normal. In this world, some people could indeed be reincarnated, such as the Fire Spirit Princess, or the Emperor Peerless who was the essence of the earth, and so on. Miss, the great Demon King of the East is one of the most ancient figures in this world. He was born before the Realm Lord of the Heaven and Earth. It is said that he even fought with the Realm Lord, so his words must be correct. Miss, you are indeed the daughter of the great Demon King of the East. In the Eastern Demon tribe, many demons know you. Then tell me how I died. Xian Yuange said. The little maid was silent for a moment, as if she did not dare to say it, but she still opened her mouth and said, "You fell in love with a human." However, at that time, humans and demons could not be together, so the great Demon King of the East wanted to kill that human boy. Later, you pleaded for mercy, and the great Demon King of the East let him go. After you separated from that boy, you were sad and tearful every day. Finally, under the longing, you silently died 100 years later. After that incident, the great Demon King of the East was furious. He invaded the human world many times and slaughtered creatures until the transmission array between the demon realm and the human realm was sealed. Only then did he restrain himself. Later he met you. The great Demon King of the East immediately knew that you were his daughter. He was happy for a long time and let you do whatever you want. Hearing this, Xian Yuange nodded. She also knew that the burly giant, who was nearly 10 meters tall, doted on her very much. Otherwise, he would have allowed her to organize a marriage contest because for her, the so-called marriage contest was just a game to kill time when she was bored. However, the great Demon King of the East still allowed her to be willful. Is that human boy so spineless? The girl misses him and washes her face with tears every day. Did he not do anything? Xian Yuange said. No, young Mississippi. In fact, the Eastern Devil King said that if he wanted to marry you, he would have to wait until the youth's power reached the level of a ruler. However, that youth did it and came back one day. Unfortunately, young Miss had already passed away at that time. The maid whispered. Xian Yuange was stunned and deeply moved. The daughter of the great Eastern Demon King had also been waiting for the young man before she died. The young man had also returned. Neither of them had abandoned the other. Unfortunately, fate made fools of people. They had missed each other. Lin Ling was also secretly regretful. The few of them then fell silent, causing the room to be somewhat quiet. A moment later, the little maid suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Miss, if you don't believe me, you will know everything at Dreamlike Mountain." Xian Yuange was not interested in Dreamlike Mountain at first, but now he was curious. Lin Ling looked at Xian Yuange and then nodded. Dreamlike Mountain was also a place he wanted to go. The two of them exchanged a few words and then set off. Dreamlike Mountain was not far away. Although it was a forbidden area in the Jianghu world, it obviously could not stop Xian Yuange. When the two of them arrived at the bottom of the legendary mountain, Mu Ran discovered that the mountain was very beautiful. It was filled with pink plants. When the wind blew, pink snow fluttered in the sky. So beautiful! Xian Yuange muttered to herself. She stretched out her small hand and wanted to catch the pink snow in the sky. Indeed! Lin Ling nodded and took a big step forward. He took the lead and walked towards the mountain. Xian Yuange followed behind him with small steps. The Eastern Devil King said that when someone and Xian Yuan set foot there, that person will be him. The little maid stared at the blue-robed youth, her heart beating violently. Dreamlike mountain. Life was like a dream, like fog, like flowers in a mirror, like the moon in the water. It was all empty at the end. It seemed to be saying that the so-called love was actually like a dream. In the end, there was no result. I only care about what I once had. Why care about eternity? Stepping on the snowy mountain path, Lin Ling smiled. His heart was extremely clear at this moment. I only care about what I once had. Why care about eternity? Xian Yuan followed behind Lin Ling and said softly. She raised her head and looked at the peak of the mountain. There was a huge tree with pink flowers growing on the tree. It was extremely beautiful. I'll go there and take a look. She did not know why, but after seeing the tree, Xian Yuan felt a sense of familiarity. Lin Ling nodded. In fact, he also felt a sense of familiarity because the Realm Lord had come here before. Moreover, to the Realm Lord, this was an extremely important place. Sealing enchantments. Lin Ling did not go to the peak of the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, he saw a few ancient stone arrays. Those stones were about 2 meters tall. There were a total of 5 of them, and they were diamond-shaped. They emitted a sacred and inviolable majesty. However, Lin Ling knew that these were sealing enchantments. There were a total of 5 such sealing enchantments. This meant that out of the 100,000 sealing enchantments, Lin Ling could seal 5 of them. This made Lin Ling smile. 500 merit points were in his hands. He strode forward and came under one of the sealing enchantments. He took out the jade tablet hanging from his waist and gently touched the stone. Instantly, a dazzling light appeared. It was like ripples of water, causing the entire stone to turn blue. It was extremely beautiful. That mysterious blue color was like a tide, gradually turning the nearby rocks into a blue color, as if they were made of crystal. The sealing enchantment's power has been restored. Lin Ling smiled and continued forward. He began to seal enchantments one by one. In front of the last enchantment, Lin Ling stopped. His eyes stared at the ancient stone array and gradually flashed. In front of the stone array, he saw a familiar figure. It was the owner of the Eye of Time, the Realm Lord. There are regrets in life. If I had the determination back then and was ruthless enough, I could have taken her away. Unfortunately, because of my promise, I made her wait for thousands of years. When I returned in triumph, she had already left. In my life, I have come into contact with too many women, but she is the one I will never forget. Because she is my first love. In time, the man carried Lin Ling on his back and quietly looked at the stone array. His voice was calm, but Lin Ling could hear the heart-wrenching pain in it. Time could not be reversed. If it could be reversed, the man would have forcibly taken the girl away. He would not have agreed to wait until he was stronger and openly married the girl. Because at that time, the girl would have already left. Life could not wait. If he fell in love with her today, then he would have her today. Lin Ling's heart trembled fiercely. In his mind, he suddenly had a guess. Could it be that the so-called she was Xian Yuanger's previous life? If that was the case, the one who fell in love with Xian Yuanger in her previous life was the young Realm Lord. Chapter 1674. Predestined Marriage. Time moved forward again. The one who appeared in front of Lin Ling wasn't the Realm Lord, but the young Realm Lord. The young man swore that the day he ruled the world would be the day he openly married the young lady. Be it demons or humans, he didn't care. Even if the rules of heaven and earth didn't allow humans and demons to walk together, he would break this rule. The young man swore that when he ruled the world, he would definitely return. This period of time was obviously set by the Realm Lord when he was young. Unfortunately, he was going to be disappointed. The person in his heart couldn't wait for him. In the future, when he returned with the identity of the Realm Lord, he would only be left with regret. The path of an expert was never smooth sailing. Other than enemies, you also had to give up on many things. For example, your most beloved first love. The 2 periods of time appeared in front of Lin Ling, causing him to feel a piercing pain in his mind. His soul force was increasing crazily. At the same time, a soul martial art from his memories quietly appeared. Maple Snow Sword of Sorrow. Put on. Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. His head felt like it was going to split open. Those memories seemed to be tearing him apart. Maple Snow Sword of Sorrow. This was the soul martial art that the Realm Lord comprehended after the departure of the young lady. In reality, this martial art wasn't strong to the Realm Lord, but it was a type of memory. However, this soul martial art was extremely powerful to the current Lin Ling. Rumble. Lin Ling's soul sea was roaring crazily. His soul force was increasing like water, causing his soul to almost collapse. It was obviously difficult for him to successfully cultivate the Realm Lord's soul martial art. While Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak, Xian Yuanger's little leather boots stepped on the ground. Her beautiful eyes were staring at the ancient tree. The wind blew over, filling the sky with pink snow. Vaguely, she saw the promise between the young man and the young woman under the tree. They held hands and stood under the tree, making the promise of their youth. Xiaoling, your father doesn't allow me to be with you. He said that humans and demons cannot coexist together. However, Li Xiaoyao, don't believe in this. I have the heavenly gaze. Be it humans or demons, I will break this rule. You only need to wait for me. When the day comes that I rule the world, I will marry you. At that time, no one will be able to stop us. The immature young man made a promise word by word. I believe you. The young girl was pure, like the pink snow in the sky. She had beautiful fantasies about love. That's great. The young man revealed a smile. It was extremely brilliant, but it was also filled with strong confidence. It's all real. Xian Yuanger's beautiful eyes became moist. She felt as if she was there. She knew that she was the daughter of the great demon king of the East in her previous life. At this moment, the young girl leaned on the young man's shoulder and said softly, even if we are separated in the end, our fated marriage will not end. It will not end even after thousands of lifetimes. In the future, if there comes a day when I come here again, the person who will accompany me will be you. If there comes a day when I am willing to reincarnate for you, we will meet again here. The young man smiled and said with determination. Boom. Xian Yuanger's heart roared. She subconsciously looked at the young man in the mountain. Her eyes became moist. The promise from the previous life, the fated marriage, would not end even after thousands of lifetimes. If there comes a day when they meet again here, that person will be him. No matter who is reincarnated, they will meet again. And now, they are reunited in the dreamlike mountain. That person is the young man who is cultivating in the mountain. Is there really a past life? Xian Yuanger stood there quietly, letting the wind blow on her face. She stretched out her small hand, wanting to catch the snow in the sky, because the snow might be the proof. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling stepped on the top of the mountain. He could not help but be stunned. Xian Yuanger under the ancient tree was extremely beautiful at this moment. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and her lively facial features had a happy smile. Although Xian Yuanger was not the most beautiful, she was petite and cute. She gave off a completely different temperament, just like the girl next door. How is it? Did you see the past life? Lin Ling stepped on the top of the mountain and suddenly smiled. I saw it. I didn't expect the story to be true. Xian Yuanger curled her lips and said, Then let's go. I have achieved my goal. Lin Ling shrugged, but after taking a few steps, he found that Xian Yuanger did not leave. This made him suspicious. I also saw that young man. In fact, he did not do anything wrong. Unfortunately, he made the other party wait for too long. Xian Yuanger stood under the ancient tree and looked at Lin Ling. I know, because I also saw it. Moreover, I know even more about that young man's background. Lin Ling smiled and said, That young man was the Realm Lord. He did not know the meaning of Xian Yuanger's words. That him was actually Lin Ling. After thousands of reincarnations, they were reunited again. This promise could not be false. Oh right, you won the martial arts competition. You have to marry me. Do you have this plan? Xian Yuanger sniffed and suddenly said. Lin Ling was stunned. Xian Yuanger did not take the martial arts competition seriously. Why did she take it seriously now? He smiled and shook his head. Of course not, because I already have a wife. Xian Yuange nodded with some disappointment, but soon smiled. Then do you believe in previous lives? So. Lin Ling shook his head. He could not help but think of the other world before he came here. He smiled and said, You used to be like a little witch. When did you become so sentimental? No, I was just teasing you. Ha, fool, why don't you take a look at yourself? I am now the daughter of the great demon king of the East. I can do whatever I want in the demon area. Other people want to marry me, but I don't want them. So do you think I like you? Xian Yuange smiled and said, I knew you were up to no good. Since you don't plan to leave, then I will leave first. Anyway, you won't be in any danger in the demon area. Lin Ling waved his hand and left. Thank you for your help. I will remember this kindness in my heart. Xian Yuange's eyes moistened as she looked at Lin Ling's free and easy departure. It was as if she saw the young man leave 10,000 years ago. She subconsciously said, Get lost. Just like last time, I will give you another song. Hearing this, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. His eyes suddenly flashed, but he continued to move forward. Currently, he was going to seal the barrier and obtain more merit points. He was not as free as Xian Yuange. If only time froze when we first met. However, Lin Ling still remembered all the scenes when he met Xian Yuange. Under the ancient tree, a beautiful song was floating, as if it was sending the warrior away. Snow was falling, blowing the long hair of the girl under the tree. Destined marriage, you entered the cycle of reincarnation for me. Unfortunately, you don't know that you are him now. However, I will wait for you, just like in the previous life. But this time, I hope you won't make me wait too long. Chapter 1675. The Deacon Palace of the human world had a bet. At that moment, Lin Ling was leaving the dreamlike mountain, but he wasn't calm. It seemed like there were some things he hadn't done, but when he thought about it, he didn't know what they were. This time, not only had he found all the sealed enchantments of the true martial world, but his soul had also increased, reaching level 145. He had also learned a soul skill, Maple Snow Blade. Apart from becoming stronger, Lin Ling also knew that the World Lord had made a promise when he was young, but he hadn't fulfilled it. After becoming the World Lord, even though he was strong enough to control everything, he couldn't bring back what he had lost. If that had happened to Lin Ling, he was sure that he wouldn't have missed it. When he was young, he would have taken the girl away. Unfortunately, I'm not the World Lord. Lin Ling shook his head and continued on his journey. At that moment, in the true martial world, a large number of celestial emperors were sealing enchantments. Each time they sealed an enchantment, those celestial emperors were extremely excited because those enchantments were worth points. Besides, the three legends of the human world were also competing with each other to see who could seal more enchantments. As time passed, many sealed enchantments were found and sealed. The extremely strong celestial emperors formed teams to seal the enchantments. At that moment, in the Deacon Palace of the human world, a large number of people had gathered. If one looked carefully, one would see that those people were strong enough to shake the entire human world. They were looking at a map floating in the air. The map was blurry, but from time to time, lights were flashing. So far, we've sealed 10,000 enchantments, said an ancestor indifferently while staring at the map. Those lights were sealed enchantments. I think 80% of them were sealed by our Jianghu celestial stage, said a middle-aged man with an indifferent smile. Everyone in the palace was stunned. Currently, nobody knew who had sealed the enchantment and why that person was so confident. Master Tian, maybe only 50% of your Jianghu celestial stage is sealed. The rest is sealed by Champion University, said a tall and sturdy man coldly. His chi was monstrous, nobody dared underestimate him. I sealed half of Jianghu's celestial layer, the rest is sealed by Champion University. You think the 7 emperors' celestial layers don't exist? They should have at least 10%. The sage-like middle-aged man said again. 10%? Last year, there were 100,000 sealing barriers, but they only sealed 10%. Now, there are 10,000 sealing barriers and they want to take 10%? The tall and sturdy man who looked like a battle king laughed. The people around couldn't help but laugh, but they didn't dare to say anything. It was obvious that the person who spoke before was extremely powerful, and they didn't have the qualifications to speak. Among the surrounding people, there were the 3 Shi clans, the Xianyuan family, the Ji family, and other powerful forces. Old Jean, Lord Sky, the seal isn't over yet. It's still too early to confirm everything. On the other side, 7 people were sitting together. An old man with a fishing net on his back said indifferently. He was Emperor Li Shou of the 7 emperors. Hee, old fish, you still don't want to admit defeat. How about we make a bet? If you manage to seal 20,000 enchantments, my sword will be yours, said the middle-aged man from the Celestial Wind Palace, smiling. He stared at the old man's fishing rod and said, I've heard that the world fishing rod can catch fish from all over the world. If you lose, the rod will be mine. What do you think? His Excellency the Sky King, he's using the execution god's sword as a bet? Many people were staring at the middle-aged man's sword. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. The Sky King of Jianghu Celestial Layer was really heroic. Then, they looked at Emperor Li Shou and smiled. Would the 7 emperors dare to make a bet? Old fish, accept his challenge. I'll add a bet, the Universal Chess Playbook. At this moment, among the 7 emperors, a scholarly middle-aged man laughed. It was none other than Emperor Yu. The other 7 emperors also spoke, taking out their treasures. As one of the 3 emperors of the Celestial Layer, they naturally couldn't swallow this humiliation. If news of them being suppressed by 2 other mythical characters were to spread out, the other celestial emperors and Xian Di would definitely mock them. Not only that, the Xianping province would also lose face. Even the Universal Chess Playbook has been taken out. In that case, my Yungu Celestial Layer wouldn't lose face anymore. I'll take out the fruit of 10,000 origins. A gentle voice rang out, causing everyone to turn their gazes over. The speaker was a woman about 30+ years of age. She was extremely beautiful and exuded a noble and dignified aura. Naturally, her identity was also extremely terrifying. She was none other than the strongest existence in Yungu Celestial Layer, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Behind her, there were a few people. Among them were none other than Yu and An Yue. Fruit of 10,000 origins, according to legends, it can increase all sorts of attributes. How generous! Many people were astonished. They couldn't participate in such a battle, they could only watch. Champion University will also participate. Let's go! On the other side of Champion University, a woman wearing golden armor smiled indifferently. She was one of the 2 champions of Champion University, and the strongest cultivator there. Boom! The crowd's hearts were pounding. The 3 great emperors of the human world were going to compete. That battle was about sealing the boundaries of the world. Whoever sealed the most boundaries would gain a lot of face. They might even obtain the most precious treasures. Yungu Celestial Layer has always been the first. They know many sealing boundaries. 500 years ago, Champion University had been the first, but the 7 Emperors world had never been the first. Because of that, in the human world, many people laugh at the 7 Emperors world. They say that the 7 Emperors world has an undeserved reputation. They don't do anything to contribute to the human world. Let's go! This time, the 7 Emperors world won't admit defeat. They're so confident. Could it be because of the Celestial Emperor of the Ji clan? A commotion broke out among the crowd. Naturally, the titled Celestial Emperors were also betting among themselves. Lu Susu and the other experts who had been waiting outside the teleportation portal were now at each other's throats. I'm telling you this time, Yungu's Celestial Altar wants all the sealed deployment spells. With Shen Yuan Jiutian here, we're definitely going to win. Your Celestial Emperors won't get a single point. Bullshit. We have 3 Celestial Emperors from the Shi clans, especially Luohan's Celestial Emperor. He'll definitely lead everybody and finish first. Let's wait and see. The Xiandi world's cultivators didn't want to admit defeat. The peerless Celestial Emperors of the 7 Emperors world frowned. The celestial emperors of the Seven Emperors world were led by a celestial emperor from the Ji clan. He was very strong, and he had the most celestial emperors with him. The most important thing was that he knew many sealing boundaries. They hoped he wouldn't lose face. Chapter 1676. Linling, come out. At this moment, there were more and more battles in the true martial world. If one wanted to seal the barrier, they would have to fight with the devil race. Because many of the sealing barriers were guarded by the devil race, and the devil race had also sensed the invasion of the human race. Therefore, it was as if they were facing a great enemy, which made the sealing barrier even more difficult. In the entire true martial world, a large number of small teams were moving forward in the east, south, west, and north in search of the sealing enchantment. He hasn't come out yet. Will Linling be okay? I don't think so. If something really happened, the 9th Commandery Princess would have killed Linling. I'm getting a little anxious. So much time has passed and we haven't even sealed a single barrier. If this continues, we won't be able to obtain any merit points. Moreover, the 7 emperors have already issued an order. We must not lose face in this mission. Outside Dreamlike City, under a rather remote city wall, several figures had transformed into demons and were conversing in low voices. They were the unhindered Sky Emperor and the others. They were obviously waiting for Linling. Moreover, people had joined them. They were Celestial Emperor Qin Yun, Celestial Emperor Song Mu, Celestial Emperor North Sea, and a man named Celestial Emperor Lei Dong. They had formed their own team. While they were waiting, the heavenly emperors who were passing by couldn't help but laugh. These heavenly emperors of the 7 emperors world were really stupid. They were actually blindly waiting there. Could it be that they had come to the true martial world to play? Unhindered heavenly emperor, how many enchantments have you sealed? A powerful heavenly emperor recognized unhindered heavenly emperor and immediately laughed. His tone was filled with schadenfreude. You don't have to worry. Unhindered heavenly emperor said with a cold face. They did not seal a single barrier. Very unlucky. Currently, we have sealed 10 enchantments. You guys can slowly play there. The merit points belong to us. The heavenly emperors laughed and then disappeared into the distance. A petty person who gained power for a moment. The space-time heavenly emperor gritted his teeth as he watched the heavenly emperors leave smugly. He was clearly enraged. Don't worry. There are more than 100,000 sealing barriers. 10 barriers are nothing. The unhindered Sky Emperor comforted, but his right hand quietly clenched into a fist, clearly unwilling to give up. I'm not waiting anymore. If I wait for that guy, I won't be able to get a single merit point. Furthermore, I promised Lady Lu Susu that I would bring glory to the 7 emperors, so I can't just sit here and do nothing. Suddenly, one of them said with a frown. North Sea Celestial Emperor, how many barriers do you think you can seal if you leave the team? Even if you're lucky enough to find the enchantment, can you face the demons alone? The North Sea Celestial Emperor frowned. Indeed, it was difficult to face the demons alone. But what's the point of waiting here? Could it be that Linling will be able to seal even more if we wait? Linling is weaker than us. He can't change anything. The North Sea Celestial Emperor was still stubbornly trying to leave. I agree with the North Sea Celestial Emperor. Linling is only a Silver Celestial Emperor, and we are all Gold Celestial Emperor. The North Sea Celestial Emperor is even a Diamond Celestial Emperor. Why should we wait for that trash? The Thunder Celestial Emperor snorted coldly. Watch your words. Linling is on our side now. The Space-Time Celestial Emperor frowned and said, but he didn't say anything else. In fact, they were waiting here because they were worried about Linling. It wasn't because their team would be stronger with Linling around. In front of experts like us, trash is trash. Why can't you say it? The Thunder Celestial Emperor didn't give face at all and snorted coldly again. But at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded out. If they want to leave, then let them leave. The more people there are, the more merit points we will need to share. The voice came from behind them, causing them to look over. They saw a blue-robed man walking over the city walls. His steps were steady and calm. There was a single horn on his forehead, and he gave off the feeling of a great demon king. Who else could it be other than Lin Ling? Seeing this, the 9 spirits of heaven by Yun Tiandi and the others laughed. You brat, you finally came out. You made us worried to death. Unhindered Heavenly Emperor also let out a light breath. Greetings to Unhindered Heavenly Emperor, Space-Time Heavenly Emperor, Azure Cloud Heavenly Emperor, and Pinewood Heavenly Emperor. Lin Ling walked up to them and bowed politely. You're Lin Ling? The man called Lei Dong Sky Emperor sized up Lin Ling from head to toe, and then laughed disdainfully. This person was around 40 years old, had a beard on his face, his eyes were not big, and he had a horse face, but on the side of the 7 emperors, his reputation was not weak, and he was one of the best among the gold-level heavenly emperors. You have a problem with that? Lin Ling looked at him from the corner of his eyes. That indifferent look made Lei Dong Sky Emperor's pupils constrict. What an arrogant junior. You can leave, but the sealing of the enchantments is none of your business. I can also tell you that for the next 100,000 enchantments, we will seal at least 50,000. Lin Ling said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, the hearts of all the experts trembled fiercely. Where did Lin Ling's confidence come from? Are you out of your mind? What nonsense are you talking about? Lei Dong Sky Emperor was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. With just the few of them, they wanted to seal 50,000 enchantments? This was simply a fool's dream. 50,000 enchantments, even the heavenly emperors of the 7 emperors' heaven would not be able to seal that many. Therefore, not to mention him, even the unhindered heavenly emperor and the 9 spirits of heaven thought that Lin Ling seemed to be bragging. If you don't believe me, you can leave by yourself. Lin Ling smiled calmly, looked at the unhindered heavenly emperor and said again, since we have already wasted a lot of time, we should also take action next, and we can just form a team. However, there must be a leader in the team, so I think we need to choose a leader. You can't be talking about you, right? Seeing Lin Ling being so arrogant, bragging first, and then thinking of himself as the boss, Lei Dong Sky Emperor couldn't help but laugh. At least it's not you. Lin Ling glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and said again, but I think I am indeed suitable to be the leader of this team. Boom. Everyone's heart exploded. Lin Ling really dared to say that? This guy. Unhindered Heavenly Emperor and Space-Time Heavenly Emperor looked at each other and smiled bitterly. One had to know that most of the people here were stronger than Lin Ling. What right did Lin Ling have to be the leader? However, because they were friends, they couldn't refute Lin Ling. On the other hand, the North Sea Heavenly Emperor and Lei Dong Sky Emperor didn't have such concerns. They laughed loudly, especially the Lei Dong Sky Emperor, who laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. A junior in the 6th heaven of the Saint Realm wanted to be the leader and lead everyone? He couldn't see through himself. Lin Ling wasn't surprised by their mockery. The reason he proposed the position of leader was because he knew that there were too many experts in the team, and they were all arrogant. Therefore, if he led a few people to seal the enchantments and none of them followed his orders, then the team would be like a plate of loose sand. Therefore, he wanted to be the leader. His goal was simple, and that was to obtain more merit points. Chapter 1677. The goal was to seal 50,000 enchantments. I'm in. The 9 spirits of heaven had no objection, and so did Bai Yun Tiandi. Unhindered Sky Emperor and the others had a good relationship with Lin Ling, so they did not refuse. Among them, Sky Emperor Qin Yun said, "Are you sure you can lead us better?" "Yes, as long as you join the team. A conservative estimate is to seal 50,000 enchantments." Lin Ling said word by word with strong confidence. "Okay, I, Sky Emperor Qin Yun, will be under your command." "Yes." "Same for me, Sky Emperor Qin Mu." "Crazy. In the past, I was your protector, supporting you, but today I believe that you, Lin Ling, will not let me down. I, Unhindered Sky Emperor, will join." "Yes." Everyone pondered for a moment and nodded. They believed in Lin Ling's character, because although Lin Ling was crazy, most of them were crazy with strength. The most important thing was that the enchantments on the surface of the true martial world were sealed by others. They could only find the enchantments hidden in the dark, and they had no clue about the enchantments hidden in the dark. They could only wait for Lin Ling to create a miracle. And the fact was that Lin Ling had indeed created miracles time and time again. What a bunch of lunatics, I'm not going to be crazy with you. North Sea Sky Emperor, I'm leaving, do you want to join me? Yes. Let's go, Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be so exaggerated. Yes. North Sea Sky Emperor and Thunder Emperor smiled disdainfully and turned to leave. Lin Ling ignored them. It was normal that they did not believe in him. He looked at the city wall behind him and said indifferently, "Actually, there is an enchantment behind you." Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched out. Under the broken bricks, the ancient stone array also appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Fortunately, there were not many demon paths here, otherwise, it would have caused a sensation. However, at this moment, Unhindered Sky Emperor and the others were shocked. The North Sea Sky Emperor and Thunder Emperor stopped, and their pupils trembled fiercely. There was an enchantment behind them, and they were completely unaware. Everyone stared at the stone array, and their breathing became heavy. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor did not wait for the others to agree. He took a step forward and released lightning, melting the surrounding city stones. Then, he took out his jade tablet and touched the stone array. Seeing the blue light of the stone array, he let out a sigh of relief and laughed. He had sealed a barrier and received 100 merit points. This guy is so fast. The North Sea Celestial the Arch cursed inwardly, his eyes filled with jealousy. The others were also more or less envious, because 100 merit points were in their hands just like that. Why are you so excited? It's just a sealing barrier. Look at you, do you look like a celestial emperor? Lin Ling looked disdainfully at Lei Dong Heaven Emperor and reprimanded him. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor felt a little embarrassed. His previous actions were indeed unsightly. Let's go. The sealing barrier was snatched by some shameless people, but no matter, there are still many sealing barriers. Our goal is 50,000 merit points. However, although Lin Ling reprimanded him, he obviously did not care. He led the Unhindered Sky Emperor and the others forward. The Unhindered Sky Emperor and the others were excited, and suddenly, they trusted Lin Ling even more. The North Sea Celestial the Arch and Lei Dong Heaven Emperor were stunned. If Lin Ling was bragging, then Lin Ling had indeed done what he said. In a short period of time, he found a sealing barrier. Most importantly, the sealing barrier was right behind them, but they did not notice it at all. This meant that Lin Ling might indeed have some ability. If they missed this opportunity, they would definitely regret it. Wait, Lin Ling, I'm in. The two of them chased after him. You're not going? Lin Ling continued to walk forward without even looking at them. The two of them laughed and rubbed their hands, feeling a little awkward for a moment. Call me boss and then join the team. Lin Ling did not mind their previous words. Because they were going to do something big, they were short of people. Can we really seal 50,000 merit points? The North Sea Celestial Thearcha's heart beat violently, and he looked forward to it even more. He did not expect this little guy to be so capable. Don't worry, follow me, and you will definitely eat meat. Lin Ling said confidently. He went to Dreamlike Mountain, and now he knew the sealing barriers of the entire true martial realm. Moreover, he was not interested in individual sealing barriers. He was interested in the formation of barriers. In his mind, memories surfaced. Lin Ling led a few people forward. They left the bustling city and came to a mountain range. Demonic chi billowed as if there were many powerful demons hidden here. The territory of the demonic lightning bat dragon has existed since 10,000 years ago. This demon is not under any command and is cruel and ruthless. The mountains behind their tribe have a large number of sealing barriers. After a long time, on a cliff, Lin Ling and the others stopped. Lin Ling looked into the distance and said, there was a vast grassland, and there was an isolated mountain. The rocks of the mountain were terrifying, and no one dared to approach it easily. However, Lin Ling knew that there were a large number of sealing barriers in the mountain, and there was a small path leading to the mountain. How many barriers are there? Lei Dong Sky Emperor asked curiously. Lin Ling stretched out 5 fingers. causing Lei Dong Sky Emperor's expression to change drastically. Then he laughed excitedly. 5, that's great. You are also a gold-level Sky Emperor, right? Your appetite is so small? Do you think that with so many of us here, 5 barriers are enough for us? Lin Ling rolled his eyes at him, causing Lei Dong Sky Emperor's pupils to constrict. Could it be 50? Put on. The hearts of unhindered Sky Emperor and the others were beating violently. 50, they were rich, absolutely rich. One must know that if they could seal 5 of them, then this trip to the true martial world would not be in vain. So 50, it was hard to imagine. It's 5,000. However, Lin Ling faintly spat out a sentence, causing everyone to stop breathing. 5,000 sealing barriers. Dang dang dang. Lei Dong Sky Emperor's footsteps were unstable, and he kept retreating. His face turned pale with surprise. That's a sealing barrier array. Lin Ling looked at him and smiled slightly. We're rich, a barrier reward of 100 merit points, 5,000, TSK. Unhindered Sky Emperor sucked in a breath of cold air. With these 5,000 sealing barriers, then the 7 Emperor's Children of Heaven, they would definitely be the first. Boss, you're my boss, there's nothing to say. 5,000 sealing barriers, you can have as many as you want. As long as you give me 100, I'll be satisfied. Lei Dong Sky Emperor hurriedly ran over and looked respectfully at Lin Ling. That appearance made the 9 spirits of heaven squint their eyes. What a thick-skinned Sky Emperor powerhouse, this degree of change in face.